Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Peace and love, peace and love. I apologize for my absence last night. Series of unfortunate events. But I'm here for y'all tonight. I plan to have a good show. Yep. We're gonna see. I want to be careful because we want to talk about some touchy subjects here. And I ain't gonna lie, there's one topic I've been staying away from. It's the jab and the new variant, if you will. And I'm gonna continue to stay away from that because the streets is hot. And when I say the streets is hot, I mean like on social media, the internet. Once again, they're on people about it, medical misinformation and whatnot. So we're gonna avoid that topic. Anyways, where to begin? That's the struggle. It's always the struggle because I didn't come on yesterday, so that means I have a lot of stuff. I have 2 shows of stuff that I want to cover that I'm probably not going to make it to. So we might end up doing some rapid fire stuff by the end of this, towards the end. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. So let's start with this. It says Joe Biden just spoke about the auto workers strike, and he was very clear. I believe they should go further to ensure record corporate profits mean record contracts for the UAW. Oh, they won't let me play the sound for this. That sucks. So Perfect Union posted this. They said Trump and Biden were both asked to take a side on the auto workers strike. Here's how they both responded. So wait, he said when Trump is asked which side he's on in the UAW strike, he won't give a clear answer. He says, I'm on the side of making our country great. Not a word of criticism for CEOs. Then he says the auto workers are not going to have any jobs when you come right down to it. I can't play these clips. That sucks when that happens. Man, let's see something here. Let's see if we can look this up. I guess because I put it in too early or something. Let's see. Was it NBC News when they asked him about it? Let's see. Let's do NBC News. And I think this is the clip. I don't know. I just searched this up really quickly, so we're going to see. How old is this? One day ago.
And I want to start by talking about this big standoff between the auto workers and the big three auto manufacturers. My question for you, Mr. President, whose side are you on in this?
I'm on the side of making our country great. The auto workers are not going to have any jobs when you come right down to it, because if you take a look at what they're doing with electric cars are going to be made in China. The auto workers are not going to have any. I'll tell you what, the auto workers are being sold down the river by their leadership, and their leadership should endorse Trump. The reason is, you got to have choice. Like in school, I want school choice. I also want choice for cars. If somebody wants gasoline, if somebody wants all electric, they can do whatever they want. But they're destroying the consumer, and they're destroying the auto workers. The auto workers will not have any jobs, Kristen, because all of these cars are going to be made in China. The electric cars automatically are going to be made in China.
So let's talk about UAW's leadership. The president, Sean Fain, has withheld his endorsement of President Biden. But this is what he had to say about you. Quote, another Donald Trump presidency would be a disaster. How would you win that endorsement?
Well, if that's the case, I probably won't win his. I don't know the gentleman, but I know his name very well. And I think he's not doing a good job in representing his union, because he's not going to have a union in 3 years from now. Those jobs are all going to be gone because all of those electric cars are going to be made in China.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking.
All those cars are going to be made in China, so they're not even going to have a job at all. So what's the point of even doing anything? What's the point of even getting out of bed in the morning? Just give up. Just give up. There's no hope for nothing. Anyways, it says, ahead of the UAW strike, Christian Walker asked former President Trump whose side was he on in the negotiations. Trump declined to pick sides, saying instead that he was on the side of making our country great. But he took issue with UAW leadership, which hasn't made a presidential endorsement. So, you know, I guess Trump's ego is what's important in this, right? Because he said, you know, y'all should endorse Trump for president, you know, the UAW. So, and it's like, maybe if the UAWs endorsed Trump for president, maybe he'd be on the side of the strikers. I don't know. Maybe we would have to see, but I don't know about that. So it just seems like Trump is playing politics here. You know, he's being, you know what I've noticed about Trump as time has gone on, because when he first came in, he was like the outsider, right? They're all like, he's not a politician, you know, he's an outsider. He's not Washington, you know, he's against the establishment. But as time goes on, after he's been president, I've noticed he's become much better politician, if you will, you know, and that's how it goes with those politicians. It's like hard to get a straight answer out of them because they're thinking about their voters. You know, they're trying to be careful. They're trying to make sure that they get votes. So, you know, they don't want to upset this side or upset that side or whatever, you know, so they be very careful and vague with their answers. And that's what Trump was doing here, I think, you know. He's like, it's kind of like wait and see type of deal. Like, let's see how this unfolds, and then I'll, you know, say where I am on it. So that's a typical political move. So, you know, if you're still thinking that Trump is not a politician, then this little clip right here should let you know that he is. Let's read some comments. It says, of course, the bourgeoisie hates unionize. I can never say that word right. Some words just always twist my tongue. Unionize, solidarity with the auto workers. He sold the auto workers down the river when he said, let them fail. I hope everyone remembers. Another comment says, strong countries need a strong economy, pay the workers. So keep in mind, this is NBC News right here that we're reading the comments under. Another comment that says, all of a sudden, Karen Trump is pro-union. I don't think he said anything about being pro-union in that clip, y'all. Another comment that says, imagine all those poor workers that have to smash up bags of Cheetos so Trump can maintain his tan. Oh, that was a little stab at, okay, I see what you did there. Ha. Another comment that says, people sometimes forget that he's still an anti-worker rights Republican that is attempting to scare workers into focusing solely on EV issues rather than advocating for issues that pit labor versus capital. That's a very good comment right there, because that's what I was thinking too after listening to his comments, because he started going on about the electric vehicles and like they're all just going to be made in China, Well, okay, that's kind of on the subject, but it's kind of not, because really what this is about is people getting paid fair wages. You know what I mean? It's about, like, hopefully you guys know a bit about the history. Let's cover just a little bit, but remember when the pandemic, before the pandemic, it was before the pandemic when we bailed out the banks back in the day, and we bailed out the auto industries, the big auto companies, right? They were going under. They were saying that they were going to go out of business. So they got a whole bunch of money from the government. And then they made deals with their workers and said, okay, you guys, so we don't go out of business. We're going to ask everybody to sacrifice a little bit. And then we're going to come back and give that to you when the company becomes profitable again. And they were like pensions, they cut people's pensions. They made like a tier system where you had these temp employees and people getting paid different amounts. The workers gave up multiple things. They gave up their pay rates and so forth and so on. And the companies was like, hey, so when we become profitable again, we're going to reverse all of this. So fast forward to now, they've had like the biggest year that they've had in like 10 years. In the last couple of years, they've been doing great. But guess what? They still haven't given back the stuff that the workers gave up back then. So that's part of this. And that part is what's not being spoken about on this topic. They're talking about everything else but that. And they're saying that the workers are just being greedy or whatever. They are on the offensive. They are asking for more than what the company said that they were going to give them back. True, but they were never giving back what they said they were going to give back. So they feel like they need to be offensive, be on the offense, be on the attack, because that's how you negotiate. You always go high. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't go high, then you're definitely not going to land, in the middle or whatever. If you go in the middle, then you're going to land somewhere below that. So they go high. So hopefully they can land in the middle somewhere, maybe somewhere around the stuff that they lost. Let's play Biden's remarks on this topic, because that clip that I had on Instagram had it all, but for some reason it didn't play. But let's go to this. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hold on 1 second. Biden's comments. Let's see. The Guardian. Let's see if this one's good.
Last night, after negotiations broke down, the UAW announced a targeted strike at a few big three auto plants. Let's be clear. No one wants a strike. Say it again. No one wants a strike. But I respect workers' right to use their options under the collective bargaining system. And I understand the workers' frustration. Over generations, auto workers sacrificed so much to keep the industry alive and strong, especially through the economic crisis and the pandemic. Workers deserve a fair share of the benefits they helped create for an enterprise. I do appreciate that the parties have been working round the clock. And when I first called them at the very first day of the negotiations, I said, please stay at the table as long as you can to try to, we'll work this out. And they've been around the clock, and the companies have made some significant offers. But I believe they should go further to ensure record corporate profits mean record contracts for the UAW. I'll say that again. Record corporate profits, which they have, should be shared by record contracts for the UAW. And just as we're building an economy of the future, we need labor agreements for the future. It's my hope that the parties can return to the negotiation table to forge a win-win agreement. To continue our active engagement, I'm dispatching 2 members of my team to Detroit, Acting Labor Secretary Julie Hsu and White House Senior Advisor Gene Sperling, both of them have been involved up to now, to offer their full support for the parties in reaching a contract. The bottom line is that auto workers help create America's middle class. They deserve a contract that sustains them in the middle class.
Yeah, so labor contracts for the future. That line is the one that stuck out for me.
Thank you all very much for joining me to discuss a very important and timely issue. In the United States today, at a time of unprecedented income and wealth inequality, weekly wages for the average American worker are actually lower than they were 50 years ago after adjusting for inflation. Quite unbelievable. And that means that despite a massive increase in worker productivity, despite CEOs now making nearly 400 times more than what their employees earn, despite record-breaking corporate profits, dividends, and stock buybacks, the average American worker in many respects is worse off economically today than he or she was 50 years ago. That morally grotesque and growing inequality is exactly what has been occurring in the automobile industry for decades. This time, however, under new union leadership, the members of the UAW are fighting back. If the big 3 automakers, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, do not provide reasonable contracts to address long-standing inequities in the industry, there will be a strike. And all of us should support the strikers. The UAW members will be fighting not only for themselves, but against a corporate culture of arrogance, cruelty, and selfishness, which is causing massive and unnecessary pain for the majority of working families throughout our country. Their fight against corporate greed is our fight. Their victory will resonate all across the economy, impact millions of workers from coast to coast, and help create a more just and equitable economy. What are some of the issues that are pushing UAW members to strike? At the top of the list is the extraordinary level of corporate greed shown by the industry leaders. In the first half of 2023, the big 3 automakers made a combined $21 billion in profits, up 80% from the same time period last year. Over the past decade, these same companies made more than $250 billion in profits in North America alone.
I don't like it when they say profit over last year, which is how you do it normally. Now, don't get me wrong. I used to have to look at these numbers, and that's how all corporations do. Over last year, over 3 years ago, over 5 years ago, that's how they do the comparisons. But we had the pandemic recently, and that threw a monkey wrench in everything. So the numbers are off when it comes to that. So it's a little bit skewed, I think, when they say over last year. And that has to be kept in mind. Pat says, I agree about Trump. I guess he's talking about him being a politician, what I said earlier. Listen.
Last year, the big 3 spent $9 billion not to improve the lives of their workers, not to make their factories safer,
Stock
but on
buybacks.
stock buybacks and dividends to make their wealthy executives and stockholders even richer. Further, while many of their workers are struggling to survive financially, last year, and it's important that we hear this, last year the CEO of General Motors made $29 million in total compensation. The CEO of Ford raked in nearly $21 million, and the CEO of Stellantis received over $25 million in total compensation. Incredibly, over the last 4 years, CEO pay at the big three auto companies has increased by more than 40%. Meanwhile, while the CEOs and stockholders in the auto industry make out like bandits, doing phenomenally well, the workers who build the vehicles earn totally inadequate wages and over the last several decades have fallen further and further behind. There was once a time when a union job in the automobile industry was the gold standard for the working class of this country. Those days, sadly, are long gone.
Long gone.
The average starting wage at the big three today is around $17 an hour, less than a number of non-union auto plants around the country. The top wage is $32 an hour. Unbelievably, over the last 20 years, and maybe this is the most important point, over the last 20 years, the average wage for American auto workers has declined by 30% after adjusting for inflation.
When they say after adjusting for inflation, that's another thing that I think a lot of people don't really understand, because you throw in how much everything costs more. So then the wages aren't worth as much as they were, because you have to pay for groceries, you have to pay your rent or whatever, and all of that has gone up. So when you look at the raw numbers, it'll look one way, but then when you factor in the fact that you have to pay more for everything, that's what he's talking about there. So what else did he say? Something I wanted to comment. Hold on, y'all. Oh, talking about non-unions and how they get paid first. So what a lot of these companies are doing, a lot of big companies, I used to work for Home Depot and they do this, is when you get hired on, you get hired on as like a part-time or get hired on as a temp or whatever. And you don't get all of the benefits that other employees get, okay? And a lot of these companies, Home Depot included, they'll make you wait 3-5 years. You have to pretty much starve during that time to get to the point where you get those full, full hours, full benefits, full pay or whatever. So it's like a probationary period, but which is, you would think is fair, but if it was like 6 months to a year top, that would be somewhat fair, but they push it to 3 to 5 years. A lot of people are still in those same positions. And what they do is they just hire a bunch of new people. So it's like a revolving door of temps and new hires that are getting paid these low wages. And then they're working right next to the other folks doing the exact same job as them and getting paid like less than half. Okay. And they don't get their benefits and so forth and so on. It's really, really, really shady. I want to find the clip of the guy. I don't know if y'all seen it. It went viral. The guy, he seems so freaking out of touch. Let me see if I can find it. The guy who was making the comments about workers, he said that the economy has to hurt. He said that the workers are getting ahead of themselves. They feel like that they are more important than the employers or whatever. Like they think that they're big and bad or whatever. And he said there has to be some pain in the economy so these people can know that they aren't all that. Let me see if I can find it. I think I just saw it. Hold on. Let me see. I thought I just saw it. Okay, yeah, here it is. Let's go to this. Let me play this for y'all, because this relates to all of this. Now, he's not talking about the auto workers specifically, but this is the attitude that they're having. You know, the employers have, and this is kind of like around the world, you know, across the board attitude. Hold on, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on. Yeah, here it goes.
Didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. You know, tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. They have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40-50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, you know, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. Now, and we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance.
So wait a minute. So this guy is all like, he said productivity has failed. So if productivity has failed, then why is the profit so high? You know, that doesn't really make sense to me. That's that I don't see how that can be true. You know, hold on, I want to play him again.
And we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40-50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, you know, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance. I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. You know, tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. You know, they have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see
unemployment rise. This guy is saying. He said that people realized that they didn't want to work so much after COVID. And he's like, we need to see unemployment rise. We need to see them hurting, you know, so that the cost balance can be balanced out, you know. And it's like, man, I don't understand, bro. Like, I know that this is how these people think, but it's so horrible. Like, it's so heartless. It's so terrible. It's like, it shows that, you know, the economy, the way it is built now, it kind of depends on people hurting. Like, it depends on people struggling, people having to worry about paying their bills, living check to check, you know, having to put up with whatever wages these people are willing to pay them, having no leverage at all. You know, people trying to have some kind of like work-life balance is an issue, right? You know, like because we did a story last week about how like the downtowns are struggling because people don't want to come back to work. The people have been working remote. And so they want the people to come back to the office, and that's what they're screaming left and right. We got to bring the people back to the office. You know, they're more productive. All this stuff. You know, but that just shows, like I say, you know, they don't want any kind of flexibility. They don't want you to have any kind of autonomy. They don't want you to have any strength or say. So they want you to be struggling. So he said massive layoffs. They're laying off people left and right. They want to have a huge pool to pull from so that they can grab the people who are starving and pay them whatever they want to pay them and squeeze the most productivity they can out of them, you know. It's about the attitudes. That shows. That's how they rake in their profits. That's how they're able to get their big bonuses, you know?
Hmm. Well, and you said a lot right there because it's like you know, but I mean that's definitely how they think and how they see things. But overall, like even though there is somewhat of a backlog in what we're seeing for profits, because you look at the new products hadn't come out yet, even though that they're somewhat at a failure in the production. We're still looking at stuff that they had that they were excelling currently. So that's why we can still see some profits. We might see a change in that coming soon. But when we're talking about the workers, people who really keep everything moving. If and I guess to also add in the point that you made with the having people office workers, even though they claim to have gotten more productivity at that time, now they're saying something different. Most of that is so that they can have the productivity is not being able to control their mentality. That's
Hmm.
where, like, they need a good slave, and
Hmm.
a good slave doesn't have an opportunity to think for themselves. They need to have the ability to think for them, to tell them what they should be believing and what they should think. So, you know, they need to have that sense of control to where they can input these certain things in your mind to make you believe that things are this way or that way, and you know like if
Because
you're
when they
getting
got you in the office, they can keep indoctrinating you more and more and more. They don't have the power to indoctrinate you over and over if you're
100%.
working from home.
Exactly, because I mean they do, because I mean I noticed that you know well, someone really close to me, they work for a big company, a big corporation, and she was working from home, but she was in meetings
All
all
the
the
time.
time. Yeah, so they do have the ability to do it, but that's they're pretty what I'm saying, they kind of had it from the beginning how they were going to handle these things.
Yeah, they have
So,
too good, and so they don't. They feel like they slipped a little bit. They don't have as much,
well,
quite
well,
much.
my example is only for one corporation. I don't know how much they slip because they have a great control over, the mentality. Because even though, like, there's a lot of things that, maybe you and I have a different approach or way of seeing things than she does, or people in her situation will, because like I said, if they don't get their uh, salary, like they're pretty much willing to do whatever it's going to take to get it, because they have $500,000 homes, they have
They
you
gotta
know
pay.
six, 50, 60, $70,000 vehicles, and
Hmm.
so they're like
They
have
gotta pay. They need that money.
yes.
So yeah. Let me read this. It says, if anyone says we won't experience a recession because the rate of unemployment is too low, show them this. And another part I think about this is they're looking at the numbers of, because they keep saying Biden economics, and they're like, so many people have jobs or whatever. But it's like a lot of people have 2 and 3 jobs. So that's what goes into those numbers to look like it looks like it's 2 or 3 people employed, but it's only one. You get what I'm saying? That's pushing the numbers in a certain way too. And the reason why these people have 2 and 3 jobs is because of inflation and how much everything costs. One regular job just don't cut it nowadays. You know what I mean? Unless you have a really good job. If you don't have a good job, one job is not paying your bills. Everyone has to have a second job, a hustle, something else going on, or they not even making ends meet at the end of the month.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you, somebody who's been making decent money for a while, because I mean I see people, the goal now is everybody's trying to be at 100,000. Well, it's pretty much to the point where to have a real, like, a decent middle class life, you're gonna probably have to be at $250,000 right now. Like even if you're making 100,000 a
because
year,
everything costs so
you're
much.
still scraping by.
You're still struggling.
Yeah, and that's the part that I think that
Let me
the
read
average
her
person doesn't really get.
because of the inflation, how much everything costs. The dollar doesn't stretch as far as it did 10, 20, 30 years ago. It just
Well,
doesn't.
and Bernie was talking about that, and that's like what's really massive is that okay, you know, the greed has gone way too far, and I think that's a part because I mean, when Biden is saying that everything is going well, the economy is growing, this is blah 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 blah, but we got to understand that he's looking at it from a different perspective in which if on the path that we're going and if they're able to accomplish the goals that they've been working toward, they'll be able to give some leeway to make more, for the workers to make some more, a little more money, but which will give them some relief and maybe have them to not bark so much about the unfairness. But they're looking at everything because they're trying to turn the tides of us using, because I mean the oil, well, how we use oil, because they don't want to just give us the fuel and this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. No, they're going to use the oil to be able to produce all these other products the way that they want to, so that it can be more profitable to them. And for us,
Right.
if you're on the outside of them, you'll be lucky to make anything. You know what I'm saying? So like if you're not into investments, yeah, if you're not in the investment side of the capital, if you're the one who's at the bottom of the trickle down effect, because people think that Democrats are not about the whole trickle down effect. They most definitely are. They just try to make Republicans sound bad when they say it.
Right.
No, they're very much a part of that same system. Like I
Right.
said, I mean, to some extent, I just feel that, the Republicans are more direct about it and just like, this is just what it is. And you need to be a part of, like if you want to be on the other side of that, then get like us. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the mindset they have. Well, Democrats definitely push for the working class to keep you a working class. And
Yeah.
this is,
I completely agree with you on that. Let me read a conundrums. She the one who posted this. Let me read her caption. She says, I wish I could tag every one of you willfully ignorant mofos who argued me down about a recession being impossible because of low employment. I told you imbeciles, the Fed told you imbeciles, the goal is to get the unemployment numbers high to slow spending. And now you hear corporate America is also on board to provide a little attitude adjustment. So, for those who ignored every other indicator that shows a recession is here coming, and you were so firm that a recession won't and can't happen because the unemployment numbers are too low, how about now? He says, let me take my petty butt through some of these comments and find at least a few you mouthy motherfuckers say.
Sounds pissed.
Yeah, she's emotional.
but she's emotional, but that's like, I get emotional sometimes too, because I'm like, there's so many things that like we've discussed here that is like so much clearer to see now than it was then, when I'm like, no, can't you see? Well, not just me, but it was us. Like we were like, so many things that we've discussed over time that pretty much preparing for, or at least trying to prepare for, is here, and
Yep.
like we're totally living it.
Let me read this one. It says, this is a comment underneath the post. It says, this is very telling and transparent. They want employees to get back in line and feel grateful for receiving any type of treatment and wage that an employer wants to dole out. No, you can't rent out your house on Airbnb and replace your income, go back to work. No, you can't make a decent wage driving for Uber or Lyft, go back to work. We, the rich, need you to drive us and take whatever treatment that we give you and you need to like it. You need to shift your attitude and be happy to have this low wage and barely get by. Oh, and yeah, we will make it so that this is a renter nation while big corporations buy up all the single family homes that causes an inflation in rents while blaming the mom and pop Airbnb owners. Shaking my head. This is the same attitude that fuels racism. Blacks have been deemed lazy ever since we stopped working for free. When we built our own towns, they were destroyed, so they were forced to need the majority. We fought to integrate to still be treated less than and still need to fight for diversity in spaces where we are unwelcome. But as long as we stay in our place, serve without pushback, then it's all good. Okay, I'm done ranting, LOL.
I
Another
mean,
comment. Go ahead, go ahead.
no, I'm just saying, like, you know, great points. I think, but it's but it's too much of us. It's too much reactivity, and I think, like, well, I've had some different conversations about, how to handle this economy, this current and coming economy. But we sit around and, we're almost to some extent beggars, instead of, us really, because we're at a really a point in time where we could actually start to create. But the fear of what has to happen in between that change is where most people fall off from. And it's like, either you allow them to continue building and getting stronger and stronger without us, because, like I said, they've already let in millions of people who are willing to accept the low wages that, we want, and we give them enough time to make legislation to where these people can, you know, be just, take those jobs, and we just have to pretty much deal with it. I mean, we're really placing ourselves out. So
That's
I
actually a
have some
good
solution.
point, the immigration part, because they act like they don't want the immigrants here, whatever, but they aren't being honest with that.
No, they
And I
did that
think,
on purpose. I mean,
yeah,
there's nothing that they've done that wasn't on purpose. Like, they purposely did this because they
and the
knew.
point is to have a segment of our society who can be manipulated and controlled, who, if they are, it's like second class citizens. It's like, they don't have proper papers or whatever, they're not legitimate, so they get paid under the table, they accept whatever wages. They can't never complain, like if the job is doing them wrong in whatever kind of way, like not paying them, or the environment is not safe, all kinds of stuff, like mistreating them, abusing them. They can't say anything because they're not really legal. So then the employers get to treat them any kind of way and use them any kind of way. And they want a group of us here that they can do that and pay them trash.
Yeah, I forget what I was watching. I think this is it's one of the things on Forbes.com that you know, I think I may have sent it, but some of the numbers that, because, like, the spending that they're using is, yeah, I think I might have sent that video out earlier. The spending that that's going on, they're blaming the Democratic Party, but at the same time, this is stuff that they also voted for too. This is what they're saying. Of course, they're at the point where they're saying, like, okay, this is something that we can't continue to allow happening. But we're talking about $400,000 per person that has come here as immigrants. That, if we continue doing that, we're just really, we're giving away, like, we're doing, we're doing an injustice to the country and people who have been here and deserve to have their taxes used on them than others. So, and this is also including the whole Eric Adams in New York, and, like, different places that's getting hit really hard with the migrants that's come in. So it's there's somewhat of an imbalance, but I think that, you know in every sense of it, based on, because, like I said, none of these things, the biggest problem I think that they said that they know that they've been involving themselves in is to get one, in order for them to get one thing that that they need to get done, they'll accept it because there's multiple bills balled up into one. So in order to get this thing, you got to take this, and the third. And for the people, and based on time, they fold and go along with that bill, which is just really just screwing things up because, like I said, the only way to get things done is say, okay, they get one, in their ability to get one thing done, they had to accept 3 bullshit things, maybe more, within one bill, just so that they can get that one important thing done.
Yep, and that's how it's been going for the longest. I'm
Yeah.
reading the comment. It says, had people arguing me down yesterday when I posted about refusing to use self-checkouts, giving away my free labor when the store should be paying someone a livable wage to do this job. That's a really important comment right there, because what we do, our habits has an impact on what they do, what the corporations can do. They can only do so much. So, but I see how they motivate us to do the self checkouts, because you either
Time.
gonna have they close all the lines, and then you got to stand in line, and you could just went through the checkout and be back to your car already, you know.
Yeah.
So that's how they motivate you to use those self checkouts. They don't want to have to pay somebody else there. It's just another way to save money. And then it's funny how, like, I don't know, I was reading something about something how they were saying it has to do with these self checkouts too. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's like, how come the prices hasn't gone down as a result of that? They have all of these self checkouts and stuff in all of the stores now. Like, I went to a CVS and they didn't even have anyone at all checking anybody out. Everything was self checkouts. So, and
No.
it's like, you ask yourself, you wonder, like, just a couple of years ago was a bunch of people in there working. So then there's few people they have to pay. Then they should be able to lower some of those prices, right? To even out that shit, right?
Bro, I'm gonna tell you the funniest, because you mentioned CVS. I was in CVS. I went in there. I was looking for some kind of pain medicine or something for my mom. But however, I'm just just noticing everything that's going around. The workers were just kind of just like standing around, and they was just having a full out conversation about this, whatever the third, whatever they were discussing, while everybody else is, pretty much doing things.
Checking themselves out. It's like
Yeah.
their job is just to watch you now, just to make sure you're not leaving at the store stealing. Like, it's always somebody at the door or near the door, but nobody is checking you out.
Yeah. No customer service. It's like, you ask, it's like, oh, I don't know. Go over there, check over it on such aisle. It's
Yeah.
I remember when people used to be like, come on, let's go. I think it's over. Yeah, they'll go with you and help you find
Help you
this
find it.
thing.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of like, I'm busy. Can't you see I'm busy doing nothing? Like,
Yeah.
bro,
I'm standing at the door. I have to stand up here and watch to make sure nobody steals. So you need to go find that shit yourself.
yeah.
And it's crazy because that's what's happening with all the companies. And I say that's a result of these companies getting way too big. You don't have no choice. Like, you only have a few options when it comes to buying like your drugs or whatever, or buying your groceries. It's a monopoly in every sector. So you have to go with them. So then they know this. So then it's like, you just got to deal with whatever they're fucking, like, you just got to deal with it because it's a
Because
monopoly. There's no competition.
they cut off the people who, like the mom and pop stores, from being able to get certain things, so that you don't even see them as a viable option to go to when you need something, because they probably don't have it in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, with the supply chain, I think that was really where they really kind of mind fucked a bunch of us, is that, you know like, you're wasting time going to these other stores. You want to build them up, you want to help them be successful, but they ain't got none of the stuff you need. So you're wasting time. Just come to us and we'll screw you really good. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's you know what that made me
and
think
you'll
of?
love it.
it's just like the argument with the third parties with the political system. It's like you have to vote Republican or Democrat, or you're wasting your vote, right? Don't waste your time trying to build up a third party, because they don't even have a chance. So all you're doing is spoiling, for one of the other ones. So that's kind of like the same thing with this, what you're talking about, don't waste your time patronizing those smaller stores or whatever, because they're not going to have what you need or whatever. Just come here and save your time. So boom, 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 boom. It's the same fucking damn playbook.
Yep.
And it works.
It definitely works. I mean, because what do you do? What do? You just decide that you're not going to use this thing ever again, and this is usually a necessity. I mean,
yeah, something that you really need, or you drive around the city and do go to those other stores and don't find what you're looking for and waste your time.
Yeah,
like, those are your options. It's like stir fried shit or baked shit or just fucked.
Yeah, or stewed shit. I mean, it's one of those. Because I mean, like I said, there's not too many purchases that's being made that, oh, I just want. It's still you're still in a need purchase, mindset. Like you're not really getting things that you want to get. You're getting things that you need.
Because how many of us really have disposable incomes, anyways? Our economy has turned into all necessity stuff. You know what I mean?
Used to.
Like the disposable income we use is on like our entertainment for like our Wi-Fi, but then that's tied to stuff that we really need because we do need our Wi-Fi for other stuff related to work, school, or whatever. So then that's tied in with your entertainment because you get your streaming services or whatever. So the few little streaming services that you have, that's where your disposable income comes. And then really you can look at that as a necessity because people have to wind down, right? They need something to get them out of the mind of freaking grind all the time, always working. Like you need a time to deflate your mind or whatever and relax and be able to, come back to center. Like you literally need that or you probably go crazy.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says this one. It says, I also think this isn't a recession per se, and more of a complete restructuring of the financial system and social contract. Universal basic income is on its way. Property and home ownership will be becoming a thing of the past, and we have a difficult 10 to 15 years ahead of us as we redefine the value of human labor. Ooh, that's heavy ass comment. I think this person is all the way right. She said it's a complete restructuring of the financial system and social contract related to the things that they're coming out with about the your output, your footprint, your carbon footprint, your social like credit score or whatever related to the actual physical cash being gone. No more payroll checks, and you know what I mean? Like that is what's happening with checks, cash, all of that stuff is on its way out if it's not already gone. Yes, a complete restructuring of the financial system is what's happening. So she's saying it's not a recession, it's a restructuring of the financial system. Boom, boom, boom. I think that's right. That's scary because we don't get to say, we don't have no say in where the way it's going.
Well, I mean, we could have a say, but we gotta be willing to allow everything that's going on to totally fail, which would probably send them, them pissing them off, pissing them off enough to where they send military in here to beat us back into submission. But but I mean, if we pretty much denied everything, we decide we're not gonna to give full effect. It probably had to be at least 3 days to, don't purchase fuel, don't purchase food and all that. But usually people just gonna be like, okay, we're gonna do that. They stock up on shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
it still won't work. We all got to be on board, and we have to be in one accord and go at this together. So, but
Well,
that's,
yeah,
I'm going to get back to the
but
striking thing because that is actually the answer to all of this stuff. It's leveraging labor, making them realize that they need it. You know, let me read one more comment and then I'm gonna go back to the labor thing. This one, it says, bottom line, people figured out the purpose during and after COVID. People made their passions and hobbies into businesses to generate income, and they don't like it. We are no longer feeling like a slave to our jobs because we built confidence in ourselves that we can run a small business and still have a full-time job at the same damn time. But we're no longer scared of that job to fire us or have them over with us. We just woke up and know our worth. We don't mind working for someone. We're just not going to work so hard for them anymore. We're going to work hard for ourselves. No, that's all. It's hard to read this. Ain't nothing wrong with that. They made because they mad. I guess that's what they meant to say. Because they can't figure out why is it that we are making everything expensive like gas, homes, and food, and the black and brown people would not work hard for us anymore. Yeah, I don't think this is a racial thing. Like they're really screwing over everybody. It's like the JFK quote where he says, "It's a plan to make every man, woman, and child into a slave," and that's what
well,
they did.
well, personally, I mean, I don't think it's really just like it's a racial thing because I mean, regardless, there's certain things that, you know, because of our numbers, the majority of us feel it faster than other demographics. So, I mean, it does affect us way faster than others, but I don't know. I think that really the control is they don't really care about, I don't think they've ever really cared about the race part of it because they just need hands and feet. They need you, you know what I'm saying? Like whoever's gonna do it, let's do it. I mean, when we talking about the what was the thing they just shut down with the I never can think of it when I need to, but the with the labor stuff that they just changed. Come on now, you what was the thing that just overturned with the in the federal with the Clarence Thomas and them with the labor stuff?
You're talking about you're talking about um
With
uh
schools and
affirmative
all this
action.
affirmative action. Like I mean, that right there, just I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it matters to them about your race at all. They, like I said, they need, if you're willing to be the hands and feet, that's what they care about. Were you white, black, brown, yellow? Yeah. So yeah, I don't think it's so much, but like I said, we usually get affected quickly. More of us are affected immediately than, because there's white people who's getting affected at the same time as us. But, you know, most people will tell them, hey, you're white, you got privilege, this, that, and the other. And, you know, or either they're just failures, you know what I'm saying? They have to accept that right away. For us, we're like, we have other things that we can use to say that we're getting, because I mean, not to say that they're not doing those things. It's just that, we have that window, something that we can say and use that people hear much faster because, they try to cater to, they try to pander to us to a certain
Mhm.
extent.
I want to
Why?
play some of this right here to try to wrap some of this up because I think they're going to talk a little bit about the history related to the UAW strike. Let's listen to some of this.
Auto workers has launched an historic targeted strike against the big three U.S. automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, which is the parent company of Chrysler. On Thursday, UAW President Shawn Fain announced a Stellantis complex in Toledo, Ohio, and a Ford assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan. About 12,700 workers are taking part in this initial strike, but Fain said the strike could be expanded.
Tonight, for the first time in our history, we will strike all three of the big three at once. We are using a new strategy, the stand-up strike. We will call on select facilities, locals, or units to stand up and go on strike. This strategy will keep the companies guessing. It will give our national negotiators maximum leverage and flexibility in bargaining. And if we need to go all out, we will.
The strike comes during a highly profitable period for the big three automakers. According to the UAW, the three auto companies made a combined $21 billion in profits in the first 6 months of the year. The union's demanding higher wages, a return to traditional pension plans, and a shorter work week. This is Jesse Ramirez, president of UAW Local 230.
It's a long time coming. Our members are owed what they gave up during the bankruptcies. We gave up pay, we gave up COLA, we gave up pensions. Tiers were introduced into our location here. So it's about time that all the sacrifice that our members gave to this company to bring it out of bankruptcies and now one of the most profitable car companies, it's time that our members get what's owed to them.
So see, that part is important because they gave up a lot of stuff when the auto industry was in trouble, and they were saying that they were going to go out of business, and they were saying they were too big to fail. We can't let these companies fail. So the government bailed them out, and the companies, asked their employees to give up some stuff, and they told them that they were going to give them this stuff back once the company becomes profitable again. And the company has become record profitable, and they still haven't given back this stuff that they took away. So that part of it, I think, is what is missing in the conversation a lot of times on this subject. A lot of people are like, oh, these people are asking for too much. They forgot that these people gave up a lot of stuff, and the company told them they were going to give it back to them, and they haven't. That's shady and shitty. So they deserve this.
On Wednesday, UAW President Shawn Fain addressed auto workers about the need to strike.
I'm at peace with the decision to strike if we have to, because I know that we're on the right side in this battle. It's a battle of the working class against the rich, the haves versus the have-nots, the billionaire class against everybody else. And again, in talking about that, this class warfare, people accuse us and say this is class warfare. There's been class warfare going on in this country for the last 40 years. The billionaire class has been taking everything and leaving everybody else to fight for the scraps. And when I talk about that, there's one more piece of scripture I like, it reminds me of it in Matthew 19:23-24, which states, "It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." Why is it easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God? I have to believe that answer, at least in part, is because in the kingdom of God, no one hoards all the wealth while everybody else suffers and starves. In the kingdom of God, no one puts themselves in a position of total domination over the entire community. In the kingdom of God, no one forces others to perform endless, back-breaking work just to feed their families or put a roof over their heads. That world's not the kingdom of God. That world is hell. Living paycheck to paycheck, scraping to get by, that's hell. Choosing between medicine and rent is hell. Working 7 days a week for 12 hours a day for months on end is hell. Having your plant closed down and your family scattered across the country is hell. Being made to work during a pandemic and not knowing if you might get sick and die or spread the disease to your family is hell. And enough is enough. It's time to decide what kind of world we want to live in. And it's time to decide what we're willing to do to get it.
It's time to decide on what world we want to live in. I love that. We could put that on a billboard. Man, this is great. And what's really, really awesome about this is that this highlights what we really should be talking about. Like, the thing is, this is what the politics have been avoiding, right? You know, they got us talking about Trump legal issues. They got us talking about LGBTQ issues. They got us talking about, you know, I don't know, affirmative action or whatever. All of this stuff. But the main topic is what we're talking about here, you know, and it makes me think about Bernie when Bernie ran for president, and what the people were saying. They were saying, you know, we know that Bernie isn't gonna like save the world or whatever, you know. It's like Bernie or we're gonna burn this whole damn thing down. It's like. And I think this is what has happened. So they didn't let Bernie, they sabotaged Bernie, didn't let him become president. And all of these people, you know, that were supporting Bernie, you know, really pissed, right? And it was like stepping on an ant bed. And that's what they did. And so now you got the pressure coming as a result. And this is what it is. So more than what they would have gotten from Bernie, they want way more now. Like I say, Bernie was the bottom, was the least that they would accept. You know what I'm saying? Now it's pushing for over the top. You know what I mean? And you know, this, he said, class warfare. He said it's been going on already. You know, they pushed it to the limit. You know what I mean? They've pushed us into a corner. They've given us scrapes and forced us to be happy with that shit. And people are just having enough. Enough is a freaking enough. And now they're organizing and they're pushing against the system right in the points where it hurts them the most. You got the Hollywood strike going on, and now you got this auto workers going on at the same time. There's another strike. I can't even think of it right now. It's happening. You know, it's crazy. They want more and more and more and more. You know, they had the thing where they voted about the prescription. They wanted Medicare to be able to negotiate prescription drug prices, right? All of the Republicans voted against it. Every single one of them. And it's like, you know, it's like, why would you not want Medicare to negotiate prices? Like, what is it about that you would have a problem with? You know, we're talking about here, he said people having to choose medicine over food. There goes another dynamic related to this whole thing. So the people are struggling. They live and check to check. They need to buy medicine, and the medicine is way overpriced. You're getting price gouged by the damn pharmaceutical companies on these drugs that you need to fucking stay alive, like that you really need to live, you know. And they won't even let Medicare negotiate the prices. Like that's like such bare bottom stuff that they won't let happen, you know. And so this is what you get as a result. You got comments? Let me play some more of this.
Oh, I was muted, but
if I did it, it was an accident. I'm sorry. Let me play some more.
That was UAW President Shawn Fain, who took office in March. We're joined now by two guests. Alex Press is staff writer for Jacobin Magazine, where she covers labor. Her new piece headlined, "The UAW Strike Matters for the Entire U.S. Working Class."
Yep.
Press was a union organizer before becoming a reporter. And Marcelina Pedraza is with us. She works as an electrician at a Ford assembly plant in Chicago, a member of UAW Local 551, and a fourth-generation union worker. Marcelina, let's begin with you in Chicago. Your response to what happened last night at midnight, thousands of auto workers going out on strike in a targeted strike against three of the automakers, the big three automakers.
And I like the way they're doing it too. Like it's a targeting strike. They're specific plant, one specific plant within each one of the three big auto making companies. And what they're doing is they want to keep them on their heels so they don't know where another strike can pop up at. You know, what they said was every time they come to the table and they give a disrespectful proposal or something that they consider disrespectful, they're going to up the strike. So you're going to see in the future that this strike is going to grow, because I know that the auto industry is not going to cave, at least not right away. So they're going to choose other plants to start strikes in. Boom, 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 boom.
Well,
keeping them on their heels.
Well, I'm
Right.
gonna tell you, this is where I think that certain politicians being in proper position really help stuff like this, because I think a Joe Biden, Obama, someone of those likes, helps the the manufacturer more in situations like this, because they know that, on the back end, one of the easier things for them to do is to create a policy that allows them to build somewhere else, and them bringing in vehicles from wherever. These American cars can be built somewhere else, you know what I'm saying? So I think in this situation, Trump would be probably somebody better to handle this, because I think him, even in his political stance, him speaking the way he speaks, I think for the most part he would stand, because he, of his narcissism and his want for the people to back him and to say that they're with him. He would go along with the strikers much quicker than a Biden would. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, I played clips earlier where Biden was sounding like he was supporting the strikes, and Trump was like not picking a side, and it seemed like, because then he started scrutinizing the UAW. So I think that's him picking a side, saying that y'all should endorse me. But what I thought you was gonna say was that having Obama or whatever in there, it would make the people passive, and that's what I think. Having them in there thinking that they're working for them, then the people just sit back and let the government let the politicians do what they do, and then they think that they're going to be good. And
that's another
so I
side
think
of it. That's definitely another side of it. Yeah.
and I think that's terrible. And I think that that's one of the good side effects to Trump's being in there, and people realizing that they got to fight. They got to fight and take care of business. They got to get their shit together. They can't wait for nobody to come and save them. And that's another reason why me like choosing not to vote, and I don't even care Trump wins or whatever. It may have a good impact in the long run, because the people are going to be like, well, we got to go get out here and fight, and we got to take care of business and do what needs to be done, regardless of who the hell is in office.
I'm definitely voting, and because I want it to be known, and because like I said, it's not so much just the Democrat or Republican. It's more so that the people at the top have to really they're going to have to fight more to get us to lean one way or another. Like if we continue to do what we've been doing, they can rely on, they're just going to do what they've always done. But when you make the stance that, all right, you know what, I'm definitely not voting for you, because this is how you treat me, this is how you've been treating me. Yeah, I hadn't received any promises from this other side, which makes them much more relevant to me, because they haven't lied to me and told me they was going to do something that never happens.
Yeah.
So
well,
I think
I always vote in the primaries, but when they give me a choice between stir fried shit and baked shit, I'm gonna pass every time. But I think that what you're saying is right, but it needs to be like the voting for the third parties. If a lot of people vote for third parties, even if it doesn't get them in, then they have to look at the fact that they're not, a large segment is not happy with the status quo of the Republicans or the Democrats. You get what I'm saying? And then maybe that'll force them to adjust what they're doing to appeal to these voters. But see, the thing is, what people don't really understand about the United States, most people in the United States don't vote. It's not like that in a lot of countries. They have like 80-90% of the voting eligible voters vote. In the United States, it's like 20% or some shit like that.
No, no,
Like,
no. It's higher than that. I think it's probably close to 45% of, because they were saying it's like it's over 50% that vote. It's just that those other, 200 million, like I said, 200, like 150 million plus 180 million, just giving an estimate, no exact numbers, but if those other people did vote, like, things would probably be totally different. But that's where our political, that's where we are as people politically, that we don't trust in the system enough, and we just don't, we just don't even get into it, where I think that things would be totally different if more people did speak up on what they believe, or
and they've cultivated this atmosphere that leads to apathy, that leads to indifference, that leads people to feel hopeless and feel like their vote, doesn't count or whatever, and I think that they wanted it like that. And that's how you have this situation where the minority of their views are the ones that's getting heard, and the majority of people's views are just completely overlooked.
Yeah. But then, at the same time, because I mean, of course, like, we're talking about these strikes, these are definitely heavy things to be talking about. But a lot of times, the people who are speaking out are overly emotional, and we're talking about things that, doesn't really move the mark. It doesn't really change anything but for a small few. Instead of something that can be greater for everyone, we kind of stagnant from the actual changes that could truly happen. You know what I'm saying? So and really, it could be some of the, some things that's small, like what we might think are small, but would be way more significant in the end.
Let me play some more of this.
Talk about the significance of this.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. I love the show. Yeah, this is an historic moment, as you said, the first time in history that all big three auto workers will be striking. And it's inspiring to see, the solidarity between all of the auto workers, not just auto workers, but workers from all around. This is going to make, it's going to be beneficial to us. We're going to keep fighting, and I hope this strategy will work. I'm going to trust the process. I know a lot of members might be disappointed that we weren't called, but that still could be a possibility. And we're ready if and when we'll be called to walk out next.
So talk about this strategy of the targeted strike. We've never seen this before in U.S. history. And also, do you think a change in the leadership of the UAW, Shawn Fain became president in March, has made the difference here?
Yes, for sure. I mean, since our newly elected President Shawn Fain said, this is going to keep the companies keep them guessing, and, since he was elected on the campaign, the One Member, One Vote campaign from UAWD, United Auto Workers for Democracy, I think it's made a huge difference. Where members are seeing more transparency. We're getting constant updates, which we, haven't seen in the past couple contracts that I've been involved with. So the members are fired up, and we're ready, and we're united.
It's a really key point that you're making, Marcelina, that Shawn Fain won in the first direct election of the UAW's leadership in the organization's, in the union's 88-year history. I want to go to the...
So they did their election thing differently, and they had a different result of who ends up in charge. And then after that, then this guy is being a real leader and is, leading them to do these to do this strike. And it's like, you know how like they have what's the word I'm looking for? Controlled opposition, where you know the unions have been weak as hell. And Doc was making the good comments before when we was talking about the unions and how like they really just be like screwing over people and stuff. So but that's the plan, so that people cannot have faith in the unions and not expect them to fight for them or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So when they changed the way that they did the voting and they actually got somebody in there that really cared, apparently, well, he looks like he cares, you know, because he's fighting for the people. Immediately, you're getting results.
Exactly. Well, and see, that's the thing that I think that I don't think that we pay enough attention to, is that some of these people that, you know, that we end up with, or let's just say even in politics, like they were given to us by someone. You know, it was a organized thought on how this person would, you know, be the best fit for everyone. But then of course once they get into position, because it's just like what we see, you know, in like our state representatives and things like this. Like these are the people that's put forth, you know, given heavy donations so that they can run campaigns. But the person who's going to actually do more work for us only got 100,000 when this other person got 100 million. You know what I'm saying? So it's
And they can't compete. It's not even fair.
Yeah, so I mean, it's the corporations are going, you know, and they demand certain things with their money. That's the same way that we should be with ours.
Right.
So
They're gonna expect favors back. It's like, hey, I put you in office. And I saw something too, and it was about, again, back to the pharmaceutical. I think it was the pharmaceutical thing, and they were saying, was it that? No. It was Ken Paxton. I want to come back around to that too, because you know he was on trial for an impeachment, but he got acquitted on all charges, and he's getting reinstated as the Texas State Attorney General. So they lost or whatever. And I saw where there was like a pact that said whoever in the legislature votes against Ken Paxton, that they were going to put money up against their opponent when they run for re-election again. So it was like a bunch of money raised and pressure put on the legislators in Texas, that if they was to vote to impeach Ken Paxton, that these group of billionaires, millionaires, or whatever they were, they're going to throw all their money against their opponents, whoever voted against Ken Paxton getting impeached.
well, see, and that's the thing, man. The purse is what gets most people, and it's like, okay, yeah, we're all in need of money, but when you know it boils down to it, and only if you know do everything, only a few people are able to get the money. Like we're still losing as a whole. So I mean, I think we have to stop being afraid. But I mean, we're talking about other politicians, people who are already in there and can't, you know, they don't know in which way we're going to respond, which should be the most important thing to them. But when a billionaire speaks, he's got more money than shit, 1,000 of us, 2,000 of us,
Yeah.
a million of us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me play some more.
The Ford CEO, Jim Farley, who was speaking on CNBC earlier this week, claiming the United Auto Workers Union proposal could bankrupt the company.
If we signed up for the UAW's request, instead of making money and distributing $75,000 in profit sharing in the last 10 years, we would have lost $15 billion and gone bankrupt by now. The average pay would be nearly $300,000 fully fringed for a 4-day work week. There is no way.
Per UAW employee.
Yeah. This is our fully tenured school teacher in the U.S. makes $66,000. Someone from the military or fireman makes mid $50,000. This is 4 or 5 times, 6 times what they make. There's no way we can be sustainable as a company. That's why we put our proposal in 2 weeks ago to say, look, you want us to choose bankruptcy over supporting our workers? Here's our proposal. Let's work through this. We've heard nothing.
That's the CEO of GM, Jim Farley. Last night, Sean Fain was asked about his comments, and he said that the labor pay was something like 5% of what the companies pay out. Alex Press, your staff writer for Jacobin, you wrote this new piece, the UAW strike.
You know that guy's full of fucking shit when he talking about that 300,000 bullshit.
Yeah, that's full of shit. Because look, I'm gonna say that this just as an example of what could be done all across the board is member-owned, manufacturers, and it, when you put in
No, they don't want
so
that.
much.
Co-op.
Well, what I'm saying
Worker
is
co-op.
the employees can make money every time the company makes money.
Right.
So they have a salary that they're structured the business on, but they also have, incentives where if they meet certain plateaus, they're able, they don't even have to be bonuses. They just like certain things that they could receive in bonus could go into their stock, ownership.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what he was saying, because they do have a system that's like that in place. But just like I was saying, I work for Home Depot, and they have a thing like that that's in place. But the way it plays out is not how it sounds when they talk about it. It's like a tiered ass system, so certain people get bigger chunks. The other part of it is like the CEOs, their compensation is that. Like the majority of their compensation is related to how well the company does. So, but then that guy, when he was talking about the 300,000, he was adding in like their health insurance and all of this other stuff, which isn't really wages, which isn't really income that they're making. So, but then when you look at the CEO pay, they're not talking about fucking insurance and shit. They're talking about cash in the dude's account. You know what I mean? That's a huge difference. Like, they like to play with those numbers and confuse people.
Well, I don't. I mean, maybe from my standpoint, I see that as income because I know it costs money to do that on my own. So that's money that I have to use of my income to create my own, money for insurance or any investments or whatever. So when I see that money come out, like to me, that's money that was earned that I could do anything with, but that's what I'm choosing to do it with for that. So, but either way, my thing is that the percent, because it's a lot of times probably not set up to be fairly distributed, even in, when we're talking about putting money, from that, that they would make in bonus that they can put into investments with, because if they're having record investment, record profits, then for the employees to be able to take advantage of that, I think that there has to be some kind of civil and honest, fair way to do that. That's the thing that they have to come up with a plan that can really accomplish that.
Matters for the entire U.S. workforce. If you can talk about what Farley is contending.
Yeah, so I mean, Sean Fain said last night in response to those comments, every word out of their mouths is a lie. And I think in this case, it's absolutely true. Jim Farley was paid tens of millions of dollars last year. There's no sense of bankruptcy on the table for these companies. I think it's important.
Yeah, man, he's talking about we're going to go bankrupt if we pay off, this what y'all asking for or whatever. So, but look, what about how much you paid your CEOs? If they got paid $22 million, you know what I mean? If you made $1 billion in profits in just the first quarter of this year, how the hell is that you going out of business? The thing is that they want to be able to pay their executives and their CEOs the amount that they want to pay them, and they can't do that and pay their employees, what is fair, what these people are asking for. They can't do both. That would drive them out of business.
I think that there has to be a cap for some of these things, especially for CEOs, because number one, if you want to take that job, because I mean, bro, you're not doing, your main thought process is how to screw other people, and it don't cost that much for that. You know what I'm saying? Like you're talking about. I mean, you know, if it really come down to, I mean, would you, you know, to do the same job, you would do it for 2 million, right?
Yeah, for sure. And
I
still be living good. So,
yeah,
and then the other part is the stock buybacks, because that's what they want to do. It's like this business model that they have. All of the corporations are doing it, and you know that's how they freaking. Another part of what's going on is these stock buybacks. Instead of spending money on like paying your workers, or spending your money on research and development, streamlining your business, or making it, you know, updating your business or whatever, trying to be competitive. Nope. Stock buybacks, money just flips, and that's it. More money in the account for the CEOs, and more money in the account for the investors. The investors are happy, the CEOs are happy, so that's all that they care about.
To think about when we talk about strikes that are about ending tiers, especially, which is what's at play here with the auto workers. You know, $300,000 a year. This is a calculation for the top rate with all benefits translated into monetary value. There are workers on the assembly lines right now who are making $22 an hour with very few benefits. These are workers who can spend up to 8 years as temporary employees, not given access to full-time benefits and pay because of these tiers. They might work 60, 70-hour weeks alongside people paid much better. This destroys a union, right? It rots it from the inside. Workers distrust each other. It's very hard to keep oneself together in such a situation. So Jim Farley, a man who has paid tens of millions of dollars, is contesting that he can afford to give workers a few extra dollars an hour. And so I think there are many specificities when you go into the list of demands here that you don't have to be all in and a member of the UAW's reform leadership to sense that, you know, this is a lie. Even Bloomberg itself talked about how real wages have been down 30% for UAW members over the past 10 years. And again, Bloomberg said that the companies can afford this.
And just to say, Jim Farley is the Ford CEO. That's where Marcelino works.
Yes.
Made something like $21 million in total compensation last year, according to the Detroit News, while Stellantis CEO Carlos Tavares made $24.8 million. Can you talk about why 2023, this historic strike, relates so directly to the 2009 financial crisis and what UAW agreed to give back because the company said they would go bankrupt?
Sure. So there were a number of concessions that the workers agreed to, that the UAW agreed to, you know, quote unquote, to save these companies, right? They were failing, they were facing bankruptcy. Some of the things the workers gave up included cost of living allowances, COLA, as we call it. So, you know, as inflation has been high lately, these workers are losing more and more money every year in real wages. They introduced tiers, as I mentioned, you know, workers who are working alongside the older workers, the more senior workers, and being paid less. They lack pensions. Retirees are suffering. These are all things that were supposed to be temporary, right? The company said, as soon as we're profitable, we'll give this back, right? It was this sense of partnership. That partnership was a poison pill for workers, and the UAW new leadership knows that. And they're saying, hey, you're very profitable. You know, it is very clear that these companies are making historic profits. You know, it's up almost 100% as far as their North American profits over the past decade versus the decade prior. And the leadership and the rank and file are saying, okay, you lied. You didn't give it back, so now we're taking it back.
Senator,
You didn't give it back, so we're taking it back. I love it. I love it. I love it. I don't want to spend much more time on this. Go ahead.
But you know, I think one of the things too, because I mean, at this point, it's almost like, okay, they get their money, the lost wages between since 2009 up to now, because a bunch of those people probably was hoping to be able to retire by now, and you know, like them sacrificing to keep the company rolling because it was a necessity for everybody. All right, you know, this is going to help everybody, you know, but then for the company, the manufacturer, the owner, you know, for the high ups within the company is taking advantage of, you know, these people and their position. is, I would say, like, fully law, because what was in writing, and that's what I would want to see what was really written into the deal, where when they gave the concessions on a timely manner, because it's 2009 up to 2019, they were in profit. After 10 years, they were definitely back in profit. Really, probably after 2 or 3 years, because I know, like, when it comes down to Ford didn't even really accept all of the money the same way that Chevy and Dodge did.
Yeah.
So I know it's different things that's happening there, but I would definitely think General Motors and Dodge as a whole, Dodge, Ram, all of it, because it's kind of broken up. I think they're kind of broken up because Mercedes and other people own it now, the Chrysler company. So it's really, I would like to see what was in writing, but also, if it's, everything is put down in ink, it's just a matter of a lawsuit, and for them to really be able to recover the money since they've been in profit.
Yeah, well, it's going to be loopholes with that. That's not going to work because they said when we become profitable was probably what was in ink. So then they could play with those numbers and all of that and be like, oh, well, you know what? We haven't been actually profitable.
Well, I mean, of course, that's going to be some, I mean, they can try to, but at the same time, I don't think that they get very far, because, I mean, listen to the rhetoric that they've been saying just even recently. Okay, let's just say you became profitable just last year. That's probably enough money for most of those people to retire on.
Yeah.
So we're talking about billions of dollars.
Yeah. So,
We're
but the
only talking
suit,
about the 20, because, I mean, we're talking about the CEO and the money that they've collected for themselves.
yeah,
22
but even still, the suits wouldn't be the answer because even if they lost the suit and they would just continue to do what they're doing and screw over all of the rest of the workers.
I
You know what I'm
hear you,
saying?
but
So
I hear what you're saying. Well, I'm saying, like, at the least, because yes, the overall what needs to happen is, the for first of all, for them to be fair, and anybody who's become new workers, people who weren't, that was working back then, they got the promise. Okay, if they're not there anymore, I don't know how to handle them. But those who are still there, they fulfilled their promise. They will, give certain concessions so that the company can continue to grow and strive, even though the government gave them money to continue. It just, because this is the same thing. This is kind of the same thing with the housing.
right,
The
the banks,
yes, it's all
exactly the
intertwined.
same.
Yeah.
Let me read the caption. It says, for the first time in history, the United Auto Workers has launched a strike against the big three U.S. automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler, all at once. UAW President Sean Fein announced targeted strikes at 3 facilities: a General Motors plant in Wentzville, Missouri, a Stellantis complex in Toledo, Ohio, a Ford assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan. The action could grow to more locations in the coming days to ramp up pressure on the companies. The members are fired up and we're ready and we're united, says electrician Marcelina Pedreza, a member of UAW Local 551 at a Ford assembly plant in Chicago. This is an important moment in history for us to win back a lot of the things we've lost in these past few years, as the 3 auto companies made a combined $21 billion in profits in the first 6 months of 2023. $21 billion in 6 months. That's profit. The UAW is looking to take back contract benefits that conceded in 2008 financial crisis, so manufacturers would not go bankrupt. The partnership was a poison pill for you workers. The UAW new leadership knows that, says labor reporter Alex Press, who sees this strike as the labor movement, not just clawing back concessions, but going on the offensive.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, because I speak on my friend that works for big corporations and how they are handled when it comes to bonuses and things like that, and that comes from their percentage. Just like every 3 months, just like all of the the people who invest in the company get this this big check. It might be $30,000. Now just think, you making the 70, 80,000, 100, 150, whatever your salary is based on how long you've been there, and you're able to every 3 months get a check that's $20,000, $30,000 because of your investment in the company. That makes a big difference. So if you're treating them the same way you treat your regular investors, the same way that other companies are, I just think that that's more of at least a better way to handle that than for them to just.
Well, when you say investment in the company, as far as actually buying stocks or whatever is one thing, but you are investing in the company when you are
Sweat
putting your
equity.
labor and you
That's what
working there all the time. Okay,
I'm
yeah,
talking
that's
about.
what you meant. So yeah, I used to work for a company, and that's how it was. Like, I had a base salary amount, but I got a bonus every 3 months based on, certain parameters, and depending on performance and the performance of the company, the performance of like these surveys or whatever. It was a couple of parameters, and out of the results of those, because you get a review, your superior gives you a review, and based on that review and based on the company's profits over that same period, you get a check, and it comes every 3 months, and it didn't have nothing to do with investing, and that's on top of your salary.
Well, I think, because see, that's the thing. I think based on, certain productivity, they give you these, you know, reviews every, couple of months. And if you done your work the way you're supposed to, you get your full amount of whatever investments that that you acquire based, which is contractual with your hire. Um, so as long as you're doing your job the way you're supposed to, you don't get any cuts on your bonus or whatever you want to call that money, because it's really coming from your the stock buy, the purchasing of stocks that the company does automatically for you based on your contract. Um, so I think, I mean, I'm just this is just one way that could be done. It's many ways that we could do that, but I'm just saying, like, that would definitely make a difference in people's lives if they could, have that to rely on every few months. If they're making, even, of course, the inflation, whenever inflation hits, being able to have those upgrades in your pay definitely would be, I think, a fair deal for any company. But that's the whole play is that they've been able to get away with those things because our government doesn't force manufacturers to give us, give people their fair share in pay based on what the government is, whatever changes that has made throughout our government.
Let me read some comments. It says, Henry Ford gave his associates a decent wage for many reasons, but the one that stands out for me is that he wanted them to be able to afford a car that they had built. When I started in the auto industry in 1997, I bought a brand new car for $15,000 and a house for $130,000. I was making $18.50 an hour. Today, that same car is $28,000, and that same house is $600,000. And the associates being hired right now are making $18.50 an hour. This is so wrong. These people are being paid what I was being paid 25 years ago.
Yep.
Another comment, it says, weird how cutting executive pay is never an option in the United States, though cutting the pay of workers or cutting the workers themselves. Let's not forget they're the people who actually do the work are always on the table. See, that's what I was saying, because earlier, like when I was saying the point of them saying they're going to go out of business or whatever. Yeah, you're going to go out of business because you don't want to cut the pay of your executives. You have to pay them that 25 million or 22 million or whatever it is that you want to pay them. and you can't pay them that and pay your employees at the same time. So yeah, and they're like cutting the pay of the executives is all the way off the table. We're not even talking about that. Get that out of your mouth.
Well, and
Wash your mouth out with soap.
which is insane because they're not even adding the true value to the company the same way that the employees, because if the people stop assembling those cars with any of those vehicles, who's going to do it? The executives?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's what somebody was making a point I saw on the other thing. It was like, so if you get paid the amount of 5 people's job or 10 people's job, then you should be able to go down there and do those 10 people's job, right? You know, but you know that they can't. And that's what's crazy, is because they make people feel like they're not important, that you don't matter. We could just put somebody else in your spot in a
Even if they could, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like even if it was physically possible for them to complete, because it adds up to way more than that. Because I mean, you talking, say, bro, all right, with $1 million, how many people you could pay? Probably a bunch of them. What, about 20 of them for the year? You know, just with $1 million. Let's just say all of them getting paid. Now it might be more than that. Let's just give everybody $100,000. You know, that's working it. You know, that's 10 people for every million. So, like, I don't know what this. I think somebody said the average pay for some of them, because if they're making $18 an hour, that might be somewhere between $50,000 and $60,000 a year, which is insane. Like, it really don't make sense. But for a company that's making, you know, profiting $20 billion, $25 billion a year, they paying the executives a tenth of that, $24 billion. I mean, $1 million for the year. All right, the CEO's money shouldn't even really matter so much, because we're still talking about 20-something billion dollars in profits. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let me read a couple more. It says, the nerves of these CEOs to spew lies and apply scare tactics. CEOs in this country are making way too much money for doing not much except showing up. Another comment, it says, Ford recently released a commercial that lauded their workers as people who were willing to go above and beyond for low pay. With that commercial, they basically implicated themselves as a company who is not concerned about the lives of their employees and promote their CEOs as the drivers of this business. Ridiculous. It's not surprising the workers are striking. Another comment, it says, I started in 1997 at a major auto plant, $18.50 an hour, 15 days holiday, which grew to 30 days annually, 3 sick pay days, defined pension, dental, drug, the list goes on. When I retired 25 years later, my wage, not including all benefits, was $34 an hour. I trained a worker alongside associates doing the same job in 2023 who were hired as contracts at $18.50 an hour with little to no health benefits, no defined pension, and the list goes. As a single mom, I was able to buy a house and a new car and help with my boys' education. I was able to retire at 60 years old with a great pension. These contract associates will max out at $28 an hour over 10 years. Yeah, 10 years, no pension. I can't imagine where these people will be in their senior years. They can't even move out of their parents' homes. Good for the strikers.
let me just point out why it's so important that they pay these CEOs so much, because they're the buffers. They're the people that's going to lie to the people and try to keep them at bay, because as soon as they,
and that's their real job.
Yeah, you know, pretty much, you know, the whip down, or the fear tactics, the different this and
the
that.
slave driver.
Pretty much, yeah, the slave
That's
driver.
That's their real job. And to keep, like you say, that buffer, keep that little that separation between, you know, the workers and the corporation. Keep them in line, make sure that they don't do anything crazy, and keep those profits coming in. That's their real job. That's why they pay them a lot of money, because the company is raking in record profits. So they're happy with it. As long as the people are they got workers who are working productive enough to keep things going the way that they're going, then boom, everybody's happy except for the workers.
Well, the mindset is screwed up because if you really if you really want productive workers and you want to have a continuous movement of them, pay the people so that, okay, when these other people are getting old or whatever, like, because they're not, a lot of people won't go looking for their own business to start or to, finding different ways to make money to live on, if they know that when they go to work, their needs are satisfied.
Yeah, so they're shooting themselves in the foot, I think. And it's so crazy because it doesn't really make sense in long-term view. But they don't care. They're looking at next quarter, and that's it. Profits next quarter. That's the only thing they're looking at.
We always know, like, there's always that group of people who are fearful that the people who have real lives, the people who really do things, are going to have more notoriety than them. So they need that, to be able to make more money, or to, that's what gives them the their power, is that, well, shoot, like, what you making, what you make a year and what they make a year is in no comparison, so they can move differently than you can. But it's like, okay, if it was, because I mean, honestly, like, the CEO, maybe because it's his management position, should make more money than everybody, but not 500% more or 1,000% more than what the workers are making.
Right.
It just doesn't make, it really just does not make sense.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, my mom worked for the UAW her whole career. I witnessed what she gave up in 2009. As always, solidarity with the auto workers. Another one, it says, finally a mainstream union president who hasn't sold out, who at least is acknowledging the class war and the fact workers have been losing for the past 40 years and the oligarchs have been winning, and winning big. Another one, it says, they don't have to choose bankruptcy, just pay executives much, much less. Another comment, it says, hold strong UAW Big Three from Local 958. One more. It says, the strike needs to spread to every manufacturing plant across the country. I know they aren't all part of your union, but you inspire many, Sean. Hearts out to the auto workers.
Well, I'm gonna say this because it is ridiculous pay for the CEOs or whatever, but I don't think that's the money that should really be targeted, because, like I said, there's $22 billion that we're talking about in profit for in 6 months. So we talk about for the whole year, we equivalent. It may not be the same amount. Let's just say even if it was half, we're looking at $30 billion in profit that could be shared with the people. Even if they took 1 billion and spread it out amongst all of the employees in that manufacturer just here in North America, I think an extra $50,000 for everybody per year would be, like, I think everybody would be, especially if it came in lump sums. You know what I'm saying? They able to do some things with that 50,000 instead of, bro, we what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, cut, and I'm saying, all right, just say instead of the 20 million that the CEO gets, if he tops out at $5 million, it makes more sense to me that somebody that's making,
But what you're talking about is the whole thing. So then you talking about people are going to call you a communist. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about private capital. So the private capital is the profit that the company makes. They're making this profit and they deserve to have it because these are the private capital
No,
laws. This
no,
is
no,
what
no, no, no.
capitalism is built on.
That's not communist, at least, and not in my opinion, because communist means more so where, all right, the government is making sure it's going to give you X amount of dollars to do whatever job there is, regardless if you move traffic. You can move traffic, trash, be a doctor, or physician, whatever, and you make the same amount of money no matter what you do. That's communist. But we're talking about, working for a
We're
company.
talking about sharing the profits with the company, and a lot of people would call that communism.
Okay, but that's.
I'm not saying it
but,
is.
Okay, yeah, no, but yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, let's not add to people's ignorance and make them think that that's possible. That's not even close. Because I mean, profits. You being an employee that's able to receive a portion of the profits just means that there's profit share within the company. I mean, it's a capital. Like I think the company would do better if because I'm gonna tell you, morale changes all kinds of things. You have people who love their job and they go there and do that job for 20 years, 30 years. Another group of people will be more than happy, or they'd be begging to be able to come and work for the company if they're going to be treated the same way.
Well, if you want the company to share their profits, then go to China, you damn commie.
China, when is China? China doesn't share their profits. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that's what people are gonna say. You're a
Okay,
commie.
but that's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean, the people are gonna be stupid and ignorant no matter where we are. They can say whatever they want. The truth is that, because I mean, like I said, I mean, if we're talking about communists, if you really want to know what that means, go to China. They'll show you. Go to Korea. They will fucking show you what that really means. And it's like, no matter what job you do,
This is
here you go.
America.
Yeah, look,
we free to get paid low wages here.
when
You
they
damn commie.
when they hand out, your 3 rolls of tissue for the month, and you better make that shit work. Okay.
You trying to make us into a communist country. That's what you're trying to do. Hey, check this out. Let's move on. It's this I mentioned this earlier. It says every House Republican voted against allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. It has 220 Democrats voted yes, 207 Republicans voted no. This was a bill that was in front of the Congress.
Yeah.
And I was saying earlier, I don't understand why anyone would have a problem with Medicare negotiating drug prices. What problem do they have with that? What is their argument against it?
Well, we're talking about one government entity negotiating for another government entity, or I mean.
Well, then the Medicare would buy. They're gonna buy it in bulk, so then that's how they can use that leverage. That's why, like the company I used to work for, they owned a whole bunch of restaurants all across the nation. So they had this buying power, and they could force the companies that they bought their produce or whatever, their shrimp, their chicken from, to sell it at certain price points because they're going to buy such a huge amount. That's the same way Walmart is able to keep their prices low, is because they have that buying power, and they'll force like a production company to produce only for them. You know what I'm saying? And it'll be at pennies or 20% of the price that they would sell it normally, but they're going to buy so much of it. That's how that works. You know what I mean? It's like buying stuff wholesale versus retail. You get what I'm saying?
No, I get it.
So yeah, it's not a government with another government, But then this is another one where people were gonna call it communism. You know what I'm saying?
But who's over Medicare?
That's a government. That's government.
That's the part I'm talking about, because I mean you use an example of a private corporation and the same, because
No, the pharmaceutical company is private.
Okay, but so is the private, the people that Walmart is buying from is also private too. They're not buying from a government or anything like. They're buying from another. See, because you're mixing it up with a private company buying from another private company, from a government government entity to purchase from private companies. That's where the difference is because, all right, if you got Medicare that's trying to negotiate, why couldn't Congress just go in and negotiate? Because they're the ones that's making the laws and the policies for Medicare. Why couldn't they just say, all right, well, we're going to handle that because the power of the purse is within Congress.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. How would that work out? It's if the person is an older person, they're on Medicare, they have to get certain drugs and they pay through Medicare. That's how they get all the drugs that they need and services that they need as an older person. And so then Medicare can be like, look, y'all can't charge us.
All these are government workers though, bro. The people that work for Medicare are government workers.
Okay, but I don't get your point.
My point is, because the power of the purse is within the Congress, like why are you giving that, or not allowing, because like that's the whole thing.
What Congress does is pass laws. They do legislatures. They write laws, and that's what they were trying to do, is write a law that would allow Medicare to negotiate the drug prices. So like I just saw a post recently that was showing how much we pay here in the United States for something like insulin, and how much it costs in another country. It's like way more.
So you don't see that as shifting the blame?
Shifting the blame? I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, listen. Because Congress has the power to legislate, making laws. Why can't that be a part of what happens when it comes to the power? Because I mean, if they have the ability to purchase for so many people, there's 300 something million people that or let's just, I don't know how many is actually of those people. Let's say 50 or 60 million of those people own Medicare. Why can't Congress, since they have the power of the purse, negotiate what is fair for those people the same way that they can legislate what is doable or not doable through the Medicare system?
Well, this is what they're doing with this. I mean, they write laws. They can't. How would Congress do that? Wouldn't work, bro. Like, there's no way for that to be. This is the way that they would do it, is by passing a law.
They deal with spending all the time, bro.
Yeah, but they don't buy drugs. Like, that's not how it works.
Yes, they do.
Congress buys drugs.
How? All right, because they're the ones giving funding to the Medicare system, correct?
Correct.
They're already kind of fixing in there what can be spent and what cannot, right?
Right.
So they have the ultimate power over what is going to be spent in every department.
They do that through government programs, and Medicare is a government program.
Exactly. But the people who that is working within that system, like how do like, I think that's how a lot of the mishandling of funds happen, is because these are people that's hired that's not really supposedly government entities. It's almost like these people are private. I just feel, all right, if especially when we're talking about, let's just say, diabetic medicine, something that a lot of people are using. How is it that somebody who works within the Medicare system is going to make a better deal than the people who actually write the checks?
If they pass the law to force the companies to have to negotiate with Medicare, that's how it would work.
Okay, but you just said that they're taking the power away from Medicare, the people who run that they've I don't know hired, or who the people that work for Medicare can't even can't negotiate on the pill on the medicine. My quote is, does that not sound like another way, like that's just a way to take away blame or give blame? Because like because Congress should be over that, in my opinion, because like I said, they have the power of the purse. Like whoever gets whatever money, when certain money has been allocated to different things and they're not being used right, they can cut it back and they can use it somewhere else. That's what needs to happen as well with the medicine. Like that's part of VA, right? Is that not? Well, that's
Not
almost.
necessarily. VA is a different department.
It's a different department, but I mean, it's handled the same way. So I think if they're able to, they have these companies that come out, they're selling these products, and when they come to try to make a sale, instead of incentive program for whoever's helping get the deal that they want to get, it goes straight through Congress. All right, we're not gonna pay no more than this for this. Who has products that's gonna, fit this mold? And then there'll be other private companies that's gonna say, okay, I have this product that fits into this price, price point, blah 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 blah. I just feel like when you send the money out and have other people to control it, that's where the mishandling funds happen.
Let me read some comments underneath this. It says that alone, to anyone capable of analytical reasoning, should tell you which party wants to help the people and which is helping themselves. Another comment, it says, what are they actually for? What bills have they passed that benefit the people at all? Why do they get voted in? It's truly mind-boggling. Another comment, it says, they do not care about working people, just their rich overlords' profit margin. Another comment, it says, Democrats need to campaign on this every chance they get, hold Republicans accountable for their votes. Another comment, it says, buying 207 Republicans is cheaper than not ripping off Americans. So that's an interesting comment. But, because this one is saying that the Republicans voted against it, but that the Democrats are in the pocket of these pharmaceutical companies too.
And that's why it's easier for them to allow a different agency to make these negotiations, because like through all of that hustle and bustle, they're making their money off of it. Like they're voting for it because most likely they got their key players in those positions to make decisions that's going to benefit them. Like I don't think people realize how much power the Democrats really have overall. And most people believe that because of a vote that it signifies that they are trying to help people, but in most cases they're not. Just because they're voting for it doesn't mean that they're voting for the people. They're voting for their own pockets. Like voting for another somewhat of a private entity, because it's not something, we're not voting for these people to run the office of Medicare. They're hired and positioned there for somebody at a higher point put them in that position. So we have to realize how a lot of these how a lot of the money gets wasted is because of people who supposedly don't know what they're doing, and they can shift the blame to those people when the people who put them there are the ones that's been guiding them on what they should do and how they should handle it, instead of it totally being the people that we voted in to handle situations like this, so that we can actually get to a fair point of so that the money, we have somebody we can target when it says that these different things get mishandled.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says that's because it would cut costs. What they want to cut Medicare. Another comment that says, what else is in the bill? And that's a very good question, because looking at the bill could explain why the Republicans voted against it.
And why the Democrats voted for it. Like, I mean, that's a great point. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot that could actually be happening in that. But
Let me read the reply to this. It says, it's part of the Inflation Reduction Act that would raise $300 billion over a decade by requiring large corporations to pay a 15% minimum tax on their profits and by enacting a 1% excise tax on stock buybacks and redemptions. So that's probably what they got a problem with, but I don't have a problem with that. That sounds great. Another reply says, they are already required to pay more than 15%. That is not what needs to be fixed. The exemptions and what is considered revenue is what needs to be looked into, because is what allows Big Pharma to pay so little. Couple more comments. It says, vote them all out for the love of Mike. Another one, it says, do they all have stock in Big Pharma by any chance? Another comment, it says, GOP is owned and run by the 1%.
what is it? Do you know what they mean by that? For the love of Mike, vote them all out for the love of Mike.
Yeah, it's just like vote them all out. You know, I don't know who Mike is.
Mike is Michelle Obama. You know, they say that she's really a dude. All right, you missed it. Don't worry about it. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah. Let me read another one. It says, why I vote straight blue every chance I get. Another one, it says, believe their actions, they show you who they are. Another one, it says, as I've pointed out many times, the Republicans care nothing about helping the citizens.
See, and that's bro, that's insane, bro. Like, too many people are too brainwashed to understand. Like, most people don't even understand how politics work. They just get emotional because they voted. And the Democrats use this all the time, but they don't realize all the stuff that they're trying to put inside of a bill, or how, like the things that should be in there that is not in there. And instead of just blindly just saying, okay, no, we got to do a better job for the American people. So let's come up with a bill that's going to do the job properly. And that's way too much for a Republican to think of. But okay, but that's what people believe. Go ahead.
So check this out. It says, Ken Paxton acquitted of all charges, reinstated as Texas Attorney General. It says the Texas Senate has acquitted Attorney General Ken Paxton of all charges, reinstating him as the state's top lawyer. Paxton was accused of accepting bribes and misusing the power of his office to help Austin real estate developer Nate Paul, a friend and campaign donor. The Texas House impeached him in May, temporarily suspending him from office, but he will now resume his post. Let's read some comments. It says, privilege doing what privilege does. Another comment, it says, yeah, this sucks. Texas should be embarrassed. Another one, it says, if anyone was wondering how deep corruption runs in Texas, laws for thee, not for me. Another one, typical Republican behavior. They say they are for law and order, except for when it comes to their own actions. And why would you not believe he would be acquitted when the judge, Dan Patrick, took $3 million from his campaign? What an effing joke Texas is. Another comment, it says, what a truly crooked state we live in. Another comment, it says, Texas does not have a functioning government, just MAGA white Republicans doing whatever the F they want.
Oh, God.
Another comment, it says, what a joke, just a waste of taxpayer dollars. Another one, it says, I hear. Go ahead.
Can somebody fill me in on, like, because I don't really know the whole story or even a summarized version of what is going on with this Paxton thing, because I heard something about it, but I don't really know details on why he was about to be ousted.
It's heavy, bro. I covered it in the other show. It's a lot going on, basically, he was trying to look out for his friend, and a person within his office ratted him out to the FBI. And so then they did an investigation. So this is the Texas legislature who was doing the impeachment, and then they found him not guilty. But there's actual, from what I was reading, this is not over, because it's going to be criminal charges coming down for this guy. So he's not out of the woods yet. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I hear 2 oil billionaires threaten to suspend large amounts of money to unseat any GOP senator who votes against Paxton. Think corruption and money don't go hand in hand. The elites rule everything here in Texas. This is what I was talking about earlier a little bit, about them putting money in there. So it says, 2 oil billionaires threatened to spend large amounts of money to unseat any GOP senator who voted against Paxton. So that could be why he got acquitted. Nobody wanted to vote against him. They don't want to have to worry about fighting for their seat in the next election. Another comment, it says, Republicans digging even a deeper hole for their corrupt selves than before. This was a setup from word go, and as voters, we need to remember this corrupt group and voting them out one way or the other, not what Texas stands for.
So I'm assuming he's a Republican and he did something, and everybody's pretty much got to take the blame along with him because he's a part of their party.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely a Republican. That's why they're saying what they're saying.
Well, I mean, a lot of these people who call themselves Texans, I don't really know what, because I don't know, like, especially some of these comments, but I'm just gonna take it with a grain of salt, because most of these people who are making comments, I don't even think they really, I don't give them all that much credit. I'm a know-it-all. I know better than them.
The name of the show today is Don't See Race. So what does that mean to you right off the bat before I go into it?
I mean, what is race?
You know how people say that? They say I don't see color.
I don't see color.
People like to say. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe they colorblind. I don't know. I guess I might fall into that whole thing to some extent. Of course, I see color. I see people who look like me and who don't look like me, but at the same time, I don't make judgments on people because of that. And I think that's more so what people should be, have more clarity on, because when you say those few words, you're gonna get judged by many just for because it seems like you just like, okay, yeah, you're not in touch with reality. But honestly, like, it really doesn't matter. I mean, there's people that's been in my life that treat me way better than some people who look like me. So I don't really, I don't see color either. But as far as race, I mean, honestly, like, I really don't know how I really should answer that overall, because it's a bullshit statement. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. So me as an anthropology guy, race is a social construct. It's you can't identify somebody's race through their bones. It's all just little physical differences that we kind of focus on to create this thing that we call race. But it's not really a real thing.
Yeah.
At the same time, when people believe it becomes a real thing. You get what I'm saying? So the people that say that I don't see color, you know, I get the point that they're making, but at the same time, it's kind of a cop out. It's like trying to not actually deal with reality
Well,
because
maybe it's not though. I mean, that maybe it's them just expressing the side of how they look at life. Just because the average person, you know, minimalizes, you know, people and how they interact with them, you know, based on their color. Like, I mean, you know, their skin tone. I mean, there's people like there's people who look white that are like you can go back a generation or two and you find black people and you know like they use the white because it's benefited them, but at the same time, who are they really? And they know who their family are, they know their history, they know these things, and it's plenty of people who do that. But for the average person who's, you know, who looks at race as cause I mean I look at race more as a competition, you know, against different groups of people than I do for what race is. You know, classes. I mean, I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a deeper question. You know, I'm sure there's a way bigger answer than I can give right now. But
well, there's this
I'm
video right here. It's pretty funny. I wanted to cover it. The name of it is "I Don't See Race" by College Humor. And I'm afraid if I play it because of all of this music in it, it's gonna give me a copyright ding. So I'm gonna read the transcript. So try to follow it, you know, because it's gonna be more than one person talking. But let me read this. It says it's asking her a question. Hold on, let me see. Let me see.
Man, there were so many incredible, super diverse movies last year.
Diverse movies?
Yeah, like Moonlight or Lion, Hidden
Oh, it's not playing music right there. So let me just play it until I can't.
Figures and Fences, movies that didn't like just feature white people.
So interesting. I never really thought about that.
Really? Even after the whole Oscars so white thing and all the articles written about it?
Call me crazy, but I just don't see race. I guess I'm just the least racist person here.
Okay, race is like often like a pretty obvious thing to observe. It's not like racist to note it.
I had to laugh. Zach, my goodness. I only see one race.
Ugh.
The human race.
Such bullshit. You're only telling yourself that so you don't have to think about racism or confront your own prejudices.
No, I'm not prejudiced, okay? I don't even judge Shrap for being a woman.
I'm a man, Katie. You know that.
No, honestly, I just guessed. This is gonna sound nuts, but I don't see gender and I don't see sex. I just see people.
You don't see how men and women look different?
No, I just see like shapeless blobs walking around.
Okay, and if one of those shapeless
all right,
blobs
now
were
that's
pregnant,
ridiculous.
you would then know that it was a woman.
To me, it could just be like a heavy-set man who has like a big watermelon stomach. Okay, I just am so committed to equality. I'm just a good person.
Unless you're blind, you can tell that people have inherent differences.
Oh, I wouldn't know if I was blind or not because I don't see disabilities. I'm not a monster.
So if someone were in a wheelchair, you wouldn't be able to see the wheelchair.
I have never seen a wheelchair.
Never seen a wheelchair.
I don't know what a wheelchair looks like.
If someone were in a wheelchair, you would not install a ramp in your building.
I would refuse.
What if someone was missing a limb?
It's perhaps tucked under their little butt.
If someone were deaf,
Talk to them as if they could hear.
why are you so proud of yourself?
Okay, well, here's a thought. Maybe you don't get it because you have less experience on Earth than I do.
Experience? We're all older than you.
I'm sorry, but I don't see age.
Oh, come on. You're telling me if there was an old woman and a baby, you wouldn't be able to tell which one's older?
One of them is called an old woman. It's in the name, Katie.
No, because I believe in equality, and I believe everyone is the same age.
That's not what equality means. You have two older brothers. Can you at least acknowledge that?
Yes, and I believe both women are my same age.
Oh my God. What about your parents? How old were they when they had you?
I think they are both ageless and every age at the same time.
Jesus Christ, Katie. What else can't you see?
Pretty much everything. Baldness, for example.
So Bruce Willis,
Is he bald?
he's famously bald.
I had no idea.
Katie, why are you doing this?
Guys, come on, okay? I just want to be able to do and say whatever I want, whenever I want, and I don't want to have to think about the world's problems.
Bing. That's it right there. Let's take it back.
I just want to be able to do and say whatever I want, whenever I want, and I don't want to have to think about the world's problems.
Actually sounds pretty good. I mean, I guess I can understand that. Good way to live.
So yeah, that comment at the end is what sums the whole thing up. You know, it's really just a cop out. I want to do and say whatever I want and not have to deal with, think about the world's problems at all. So it's like at the beginning I said, race is a social construct. It's not really real, right? But at the same time, people have made it real. And people's views of race is structured society. A lot of our institutions, things that have happened, the history period leading up to today, impacted by people's views on race, and it's a thing that people don't want to talk about. They feel uncomfortable or whatever, but acting like it's hasn't impacted things or doesn't impact people's views on each other and the way that they move about in the world is a cop-out. It's just like, I don't want to deal with it. I want to act like it's not a thing. So people just say, okay, racism is not a thing, and it's over or whatever. It was in the past, and then we had some things. We had the civil rights era or whatever, and now it's over. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's not reality. That's basically sticking your head in the sand. So that's my point on that. You got comments?
Yeah, no, I get that. I definitely get that ideology, that aspect of it, because I mean, it's
and
not
I can't
that like
blame
I
her.
see people.
I can't blame her point of view. Like they was. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you're right, because I get it, because I know somebody who's like that. She's black. She rather not deal with the whole ideology because I guess it's easier for her to cope within her own ideology. The people she deals with, and blah blah blah. She doesn't really want to have the real conversations that could possibly change that. But I get it, and I guess my perspective is like, okay, because I see all of these different things, but me personally, I don't make judgment on people just because. Now I generalize, yes, but as far as truly holding each person to, what the ideology of a white person is or what a black person is or whatever, because I mean, and me myself, I'm not black. You know what I'm saying? I know how to separate it because I understand law and the way all that stuff works. But it's still, having those conversations with people happens. So I have to, it's not that because I lived that life, I understand it very well, but I would much rather not have to deal with that ideology either.
And I get it. And it's just like people not really wanting to talk about politics or whatever. And then people want to make everything personal, like it's about them. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not racist. I don't hate other people just because of the way their skin is or whatever, and that's fine.
Well, some people are.
Yeah, but some people are. But the point is that it doesn't matter how you feel in a lot of cases, because you have institutions that uphold these points of views. You know what I'm saying? You have structures that are built on these points of views that lead to certain outcomes, regardless of how somebody feels about it.
Well,
regardless.
Or they use those arguments to benefit them overall,
financially or politically, however they even though they know, so a lot of them know the truth that it doesn't mean anything, but they know that they can manipulate and use these things against people so that they'll go against themselves in a lot of
And
cases. So I mean,
that's what's happening. That's where you have this undercurrent type of deal going on, where you have like these dog whistles and so forth and so on that happen, where they use other words instead of those straightforward ones, and then but at home it's like people feel like they don't have prejudices or whatever, but then they believe it when they see something on the news and they're like, oh, well, that makes sense because it justifies what they already believe.
yeah.
Let me read some comments. It says, I relate to Katie. I don't see race, gender, age, hair, weight, or disabilities. I also don't see anything because I lost my eyesight 3 years ago. And this is typed out by my older sister because I thought this is funny, but then realized I milked it. Another comment, it says, Katie is good at playing the most annoying characters ever. Another comment, it says, wow, Katie was so good in this video. It's good to see middle-aged black men with lisps getting more representation.
Wow.
Another comment, it says, the aggression behind the sentence, he's famously bald, sent me into giggling fits. Another one, it says, I only see one race, the human race. Slap, what about NASCAR? Another comment, it says, they're talking about racing cars. Another comment, it says, plot twist, she's colorblind and severely nearsighted. She literally continues to tell people she can't see things, yet no one helps her get to an optometrist. People keep on criticizing her about not seeing things until she utters some frustrated excuse that they leave her be. Still borderline blind and unaided to be unaided, but no longer heckled. She continues in her current state, ignorant of all the things she cannot see in the world, unable to meaningfully contribute to so many conversations without being misunderstood. So, like, this is jokes. It's funny, but this is it right here. It's like she continues in her current state of ignorant of all things. She cannot see the world, unable to meaningfully contribute to so many conversations without being misunderstood. So, when you take on this ideology, then you leave yourself in a position where you can't understand why things are happening. So, and this is what happens a lot because people justify things away and they're like, well, you should just do this, or you should just work harder, or you should just apply for this job and get this job or whatever. And it's like, bro, this thing right here is a problem and it's getting in the way. And then they don't understand what you're talking about. They're like, no, that's not, it's not a thing. So, it's got to be you. It's you. It's something you are doing. It's like, well, I can't control what other people think. I can't make them get rid of their prejudices that they have been built up within themselves. How can I control what they think? They've already made a decision on who I am before knowing anything about me. Let me read some more. It says, she's just so narcissistic that she sees everyone as the same, lesser beings. Another comment, it says, there's one race I really hate, the 400 meters, too long to be a sprint, too short to be long distance race. Freaking 400-meter races, I want to destroy them all. I love that. That is so great, Fucking right. That's too fucking far to be running.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God. But it's a comparison. These are jokes, but it's a comparison to how people really feel about the other race that we're talking about here. Anyways, I wanted to do it like this because this particular topic is really uncomfortable, and it's better to kind of make jokes to get it across. You know what I'm saying? So people can hear it rather than, people getting super
but
emotional.
not everybody gets the jokes. I mean, the jokes, okay, that's cool, whatever. But I mean, I think honestly, we gotta really, because people have been so mind fucked by that conversation, like, and anybody, like, there's people who are paid to make people, especially black people, paid to make you fall even deeper into that loop of your your color and your race matters more than just, being a good human being, or, what I'm saying, because not every white person is trying to rob you of anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can have genuine relationships, and if that didn't have to come into question, like, you probably would have better relationships with people than to always be over. That's, I don't, and that's just what I find in my personal life, that there's like a lot more. We could have a lot more productive. We could grow as people if that wasn't such a hindrance on just our humanity. It really is. I don't know.
It really is. It totally is. It's a total hindrance. It's a damn stumbling block. And what I say all the time is that if you hate whatever it is you hate, and you're straight up and honest about it, we can talk about it. Let's have a beer. Let's chop it up. You know what I mean? It's the ones that can't say it, but they really believe it, like at home, that I have a problem with. You know what I mean? If you're upfront about the way you feel, then we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Those people that say I don't hate anything, it's like, okay, man, like, are you human? You know what I mean? Like, come on now. Like, it's got to be something out there that you hate. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't hate anything. Well, you must be Mother Teresa then, because.
Well, and I think white people fall for that shit more than anything, because it's like, if they say that they hate this black dude or black chick for whatever reason, like, it gets summed up that you hate black people, and it's like, no, I have the right to just hate this person.
That person.
Yeah.
I don't hate all of them. I just hate that one.
you know what I'm saying?
That one right there. I don't like that dude.
Yeah.
I hate him.
Exactly. And he blacker than the motherfucker. Yes, I hate him.
Yeah.
But
yes,
it's not because
it's
not because of his skin color. It's just because he's a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Because I got black people that I hate. Like, hey, I just don't like this dude. Like, no, I don't like that guy. Like, period. Doesn't mean I'm racist. I just don't like that person or whatever. Like, yeah. Let's play some of this one.
That's bad. That's bad terminology too. Racist. Racist means that you're proficient, or you're the best at race. Like, you're better at race than anybody else. It's not that you really hate race. It's that you understand, or or like, let's say for your own race, being a racist is like, if you use ist, that means like you're like proficient, like you're like the best at it. How does that become that now that you're hateful because you're a racist? You're like a pianist, a violinist, like those. That means that you know about race better than anybody else, instead of it really just meaning that you hate somebody. It's just, I don't know, like, that's that connotative linguistics that I think people just don't get. It just used one way instead of it being, more so used for the actual meaning than what it's been, how it's been used.
Yeah, and that's great. That's fantastic. It's like something I was reading, and they were talking about that they should teach theology in school. Even in like high school, whatever. And like, people are like, no, you shouldn't teach that. But it's like any other thing, like understanding it, like where it came from, what's the root of it, how did people come to these beliefs that they have, you know what I'm saying? And then teaching them about different religions around the world and so forth and so on. It's like, these things will get people a better understanding of how people think, or how people move, or what's their motivations, or whatever, you know what I mean? And it'll also keep people from like, it'll help them understand that they have biases, you know what I mean? Like, towards other religions or whatever. It'll break down where this stuff comes from, instead of like you just learn about Christianity and you're like Jesus is God or whatever it is, like the stuff that's in the Bible, and then you just go with that. But if you teach in theology, then you teaching where this stuff comes from, where's the root of it, you know what I mean? How did
Yeah.
it come to be, and how it was used historically, and so forth and so on. This is going to
Yes.
help people. This is going to help people. It doesn't matter if you're a Christian or Muslim or atheist or whatever. You still gonna. This is going to help you navigate the world. Let me
Yeah,
play
I
some
think
of this.
yeah, go ahead, cause I go into a whole nother scope of it, but yeah, I'm with you.
Let me play some of this.
When me and Brad first met, I didn't think we'd get along, but turns out we kind of agree on everything. Your racial identity is the most important thing. Everything should be looked at through the lens of race.
So, one of them, he's wearing a shirt, woke, that's supposed to identify him. And the other one is wearing a shirt that says racist, and it's supposed to identify him. And they're both saying that it says everything should be looked at through the lens of race. So,
Race, yes.
you get it? So it's like this guy, he's supposed to be racist, and the other guy's supposed to be woke, but both of them are saying everything should be looked at through the lens of race. It says, and they're both saying your racial identity is the most important thing. So this is trying to get people to understand some stuff. So let me play this.
Racial identity is the most important thing. Everything should be looked at through the lens of race. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. We both.
Because they're both wrong. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny that they agree, and they're supposed to be like, the
Totally
opposite of each other.
Yeah.
Have a lot of opinions about people of color, even though we barely know any.
I say colored people, but as long as we're classifying them, we both think minorities are a united group who think the same and act the same.
And vote the same. You don't want to lose your black card. Sorry, I don't know. I just think we should
Roll back discrimination laws so we can hire based on race again. Owe me a Coke. Hey, tell me what you told me yesterday.
Only do for white cartoon characters.
I've been saying that for years. Stick to your own.
Us white people, we have so much privilege.
I agree. It is a privilege to be white. Ask him about interracial dating.
All I said is that black men who date white women have internalized racism, and white men that date ethnic women are fetishizing them.
Guys against interracial dating now. Like, am I being pranked? Did Boomer put you up to this?
Ugh, you know that taco place is white owned?
White people should be making white foods like Kraft macaroni and cheese, no seasoning, not even salt. It's like he's a mind reader. I mean, I've been pushing for segregation forever, and my man does what?
I created an improv comedy show exclusively for ethnic people.
Guy segregates comedy on my birthday.
White people need to stop wearing dreadlocks, and they need to stop appropriating black people's music.
Shaved heads and country music, the way God intended.
You know all white people are racist.
I'm listening.
Even if you have a black wife or a black friend group, you're still really racist.
You know, we just kicked the guy out of the organization for having a black girlfriend, but if you can promise me he's still really racist, we'll consider letting him back in. Black people should only shop at black businesses.
I guess the only thing we really disagree about is I think white people are the root of all evil.
But what did I tell you, though? If we can narrow that down to a certain group of tiny-hatted white people, I think we can come to an understanding.
Technically, I don't consider Jewish people white.
Neither do I.
Okay, comments.
I don't know if I feel like I just lost something. Like, this is just like, I don't know. Like, I got brain cells that was working before, and now it's just like, I'm all confused because this is like this. Oh my God. But no, these dudes, I mean, it's hilarious because obviously they had to put this together. And the thought form of it is to show how ignorant it is for people to think in a like there's a format pretty much for people to think, and everybody has that format, but even with your different ideologies, you're kind of like, we're all indoctrinated somewhat to a certain extent, to where a lot of these things that people believe, we were taught those things, and regardless if, like, let's say your parents taught you a certain way, you hate a certain race, religion, whatever. A lot of people think the same way. It's just that from a different standpoint.
Yeah,
That's
and they don't
kind of
even
what
and they don't even realize it. And it just shows how much confusion is going on and how ignorant everybody is, you know. And it's like, you know, they're justifying it, you know, and it comes to the same conclusions, you know. It's really crazy. Let's read some comments. It's so confusing. It does make your brain cells. It does make you lose some brain cells. I ain't gonna lie. We all lost a few brain cells. Whoever watched this.
Yeah.
Let's read a couple comments. It says, "No joke. I applied for a job that had the disclaimer: we don't discriminate based on race, religion, sex, etc." Followed by, "Women and minorities are strongly encouraged to apply." Another comment, it says, "As a Black American male who is racially impartial and harmonious, I absolutely agree. Woke is the new racist."
It really is.
Another comment, it says, "I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks it's strange that people of color is acceptable, but colored people is racist."
Exactly.
That was one of the jokes they did.
That's why I'm like, that's one of the things that he said that just had me like, what? Like, seriously? Like, and there's people who think like this for real, bro.
Another comment, it says, "I remember when the woke crowd started claiming orcs in D&D or representations of Black people. My immediate and only thought was only legitimate racists could reach that conclusion. Then it all clicks together when you start asking, are the woke actually just racist when thinking about what they do and say?"
Bruh. And that's what I say, bro. I'm gonna tell you, like, there's many times, like, there's people who swear that they're so open-minded, they are, you know, like, just in their thinking and the processes in which, you know, they live their lives. It's really insane to me because I'm listening to them talking, and they don't hear themselves the same way that I hear them. And it's like people who consider themselves woke have, like, they're really, a lot of them are more racist than they will ever believe they are or can ever see, because they got all these guidelines that make them feel like whatever it is that they doing or saying is calculated, you know, or is they think it's right.
Yeah, it's a complete mind fuck. It's so twisted. Let me read another one. It says, "My woke cousins have never hung out with a Black person ever. I brought my Black roommate to Thanksgiving once, and they were talking to him like he just got pulled out of an African tribe and didn't understand what anything was. He got really offended, but he let it slide because he was a guest. I had some words with them though." So, like he said, his woke cousins never hung out with a Black person ever. He said, and then they were talking to him like he just got pulled out of an African tribe. Like,
Yeah, bro, people are sold like these whole thing. Like, a lot of people, like, and honestly, I mean, I have to say that the people that I find to be with this woke ideology, they're mostly Democrats, but the history for me speaks volumes because I hear what they're saying, and it's like, okay, like, oh, so you mean, like, okay, so you got to step up and you're like a savior for me, because if you don't step up and do these things, I can't have what I have without you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the efforts that I've made all my life is just in vain, because without you doing whatever it is that you're doing, I have nothing. And I'm like, it's the most insulting thing in the fucking world to say that, you know, I have not contributed anything to my life, and it's because of, you know, people like them that I have something.
yeah, it's really kind of reverse racism because it re-solidifies or re-justifies. I can't find the word I'm looking for, but it's saying it's still saying superior race. It's saying that I'm superior and you're inferior.
It reinforces the ideology of what racism is.
Right.
If that's really a correct way to say that racism, but for what we know racism is, like, it reinforces a lot of the ideology, where I don't see it so much on the other side, because it's just like, look, we're all some people really do believe that we're created equal, and that whatever if you have the same opportunity, you can obtain the same things. Where others is like, well, yeah, we can give you the opportunity, but we can take it away too. Like, that's kind of like where I see most of the wokeism, and that's why I think that it's dangerous to follow that whole wokeism thing. It's people individually are gonna do what they're intended to do, because they're gonna work for it. They're gonna do what's necessary for those things to happen. But when kids, especially, I'm more concerned about kids when they hear stuff like that, and they start believing that because their buddy John is woke, this is their friend because they're trying to fit in, instead of that they just fit in, as they're just friends because they have things in common. But Johnny the whole time is doing things so that he can fit in, instead of just having like, it's really a weird thing. Once you really kind of get into it, it sounds crazy all around, but this stuff does exist. Like,
It sounds crazy because it is. And
Yeah.
the reason why I wanted to cover this is because I was reading a lot of comments underneath the shorts and the videos that I post. And I think that a lot of times I get misunderstood on the show, because, like, if you said something, or Doc said something, or Deuce said something, and I don't push back on it, I think that people automatically think that I agree with y'all. You know what I'm saying? And that might not necessarily be the case. Like, I can't spend the whole show rebuttaling everything that people say on the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I try to cover information. I try to get information out there and have important conversations
and
on
allow people to
topics.
think, and hopefully allow people to think for themselves based on what they hear, instead of you trying to be
Telling them what they're
the
supposed to
conclusive.
think.
Yes,
And
exactly.
then acting like I'm the final fucking judgment, like I'm the final authority on whatever fucking topic, and I'm absolutely not. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and
And
none of us are.
and so that's the thing, though. So, but I think that people think that if I don't push back on y'all, that I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I point out good things that Trump do, but that doesn't mean I'm a Trump supporter. I'm absolutely not. You know, and same thing with Biden. I'll point out things that Biden does that are good or whatever, but I'm not a Biden supporter. Like, I haven't voted for Trump, and I haven't voted for Biden, and I don't plan on it. You know what I mean? And it's a lot of those topics like that I think people get lost on and get confused on the show. And the reason why I wanted to cover this is because I be avoiding this particular topic a lot of times, because people are sensitive and they don't want to deal with it or whatever.
No, I totally get it, and because I mean, personally, like, I know I'm very firm about how I feel, and I'm like, oh no, but I mean, overall, yeah, I feel strongly on how I feel, but it's not to be taken like, I'm 1,000% right on everything, because I'm not. That's just my I have just a strong opinion, and I let it hang where it hangs. But
You can like it, leave it, love it, fuck it. Like, it's your choice. You
yeah,
know.
exactly.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, "Us white people have so much privilege. I agree. It is a privilege to be white. Oh my God, this line is perfect."
That was funny as fuck. I ain't gonna lie. That shit killed me. I was like, okay, yeah, is that yeah? We white people have, like, yeah, it is a privilege to be white. I was like, yeah, that was funny as hell.
Let me read another one. It says, This is actually something called horseshoe theory. Basically, it's the theory that the political spectrum isn't the line it's commonly thought to be, but rather more like a horseshoe shape, where the further you go in either direction after a certain point, the closer the two sides get to believing the same things, albeit generally for different reasons. It's very interesting, and personally, I believe in it. And I think that's true too. So, like, especially if you can look at it as a line too. And if you look at it as a line, and you've got conservative on one side and you got liberal on the other, and it's like that once you get to the extreme liberal side, you become conservative. It's like, and if you go to the conservative side, you go to the extreme conservative side, you become liberal. It's like that's how it works. Like those extremes end up being the same when they flop. Does that make sense? You're breaking up. I'm not getting you.
Who, me?
Yeah. Did you say something?
No, I actually was trying to disconnect from the truck.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I think putting racist and woke people in one room and not allowing them to say who they are will be a good show. I was reading a comment. Let me read another one. It says, the dichotomy between don't objectify women and sex workers are amazing is endlessly fascinating. Another comment, it says, I'm a black man living in Switzerland, and the day I get hired for being black instead of being good at what I do is the day I have to leave the country, because this will be the day my skills are ignored simply because the color of my skin. And this is what true racism looks like.
Yep.
One more, it says
1000% right on it.
It says being woke is just being racist with a desire to help. OMG. I want to play. I really didn't want to spend that much time on this, but I got to wrap this topic up with this video right here.
Yeah.
And then,
but you see, that's how a lot of the rest of the world sees this, is that like all this woke stuff is really a bunch of bullshit. Because like, I mean, even in Europe, where it's supposed to be some of like the whitest places on the planet, like people really, look at it as like, this is insane. Like, what do you mean? This is, like, and this is the fight y'all have, biggest and best country on the planet. Oh, damn. I was losing you. I don't know if it's because of my
I got a lot of
you
screens
there?
open.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm here. I got a lot of screens
I can
open,
hear you.
so it could be me.
Okay, I didn't know if it was because of me getting home and my Wi-Fi trying to connect me or whatever.
I hope this damn video doesn't play any fucking songs. It has some songs in it, but I hope I passed them up. Let's play this.
Living conditions look like for many Black Americans, it's pretty bleak, and that's by design. In addition to artists cataloging their very personal experiences, it's been proven that the modern phenomenon of concentrated Black poverty was an intentional government-sponsored institution. This is in part why President Biden issued an executive order back in January, intended to right the historical wrongs Black folks have faced when it comes to housing and home ownership in this country. But first, let's take it back.
The dawn of the 20th century, African Americans in major cities lived scattered throughout the city. They weren't segregated particularly. It's only with the Great Migration of 6 to 7 million African Americans north and west escaping the South, the predominant response of the United States government and state and local governments to the Great Migration was to contain Black people in their own neighborhoods. And HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, was particularly a part of this role. But the precursors to HUD introduced and encouraged racially restrictive covenants, redlining of every major city where African Americans landed. The federal government was a sponsor of urban renewal, infamously called Negro removal by the great James Baldwin.
Urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means. And the federal government is an accomplice to this fact.
That so-called urban renewal also included a federally sponsored interstate highway system, which was intentionally designed to mow through vibrant Black neighborhoods. Take Miami, for example. 2 highways, I-95 and I-395, bulldoze right through the predominantly Black and low-income Overtown neighborhood, previously called Colored Town during segregation.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development and the federal government writ large in the first 7 decades of the 20th century invested billions of dollars in racial segregation and concentrated poverty. Each time this country created a peculiar institution that subordinated Black people, slavery, Jim Crow, it created and dismantled it. They replaced it with another one. And the iconic Black ghetto, I don't use that as a pejorative, I use it as a descriptor, was a follow-on institution to slavery and Jim Crow. That's the legacy that every new administration inherits, and the Biden administration has as well.
Today, I'm directing the Department of Housing and Urban Affairs and Urban Development to redress historical racism in federal housing policies.
This executive order is just one of 4 signed by President Biden, designed to address racial equity in the United States. And while this progress is a step in the right direction, there's still a lot of harm to undo.
Segregation started coming down after the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which actually only got passed in the wake of Dr. Martin Luther King's assassination. In 1980, 8 out of 10 Black people would have had to move in order to be evenly integrated within metropolitan areas. Half of Black people who live in metropolitan areas still live in neighborhoods of high segregation. So we've had modest improvement, but segregation persists. And economic segregation has spiked since 1970. The so-called American dream is only working for a relatively small slice of the population that can afford to buy their way into what I call gold standard neighborhoods that have the best of everything. And everybody else struggles, and the Black poor struggle the most.
So what happens now? Well, some advocates are hopeful.
HOME applauds this executive order for really focusing on historical patterns of racial segregation and discrimination in housing,
while others remain cautiously optimistic. Here's Professor Cashin's suggestion.
I don't take credit for this, but I applaud it. There should be an equity analysis. The federal government spends so much money, it should track who's getting it by neighborhood, and it should pursue racial equity in the distribution of resources. There's been a lot of movement at the local level on this. For the example of Baltimore, they did an equity analysis and found that they were spending 4 times as much money in majority white neighborhoods as the majority Black ones. I think we're in this moment where people are waking up, sad to say, because of the slow execution of George Floyd, to the realities of systemic racism. And I believe there is an ascending majority multiracial coalition that wants something better than a separate, unequal nation that overinvests in some neighborhoods and disinvests and preys upon people in other neighborhoods. I'm hopeful, but you can never stop working for and organizing for the country you want.
Okay, so that pretty much wraps the topic. So it's like, you know, history happened, you know, things happened, and that's how we got to where we are today. And we have to face those realities, okay? We have to face the realities that, you know, even though race is a social construct and it's not real at all. We do have systemic practices that uphold this fake ideology, you know, and that's just a reality. And for us to move forward together, we have to face the realities of these truths. You know what I'm saying? To move forward, because the problem is whenever we start having these conversations, you have one side that wants, you have a certain segment that wants to deny the reality of these things, and then the other side is like, or another segment is like, well, I live this every day, so you can't tell me that my lived experience is not real. You get what I'm saying? So then then the two sides of the two segments can't move forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate, that we can't even talk about these things. And I think the reasons why we can't talk about them is because it's so sensitive, But if you can face realities related to the topic, then it won't become so sensitive. It's like you have a wound or a scab. You have something that it's been festering. So when you touch it, you cringe. You know what I mean? Because it's festering. All segments of our society suffers as a result of this dumbass freaking ideology. Everyone suffers. You know what I'm saying? One way or another. It's just different ways of suffering, but we're all suffering. That's the reason why when you touch it, you react violently, you jump, you jolt, because it's a festering wound that hasn't been dealt with.
That doesn't have the ability to heal because there's always someone poking at it or not allowing certain things that would have healed or could have healed to exist.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man. This is one of those, I guess, conversation that I think becomes redundant, and those of us who are smart enough to know the differences, we don't have loud enough voices to get people to understand or see that, like, we holding on to those ideologies, especially, well, I think it's more in politics that we have to get to people to really understand, or because it doesn't benefit them to tell us to be honest with the people. I mean, that's really what it boils down to in a lot of cases, is that it's more beneficial for them to be able to use that as fuel to get votes.
Yeah.
And until that's not the case anymore, we're not gonna, because the people gonna still believe whatever they see on TV. If it's somebody saying, especially if it fits into how they feel, because that's what a lot of politics is about these days, is how it makes them feel, instead of seeing the multiple sides of it and how it's being used against them. Like we're gonna stay stuck, and hopefully we can get past a bunch of that.
Divide and conquer, and then and economics. And you need to look at your neighbor, and it's like the color of your neighbor's skin is not what is separating you or bringing you together. It's more the economic struggles. Like, we all have the same fucking struggles. We all have to go to the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? We all gotta freaking pay our damn mortgage or rent. We all gotta pay light bill and all of this stuff. You know what I mean? We all have to try to figure out a work-life balance situation. So this is where we need to focus. So it's like back at the beginning of the show when we were talking about the UAW and the unions and the strike. This is where the focus needs to be on, if you're not a part of the owner class, if you are a part of the owner class, then I totally understand you defending your position. But don't get confused and think that that you are in a position that you're not, and realize that your comrades, your neighbors, the working class, those are the people that are in the same boat with you, and those are the ones that you need to fight with. You know what I'm saying? Not fight with, I mean be on teams with. And these are black, white, Hispanic. The color, the race doesn't matter at all. It's your economic situation that matters. If you're part of the 1%, then go ahead and defend your clan or whatever, your group or your class or whatever you want to call it. I don't blame you for that. But I don't like people to think that they're somewhere that they're not. They're not aware of it, and then they vote against their own interests. They get caught up in this racial stuff, and they're fighting with their neighbor when they should be working with their neighbor against who their true enemies are.
Okay, well, when you're speaking from that point of view, I feel what you're saying, but the 1%, I think we need a new class of 1%ers or 5%ers, 10%ers. The different, we need different people that can see things much differently, because like they could be more powerful. They wouldn't have to have all of these fights. They could just like win like fat cats if they really change their mindset, because if at least have the people where they're comfortable. Don't rob them so badly that they don't have the basic necessities, because that's when people get to the point where, because I mean, if I was a part of that class, I'd be like, I'm a multi-billionaire, and the people that work for me are at least making like they're gonna make maybe over 100,000 or whatever's gonna be the livable, above livable wages, because it's like how
you're talking logic, and power never concedes logic. I mean, power never concedes power, and if you're a sociopath, you're not able to think that way. You get what I'm saying? So I don't see much a benefit for trying to reach out to these people, because historically it has been pitchforks and the guillotine that has changed those situations. Those people aren't going to change. They're going to do what they do and continue to do what they do and protect their lifestyle. And like I say, I can't even really blame them. Everybody wants to make sure their kids are good, their grandkids are good, or whatever. They want to make sure that that they have the best opportunities to live their life, and be fruitful and multiply or whatever. So,
but the element that one of the guys earlier in the podcast that you played, one of the videos you played earlier in the podcast was when he spoke about, like it's hard, how it must be hard to be rich, because it's like you don't have the same morals that you would if you were living in different situation. And the thing is to be able to be that good person and care about others even when you do get rich. Because I mean, that's like my whole, like, I'm not gonna be just 100, living 100,000s all my life. I will be a millionaire. Like, for me to start shitting on people because I live, have different status of money, money status, because I mean,
I hear you, but becoming a millionaire is not going to make you a part of the 1%. And that's where the focus needs to be on, is who is your comrades, who is in the same struggle with you, who you should have solidarity with. You know what I'm saying? And realize who your actual enemies are, because we want to focus on the government and act like the government is our enemy. But I say it again and again and again. It's these big, huge corporations. It's these conglomerates. It's these monopolies. It's these oligarchies. They're the ones that's running the show. They manipulate these governments like freaking Pinocchio or whatever. Like this, they're strings tied around their fingers, you know. So but that's what the focus is. It's like the puppet show, and we focus on the puppets and attack the puppets, and it doesn't matter. We can tear that puppet down, and then they just put another puppet there and start dancing him around, and then they got our attention, and we focus on that instead of the person who's pulling the strings. And we have to realize who's our buddies, because that's where the power lies. The power is with the many, you know. The power is with the people. The power to the people, you know. So, but the problem is that is divide and conquer works, and race is one of the main ways that they divide us to control us and keep us in the same damn boat. So if we keep on thinking along these racial lines, they're going to keep on winning, and they're going to keep on leaving out the back door with the bag, and we're going to keep losing.
Yeah, I mean, and I totally agree with that, because it's really, you know, and that's how they keep us controlled mentally, because they're keeping us in our separated, but in the same position. We're separate, but in the same damn situation. You know, we're in the same situation, but they got us separate mentally because of the bullshit.
And pointing fingers at the other guy, saying that it's the black guy who's causing my problems, or it's the white guy who's the cause of my problems, or it's the Hispanic guy that's the cause of my problems. And that's what they want you to think. That's absolutely not the case. I want to move on, and I'm probably going to start moving quicker, but this is a big one, so I want to spend a little bit of time on this. Did you see the floods that happened in Libya? The count is over 10,000 right now. Like 11,000 is the current count, and there's still another 10, 20,000 people missing. So that number could jump even more. But what I wanted to, the internet has been breaking this down because there's a reason why, you know, a flood happens and then 10,000 people die. That's not something that happens overnight. I mean, like the flood happened overnight, but being that so many people died, there had to be a number of it has an unfortunate series of events to lead to that number of people.
Well, there was somebody I mean, for me, the link that I have mentally is because of this young lady that I listened to, and she was speaking about waters, like lots of, you know, getting hit with floods and this, that, and the third. But the reason why it was significant to me, because it was not because of natural reasons. It was like when they say like a tsunami hitting an area, that's not necessarily a natural occurrence. That's more so underwater explosions and pushing water into land. So that's kind of what's, you know, and like I said, there's no proof here other than, you know, like I'm telling you my source where, you know, some of this is coming from, but there's no real proof that I can give you. But we do have to take that into account of a possibility of what's, you know, going on or what may be happening in places to come, because I don't think Libya is going to be the only place that this happens.
Well, what happened was it was some dams that bust. I mean, it was flooding, but the dams bust, and that's what caused it. I'm looking for the latest one to show the freaking numbers, but I'm not seeing it. And it's freaking throwing me off. But let's just go. I'm gonna go ahead and jump into it. I'm gonna stop beating around the bush. I was gonna try to play some videos, but I have some stuff of the flood. But hopefully you guys already had heard about it and seen some of that, because I want to jump into Gaddafi, okay? And, you know, toppling of Libya is what their infrastructure was in ruin. And that's the reason why this thing has blown up into where it has. But I want to play a clip of Gaddafi talking, and this we're going around in a circle kind of bit. Let me play this.
حتى هي يجري فيها التحقيق. لماذا احنا نعادي طالبان؟ ولماذا نعادي افغانستان؟
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read it. It says, afterwards they fought Afghanistan. Even this requires investigations. He says, why are we targeting Taliban? Why targeting Afghanistan? Who is Taliban? Hold on. If Taliban wants to turn Afghanistan into a religious state, they shall do it. It is not our business. Just like the Vatican, religious independent state, is Vatican considered a dangerous at all? A religious peaceful state? If the Afghanis want a religious state, let them do it. It's just like Vatican. Who said Taliban is an enemy and dragged armies to fight them? Is bin Laden Talibani, Afghani? Never was. Bin Laden isn't an Afghani nor a Talibani. The terrorists who struck New York, the city we are in now, were they Afghanis or Talibanis? Never were. So why Iraq and Afghanistan are being at war? If I wanted to drag my friend in America, England, or whatever, I wouldn't say that. Hold on. I would encourage them and tell them to continue to send troops so they drown in a bloodbath. Because they'll achieve no result in both Iraq and Afghanistan. You saw what happened to troops in Iraq despite it's an open desert. Let alone Afghanistan, these mountains are undefeated till the last day. It's like ramming a mountain. Or like someone hammering a mountain, as they say, leave Afghanistan for Afghanis and Iraq for Iraqis. Let them fight, they're free. Wasn't there a civil war in America? Who got involved in it? The civil war in Spain and in China? Where's the country that wasn't at a civil war? Who said if Taliban would be dangerous if they ruled Afghanistan? Do they have nuclear long-distance rockets? The jets that struck New York, were we at? Did they take off from Afghanistan, Iraq? They took off from Kennedy Airport in New York. Why should remain silent at this? Those who remain silent while knowing the truth are devils. We're not devils. This is our right. We're responsible for world's peace. Responsible for the world's fate. We shouldn't take the fate of humans like this irresponsibly way. So it says, if the Afghanistans want a religious state, let them do it, just like the Vatican. So this is the words from his post. So basically, this is when Gaddafi was still alive, apparently, and this is, after 9/11, clearly, because he was talking about it. Damn it, I lost my train of thought. He was right. The point is he was right about what he was saying, because he was saying that they're not going to accomplish anything in Afghanistan or Iraq. Okay, and this is before, he died, and we were still in Afghanistan. We just now left Afghanistan, and what happened after we left Afghanistan? The Taliban took over.
We lost billions
and
of dollars of.
And they created a religious state, and that's exactly what he said. He said the mountains they've never been defeated. The desert has never been defeated. Let me read some tweet replies. This one, it says, he was right on many things. The Western elite don't like right, though. Another comment, it says, he was right, we let him down. Another comment, it says, Gaddafi will one day be recognized as a hero just like Putin. Another comment, it says, this sounds so sensible, of course they had to kill him. Another one, it says, they don't want you knowing the truth. Another one, it says, continue to rest in power, my hero. We shall never forget you. Another one says, he's 100% right. Finally, what happened to those countries? Only destroyed. Another one, it says, he wasn't wrong, actually, and for that, he got a cold steel enema. And now they have open air slave markets in Tripoli. What an improvement the neocons infected on the Libyan people. Shaking my head. So, the reason why I wanted to cover this, it's related to the floods in Libya, because their infrastructure was crumbling, and that is the reason why this flood has killed 10,000 people and counting. And it's like a direct result of NATO's interference with Libya and killing Gaddafi. You got slave markets over there now. It's really a huge ass mess. But in the clips you can see the buildings look good. Like they had like the biggest, strongest economy in Africa at one time. Before Gaddafi was killed. Mm-hmm. Powerful, clean, and then the people had a great standard of living. Let me play a little bit of this. You want to make a comment before I play a little bit of this? I think she's gonna say what I'm looking for in here.
Not really. I mean, there's so many things I could say, but I want to stay on your point. If
Yeah, I'm getting around to it. Well, I kind of said it, but let's play this. Am I sharing? Oh, no, I'm not sharing. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me share this. They're going to show some of the pictures of it, and then we're going to go down the list to try to explain this better.
At least 6,000 are feared dead. Thousands more remain missing after a catastrophic flood in the eastern city of Derna. Torrential rains from Storm Daniel caused 2 dams to burst, wiping out whole sections of the city. Water reached 10 feet high in parts of the city. The United Nations has called the flood a, quote, calamity of epic proportions. Rescue operations have had difficulty reaching Derna because there's only one unobstructed road into the city. In front of Derna's hospital, people are searching for their loved ones amidst piles of dead bodies lined up on the ground. This is the hospital's manager, Mohammed Al-Kabisi.
The number of dead in this particular section is 1,700 deaths so far. We counted them as they were lying in the hallways. Whoever is identified is then buried. There are some who have not been identified. So we started photographing them and assigning numbers to them, then burying them as well. On the other side, they buried 500 people. Things are very bad. The hospital is dilapidated.
Mohammed Kamati, who lives in Derna, said many people were sleeping when the dams failed.
Then we heard that the dam had burst and the water had flooded the area. People were asleep and no one was ready. But this is what happens. What can we do? For me, my house is next to the valley, opposite the Al-Shaba Mosque. The whole family lives next to each other. We're all neighbors. We lost 30 people so far, 30 members of the same family. We haven't found anyone.
Much of Libya's infrastructure has crumbled since 2011 when the Obama administration and NATO backed an uprising against the longtime leader Muammar Gaddafi, setting off years of war and political upheaval. Derna's mayor said the city's dams have not been maintained in over 20 years. The flood was caused by a rare hurricane-like cyclone in the Mediterranean known as a Metacane. It's the same storm that brought unprecedented flooding to Greece, Turkey, and Bulgaria last week. The floods come just a week before a major summit on the climate crisis at the United Nations here in New York. Greenpeace International said, quote, governments must act now to end fossil fuels that are plunging us deeper into climate disaster every day. We go now to Libya, to the city of Tripoli, where we're joined by the youth climate.
Go ahead. You want to make comments? They're trying to spin the climate change thing into this, but that's not what I want to focus on with this. You heard them mention Obama.
Yeah, I don't believe that's true, but yes, Obama is and Hillary Clinton are the ones who really did this whole thing.
Yes, that's what I'm getting to. That's exactly what I'm getting to. Let me share this right here. Am I sharing this? That's what I want to get to, because people have to understand, like, dominoes fall and then they knock other dominoes down, and that's how you get where you are today. It doesn't, calamity of it's over 10,000. Like, it might end up being 20,000 people dead, and this doesn't count all the people who died as a result of the wars that happened after Gaddafi was killed.
Or even the people who
Iraq,
went into slavery. Well, no, I'm just saying, like, because see,
Libya,
this is the back end of Iraq, and because this is like what people don't realize is across the world, they the United States pissed off so many people with
and we destabilized
with the Iraq
region.
Yeah, because I mean, of course, like Iraq and Afghanistan was just kind of a, I don't know how many people remember the Persian Gulf War.
Yeah.
Like that, there was a continuation when we got to the Iraq and Afghanistan thing. This is just they use certain things to get back over there to fight for the same stuff, but
same shit.
Yeah, it was just an extension of that war, but they pissed off so many people, powerful people worldwide, that they had to, pretty much, I'll say, run coups. But when we talk about this flood, 10,000 people, not to say that it's nothing, because it's just dramatic. It's just a big thing. But of course, since the removal of Gaddafi, all the leadership that was there, the people have been suffering. Like, I mean, as far as, like, these people went from being treated like kings and queens by their president or the leader of their country, Gaddafi, because I mean, there was so many things that he did for the people directly that, if you want to call it socialist, like, that's like a socialist capitalist country, because all the stuff that the country produced, the people made money from it. People were able to live off of the gold, off of the oil, off of whatever that country made, because of Gaddafi's fairness with the people. They got checks every month because of it's their land. You know what I'm saying? But either way, these people went through some dramatic changes because of that. They didn't want to see that kind of thing spread across the world. People seeing a good example of what, how these things could be, because that's really how it should be here in America when it comes down to any resources that's under the ground that belongs to this country, belongs to the people. We don't get any kind of profits from that. You know what I'm saying?
It all goes to private, and that's the real reason why they killed Gaddafi. They couldn't let it be an example, and they couldn't let those ideas spread, throughout Africa and the rest of the world. They end up making it back over here in the United States, and us thinking differently. So yeah, he had to go.
Well, yeah.
Let me read this.
Go ahead.
It says, no, it's not everyone's fault. Washington Post. Libya was the wealthiest country in Africa with the highest UN Human Development Index on the continent in 2010. NATO intervened, bombed the place during 8 months. Hillary said, we came, we saw, he died. After Gaddafi's death and the place became a failed state, it's crystal clear whose fault it is. So they were, that was a reply to a Washington Post article, catastrophe, it's everyone's fault, talking about the flood that happened. Let me read some more. It says, at least Washington Post acknowledged the whole mess begins with NATO's intervention, which is better than most Western media these days. So Washington Post, it says, but Libya's unstable status quo is also the result of the intervention of outside actors that began with NATO-led intervention in 2011, where Western governments invoked the need to protect civilians from the Gaddafi regime to embark upon a bombing campaign that steadily moved the needle of the conflict in favor of a coalition of rebel groups. The West's enthusiasm to enter the war was not equaled by its commitment to the peace. Libya receded from the global conversation as brutal post-Arab Spring conflicts in Syria and Yemen exploded. It's crazy. Like I say, that whole region got, and we still seeing the results of that to this day.
Yep, and I don't see any change coming anytime soon. I mean, other than the fact that there is starting to be some people fighting back in Africa, different parts of Africa, but there's still a bunch of those who's willing to continue the colonial ideology of powers that has existed there for the last century and a little over, let's say, a century and a half of those, those countries. Because I mean, that's one of the weird things about Africa is that this, the majority of people there are black people. We're going to use that, but black people in that country. But we hit the people who are in power are willing to follow along with things that doesn't help the people. And I don't know if it's just the fear or what really it is. I'm sure that they have trying to follow certain strategies to fix things for themselves. I'm assuming.
Well, it's outside influences all the time. Certain people get put in position of power because they know that these people are going to be corrupt. They're going to, not look out for the people. As long as you're not looking out for the people, you're not going to get a coup against you. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about outside actors coming in and assassinating you. Let me read this. It says, Your Honor, yes, I did kill the victim, but doctors couldn't revive him, so it's everyone's fault. Okay, Mr. Killer, at least you acknowledge your culpability. So 10 years of prison for you and 10 years of prison for each of the doctors who tried to revive the victim. Total prison time in this case equates to 1 human life, court adjourned. They're just kind of making a point related to this situation.
In my opinion, but I don't know.
Because they were saying that they didn't cause it, that they're trying to spread the blame is what it is.
Oh yeah, I see that part, but either way, we need to. There's a lot of things that we need to really see from a different point of view, because some people just like, oh well, it's just war. The war just happens, and it's like, well, but our support for it makes it even worse, because we become a part of the problem when the rest of the world, the international people, groups are looking back. I mean, just think about right now how we're looking at these countries that's going to be supported by BRICS. BRICS just they're already adding more and more countries to their agreements for world, the world monetary system. and we're most likely not to be a part of it unless we, which what I'm saying, like, because we don't have to be number one to still for us to do well. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the one of the things. It'd be great for us to hold number one title, but us holding number one title also meant us stepping in places where our nose shouldn't be and killing people that didn't deserve to be killed just to try to maintain a number one spot. And that's not necessarily the blood that we want on our hands because for any reason, but
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like what Gaddafi was saying in that clip, because he was saying that civil wars happen all over the place. Like, why would you go and get involved in that? And you're in another country, on the other side of the world. You know what I mean? Like, how would the United States have felt during the Civil War if some other countries got involved and pushed it to have a certain conclusion or whatever? Like, what right does another country have to, get involved in some civil war? Let me read this. It says, yes, NATO caused the present disaster in Libya. Here's a timeline of what really happened. In March 2011, U.S. intelligence claimed there was a popular uprising in Libya and asked the UN to okay a temporary no-fly zone over Libya to protect the citizens. China, India, Brazil, Germany, and Russia declined to vote for this. China called for peaceful dialogue instead. The Russians warned that the U.S. would unilaterally turn this onto one of their regime change operations. The U.S. denied they would do such a thing and said this was only about protecting civilians. But the Russians turned out to be precisely right. A NATO bombardment was launched that lasted 8 months until Gaddafi was killed in late October. As soon as he was dead, NATO ceased fighting, October 31st. A U.S. academic study later said that NATO's intervention likely extended the length of the war by up to 6 months and amplified to an astonishing degree the damage to the country, which was left in ruins. I think the most interesting comments at the time came from Italy's leader, Silvio Berlusconi. He felt Italy had no choice but to support the NATO attack, but added that he had to tell the truth. This wasn't a popular uprising, he said. Gaddafi was loved by his people. 3 observations. First, it is undeniable that the chaos created by NATO's 7,000 bombing raids wrecked Libya and was the direct cause of that community being so badly devastated by the storm that hit it recently. Second, it is horrific but not surprising that The Guardian, CNN, and so many other media are deliberately hiding this truth from their audiences. And third, we need to notice who actually got it right in 2011. China, India, the Russians, and Brazil. Yep, the nascent BRICS before they were the BRICS. This should leave no one in any doubt that loss of U.S. hegemony will only be a good thing for the world. There's something truly horrifying about the world's richest countries destroying an African nation, and then, more than a decade later, the world's media hiding the truth in such tragic circumstances. So you got the media covering, they're not covering this correctly. That's what they're saying.
But that's true about many subjects.
Yeah, because it doesn't make the U.S. look good, and that's the point. Let me read this one. It says, Obama bombed Libya and toppled its government, creating a hotbed of chaos, terrorism, and human slavery. Trump has never done anything objectively more evil than Obama reviving human slavery in Libya, but the corporate media doesn't talk about this.
The United Nations says growing numbers of African migrants passing through Libya are being sold as slaves by traffickers or militia groups before being held for ransom. The UN's migration agency interviewed West African migrants who told of being bought and sold in garages and car parks in the southern city of Sabah, one of Libya's main migrant smuggling hubs. The head of the UN agency's Libya mission gave more details at a news conference in Geneva.
If you go to the market and you can pay between $200 and $500 to get a migrant.
Limited military action in Libya.
We came, we saw, he died.
The United Nations says growing numbers of African migrants passing through Libya are being sold as slaves by traffickers or militia groups before being held for ransom.
Well, that dude said $500, you can buy you an immigrant or migrant. And you had the thing with the there was an island in off the coast of Italy. It's an Italy island that was overrun. I think those were Libyans. I want to say like thousands of them showed up on this island. And then you got a number of them that's on like the beach somewhere in, what is it, Tunisia? It's so much with this. My brain is all over the place because this story is bigger than it seems. Let me see. Is this related? It's not really related. Oh, that's a different topic. No, that's the return for this. These are post replies. Drone and manned anti-terrorism mission of Niger bases resumed by U.S. military. Hold on. That's not related. Oh, okay, this is related. This is Putin. He says, Putin, who gave NATO right to kill Gaddafi? Who gave coalition forces in Libya the right to eliminate Gaddafi? Libya was the only country in the world with zero debt before the conflict. That's the question Putin's been asking. NATO, US, Europe, they never answered.
The coalition said destroying Gaddafi, destroying what's been created by generations. I don't know if that's good. Not their goal. Then why bomb his palaces? Now some officials have claimed that eliminating him was in fact their goal. Who gave them that right? Did he have a fair trial? Returning to the no-fly zone, the bombings are destroying the country's entire infrastructure. When the so-called civilized world uses all its military power against a small country, the coalition said destroying Gaddafi, destroying what's been created by generations. I don't know if that's good. Not their goal. Then why bomb his palaces? Now some officials have claimed that eliminating him was in fact their goal. Who gave them that right? Did he have a fair trial? Returning to the no-fly zone, the bombings are destroying the country's entire infrastructure. When the so-called civilized world uses all its military power against a small country,
So, yeah. I wonder how much the bombings had direct impact in those dams giving way during this flood.
That's a perspective I didn't calculate. Yeah, because I'm just thinking like, okay, well, because Gaddafi wasn't there, that means that the upkeep of the dams, would, you know, they're falling apart because Gaddafi wasn't there to do it, or the people there is incompetent. But looking at, hearing what, you know, that point of view makes some better sense that, you know, maybe the dams were in great condition, should have lasted much longer than they did, but because of the bombing that happened, yeah, I guess that would definitely make a difference. And that was what, 2011?
Yeah.
What year was that when they?
Yeah, I think it was 2011.
Somewhere around in there. And I believe that was his first, within Obama's first term. But, because I think, yeah, Hillary, this during when Hillary was Secretary of State. I know that for sure.
Yeah. Let me read this. This is a meme that they put as a reply. It says, they paid a foreign government to falsify information, then lied to the courts to spy and overthrow Trump. Democrats lied and impeached Trump to hide their crimes. We will never forget or forgive them. It's payback time. You know, and that's the thing, though, you know, because the vote blue, no matter who, folks, want to act like, you know, the Republicans are the bad guys all the time and the Democrats are the good guys all the time. And then they overlook something like this, like Obama, the you know, the Mother Teresa, the one who got the peace, the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. He was the one who was behind this. You know, Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State at the time, and but Obama was the big dog. He had to sign off on that. You know, I'd have to give him more than her because he's the one that would have to say, no, we don't want to do this. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, he definitely.
Clinton's.
No, he's definitely the one who's supposed to take the most the you know the bulk of this problem. But either way, I mean, there was all these people that was involved. I mean, because you got to even think that even our current president had some things to do with it within Congress. He was no, he was a vice president at the time. My bad. Yeah, he was vice president. So I mean, he took part in that as well. It's just
and people got such a short memory, you know. They forget all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. And the whole thing where Hillary done lost to him, they're not gonna put her up against Trump again. It's like, well, who can we use? What can we do? All right, well, yeah, I mean, Joe Biden, he's old and decrepit and he's probably done for, but at least, you know, for the people, he'll be good enough. We can slide him in. We'll just do whatever we need to do, but he's going to leave us with a position to be able to still do what, you know, continue our agenda.
Exactly. Yep. Let me read this. It says, yep, people used to love living in Libya, but no longer. Another one, it says, if Obama is advocating for you to send money to an org, you should do your due diligence and follow the money. Another one, it says, if you want to see the consequences of forever wars and having people in office who have no understanding of why we should not be involved in trying to police the world, well, here it is. We caused all of this mess. Shame, our politicians keep getting away with this. It's because the people are freaking not aware. They can't connect the dots. And the media does not help you connect the dots. They give you these big stories, but they don't give you context. It's the same way that they teach history in school. They teach you an event and a date, and they teach you generals' names and stuff, but they don't teach you how these events connected. They don't teach you the context of what's going on, you know, related to it. They don't give you a chance to have critical thinking and be able to come up with your own conclusions. Very, very sad. That's why I do what I do. And I think that this is really important stuff to try to help people connect some dots. Look at this one. I mentioned this. Look, this one, it says, hold on. It says that Nobel Prize was quite the shield against allegations of war crimes and international arrest warrants. Boom, boom, boom. You know, because Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize right around the time when this shit was going on.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, these are international criminals all these people that we're talking about are international criminals. Obama, Hillary Clinton, like, but who's bold enough to try to bring them to justice?
Well, you have the whole Western establishment up against you. So that's the reason why we hear about Putin all the time, because they say the same thing about Putin. They're like international arrest warrant for Putin, and we hear that on the media.
What can we prove that that he has done to harm other countries?
Putin is not innocent. What I'm saying is,
I'm not saying he's innocent, but what proof do we have that he's guilty? I mean, we just listed this. You know, we're talking about Libya.
There's stuff that he did, but that's not related to this particular topic. What I'm saying is, in the media, we hear about Putin having arrest warrant, and they're talking about he can't go to South Africa, whatever. Like South Africa needs to arrest him, and all of this. But we don't hear in our media about how they have the same warrants out for
Obama or Hillary Clinton, or like we don't hear none about that, none of that. But my whole thing is, what reason do they say that that Putin? What did Putin do? Like that? Like I still haven't heard of what he did.
Because our media doesn't like to give context. But I mean, I could do a little search right now and look it up, but that's kind of beside the point. I mean, like I say, Putin's not a good. He's done things like he's not innocent. None of these parties are innocent.
Okay, we'll just roll with it like that, because I mean, when I have time, I guess I'll try to look into that myself. But we know, we at least we know what our officials have done. We don't even know Ukraine. That's what we know about Ukraine, but we also know how that was fumbled. Like there could have been a clear way to fix all of that, but they didn't. Or shall I say, we didn't do anything about it. But all right,
I got a couple more before I go. Hold on. Let's just do this clip of Trump right quick.
Losing, do something. Something has to be done. Look, we're losing, I think, 300,000 people.
But let me ask you, I get it, and I see to you that there's a serious problem that's
we're
affecting
losing more money
Americans.
than if we were actually in a war.
But
not money.
A lot of the
Money
Republicans
and
are saying
lives.
they're going to do this.
We're losing more lives. If we were in a war, we wouldn't be losing, because I believe the number is 300,000.
But we can't have a war with Mexico.
No, it's a war on cartels. Mexico's petrified of the cartels. The cartels are running Mexico.
But if we send our troops across the southern border, you know better than I do that the
but
Mexican
they're
president,
sending-
if he doesn't like it, we're in a war.
I know, but I'm not too worried about that war. No, Mexico is sending their troops into our country in the form of illegal aliens that are killing people in many cases, that are causing lots of disease and lots of problems. They're coming in. I had the medical barrier that Biden dropped. I had every barrier you could have. Even the judge said, "Are you sure you want to drop this? I don't think you should drop this. This is a..."
So yeah, I don't know how Trump can say Mexico is sending troops by using the migrants or whatever. Like, it's not like they're sanctioned by Mexico, and a lot of those people aren't from Mexico at all. And Megyn Kelly was making a good point in saying that if we send troops into Mexico, that's going to cause problems with Mexico. Like, they're not going to be cool with American troops on their land. Ben Norton posted this. He said, the useful idiots who ridiculously claim Donald Trump is supposed anti-war candidate are ignoring how he is campaigning on the promise to start a war with Mexico. To justify the imperialist war drive, he insanely claims Mexican immigrants are troops.
I'm not even going to entertain that.
So
there's no
he
reason
says, it says the U.S. ruling class is split over the crisis of why their precious empire and economic hegemony is in such rapid decline and how to save it. Liberal imperialists want unified NATO and a war on Russia now and later China. MAGA fascists want war at home, in Mexico, and in China now. Just a mess on both sides.
Wouldn't that be something that's something similar to World War? You know, you got multiple people that you're at odds with, and you want to take them all on at one time.
Yeah, I don't know if you would call it a world war because it would just be the U.S. versus all of them. You know, we'd have to have some people. I guess we'd have some European countries, but I don't know. Them dudes, like
We
I was saying
own
before,
we own the European countries or the European countries own us. I mean, it's we're that's connected. So, you know, that's why this thing that they call NATO, like that's who's gonna be at war. That that alliance, those combined forces, along with whoever's willing to. I mean, and the rest of the world. Look, I'm telling you, like people don't realize a lot of these African countries are getting filled with military equipment and uh learning the sciences that the new sciences of war. Shoot, and China and Russia is in Africa and South America. You kidding me?
let me read this. It says his supporters aren't anti-war. They just want the U.S. to focus on fighting other wars, such as China and Mexico. So I think the point needs to be that both sides are freaking warmongers.
No, it's I don't think so.
The Republicans and
Go
the
ahead.
Democrats are warmongers.
I
I'm
don't
saying
think
the
so.
Republicans and the Democrats are warmongers. They always support the freaking military budget every time it comes around. Expanding the military budget. Talking about China. Both sides are talking about China. Like, they
Well,
agree. The one thing they always agree on is war.
no, I don't think they always agree on war. I think that they agree on defense. Because for one, like especially after one group has started a fight, it's kind of like, okay, well, we're here now and we got to do something. And I think that's the position that the Republicans have had for a while. And the war, and we're talking, a lot of that what you're talking about is like actual, dropping bombs somewhere. Like the war that Trump talks about is more economic. It's like, okay, look, we're getting misused here or there, whatever, and doing different things. Because I mean, we're at war all the time. Mental war. Sometimes it turns into physical, but like I think when people are saying this whole thing about Mexico, a lot of times like Mexico really goes along with what we say when if there's a clear deal being made saying, hey, look, we got to do, especially when it came, like they worked with Trump with no problem. They, of course people still got through, but that's meant to, like it's gonna happen. Some people gonna still be able to cross whatever, blah blah blah. But it never was to the same extent that it is right now. So I think the perception of how we're looking at this thing, and knowing that there's many ways to go to war, does not mean that they're ready to send troops in and duke it out just over every little battle. It's just not. That's just not sensible. That don't add up or make sense.
Well, back to what you said about them agreeing on defense, and that is what they say. But why do we need so much money for defense? Why do they keep on? Why is our military budget bigger than the next fucking 8 to 10 countries combined? Like, we need that much money to defend. Who's attacking the United States? Like, when was the last time it was some kind of war threat for the continental United States? Like,
Well,
I'm calling bullshit on that.
well, no, nobody has physically tried to come in as far as like guns and missiles and things of that sort. But and not to say that it's impossible that that's something that they're not, I feel like that could be a part of the plan. I mean, look at what America's been doing. I mean, I don't see that that's an impossible thing to happen. And I think that's where a lot of our problem is we're so biggity to where we, or where we're too big to be touched. And that's just not true, especially with the alliances that's being made everywhere else in the world. Like all of our allies are going elsewhere after Trump left. Like when with Biden, like a lot of people were still with us, and like, okay, here's somebody who's actually making some sense and talking, what most of them really care about, and that's the money. Like let's make some money. Let's do what needs, what we need to do, and let's make policies based on that. But there's others. There's
the
others
military
who wants to
budget-
take it a whole nother way. It's instead of instead of making deals, some people want to just bully it and just take it.
Well, the military budget is definitely about money. It's definitely about making money. It's absolutely, I don't think, have anything to do with actual defense. And as far as somebody attacking the United States, I don't think they would have any fucking snowball's chance in hell. If you could attack the United States some other kind of way, but not militarily. Like I don't know how you would. I don't know how you would even go about doing that.
I mean, that's what they said about Germany 50, 60 years ago. I mean, however long that's been. Like people felt the same way then. Like, bro, like you start thinking you can't lose, bro. Like somebody's already figured out a way for you to lose. Like it can happen, bro. And
Well, that way of thinking is what justifies this bloated ass military budget.
okay, maybe so. But at the same time, what my whole thing is, all right, there has to be money to be able for us to defend, and especially with this much trouble that this country causes across the world. And regardless, like I said, just think, this is a country, even with everybody included, we're talking about 360 million people, where there's how many billion people in the country? I mean, in the world? 8 billion? 9 billion? Bro, like all these different people combine themselves and become a force, like they could wipe us out and replenish the whole country if they wanted to. Like, I mean, don't be crazy and think that it's impossible.
Let me read a couple of tweet replies. It says, "We should know they all work for the same master: BlackRock, Wall Street, corporations, and the war machine." Great comment right there. And when she says they all work for the same, they're talking about the Republicans and the Democrats.
Well, yeah, and not just that. I mean, we got to think about other countries. Like these people are international corporations. You know what I'm saying? Like there's, regardless of how you want to look at it, yeah, a lot of them are focused in that direction. Like I'm not past, because I mean, like I look at it like possibilities, and sometimes they might be, crazy possibilities, but at the same time, I think that's the way you need to kind of see that a lot of these people, like some of the people that we see on TV as supposed to be our enemy, may not be. Maybe they're friends and they're just holding up this thing to make us, the people, feel like they're all at war and this is a big problem and blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that we have to see that as something that could be true. We have to really be concerned, watch every angle, because shit, what if Gaddafi is here in America chilling somewhere, or in the South America, in Central America, got a palace on his own island or something. I mean, the same thing that they said about Hitler. They said Hitler didn't die. He just moved to Argentina. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so it's just.
Let me read a couple more tweet replies. It says, "And he started a war against Venezuela. Lucky the intelligence services from Venezuela stopped them. Many U.S. terrorists were arrested." Another one, it says, why is everyone talking about Chinese economy as if USA economy is growing at 10% and more? Another one, it says, well, the cartels all lined up with weapons on our southern border. Another one,
Where
it
did they
says,
get? Where did they get them? Where did they get them from, though?
You got a little distant sound in your mic, Chaka, like you're talking to a tube.
yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I hear them pretty good. What'd you say about it, Doc?
Hey, good to see you up. Haven't seen you in a couple of weeks. Been busy.
Yeah, been having some things going on, man. You know, same kind of struggles the rest of America is having.
It's them Bidenomics.
I finally won my war against the DMV, and I got my damn driver's license.
Woo, woo, woo. Okay, cool deal.
Say, only took me since the lockdown.
You just gonna keep a regular license? You plan on getting a CDL?
I really don't have a need of getting a CDL, as harsh as that is on everything, unless I decide to head that way. And even then, I'm still gonna have to have the test vehicle and all that fun crap.
Now, check this out, y'all. Right here, it says, for those who claim there is no military buildup against China, check out these insane numbers. Few people are aware that there are already a shockingly high 375,000 U.S. service personnel stationed at 66 distinct defense sites in the Indo-Pacific region. The Pentagon's projected 2024 defense budget will be one of the largest in history, primarily focused on the China threat.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, look. I know with these people that's in office right now, that's definitely a threat. And I mean both parties. Like this is a definite threat. I mean the whole thing with Taiwan, like when you got a Congress lady going against the president's word, supposedly going against his word of not going over there, which I think was just theater. That's his main way of, saying he doesn't have any involvement with what she's doing at that moment. But, we all know it's all conspired. But either way, at least I know that it's conspired to go over there and make whatever deals they're going to make and be assured that whatever moves that they make, they had somebody to go and talk person to person on how these things were going to happen and, how much interference they were going to allow. So that's not a surprise to me.
Let me read this. It says, like Nick Stankovic rightly pointed out, this means there are now more U.S. troops, almost twice as many actually, in Asia, aimed at China than Russia used to invade Ukraine. And you think China won't feel threatened by this? It's insane.
No, China really isn't threatened by that because guess what? At the same time, while they got people over there loading up and preparing in China, there's people loading up and preparing here in South America, Cuba, and other little places. Brazil. I mean, they're putting people in position too.
Dude, I've been talking about the China problem since long before Russia. If you remember, I was talking about South China Sea, all that going on. I mean, truth is, if it was it's not economically feasible for China to go to war with us. I mean, it would really cause an entire global collapse of the economic system. But
I
the truth
agree.
is,
For U.S.
where
and China.
They wouldn't even need to use planes and all of that. They could strictly do a straight land invasion with all of their troops and stuff like that, and they would roll us. They got more than the numbers. They got more than the. I mean, seriously, China, they think we're the sleeping giant. China's the sleeping giant. If they decide to can take anything they want to because they have the might, they have the arms, and they have the way the way out.
And they have the budget.
They have
Let
the
me read
numbers.
this.
We
It
have the
says,
budget. Though.
it says, I just
They
finished watching
don't
the
need the
Hudson.
budget. They're a communist country. Their budget is whatever the leader chooses it to be.
That's what I mean. They got enough money. Let me read this. It says, I just finished watching the Hudson Institute's China Center for presentation by Kyle Bass on Xi Jinping's preparation for war. And is this a case of both sides preparing for war because each believes the other side is preparing for war?
I'm the director of a China Center here at Hudson.
I think it's got a lot to do more with war is not good for the economy, but the threat of war is great for the economy.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good way of looking at it right there. For both sides too, probably. I know
It
for
is
us
for both
for a
sides.
fact.
Well, I mean, my thing is because I mean, I think people, you know, maybe not putting too many twos into it. You know, 2 + 2 + 2 is not happening enough. But I mean, and a lot of people don't believe that it's even happening. But the whole idea has been proven that Biden has made deals with people, you know, some Chinese officials. So like everything that's happening is conspired. Like this is things that they're trying to do because they want to overthrow the United States government. Like a part of our economy turning up the way it is to give the show weakness, and it's just, I think there's a lot of things that's been going on that is like a bunch of these people are in cahoots with each other, and they pretend not to be the best of friends and this and that and the third. But I think that a lot of them are part of this global politics that they believe that it's the East's turn to run the world, and the things that they've been doing in the East, we're gonna bring it to the West, and that's I really feel like that's what they really want to see happen.
Let's check this one out. It says, Victor Gao destroys the notion that the West competes with China. There is no competition. The West has lost. Just look at the UK, then insert any other Western power. Let me play this.
Are you an ally? Are you a threat? How would you regard your relationship with Britain?
First of all, between China and Britain, from the Chinese perspective, Britain is not a rival, is not a competitor, it is not an enemy, it's not an adversary. Britain is just an important country to get along with in peace and in friendship and for mutual benefit. Now, how Britain looks at China, it's up to the British government and people to decide. But I think it would be completely misguided for Britain to view China as an enemy or adversary or a competitor. What do China and Britain compete with? China is the largest manufacturer of automobiles. Competing with Britain? No. China is the largest exporter of EV cars and will lead the whole world in EV production. Is Britain a competitor? No. China will be the biggest and most important producer and R&D in terms of semiconductor in no time. Does that mean that China competes with Britain? No. China will be the leading nation in AI revolution. Is Britain a competitor? No. So I think British government should not overestimate its impact on the global scene and view Britain as a rival of China. China is not. China is a fact. China is a megatrend for Britain to live with and get along with. Let's make peace rather than agitating for war.
Yeah, so he's saying he was using Britain as the example, but I think you can insert the United States and say the same thing.
Anywhere, yeah, and but they're
because he said number one, so that's everybody. Like they're not competing. They're blowing everybody out of the water. Nobody is competing with them. Nobody. That includes us.
Well,
think that those
They've got half the world's population, half the world's resources, and they don't have to follow the same rules. Excuse me. With all the pollution, the CO2, because they're still an emerging nation. They don't have the cap. Like 30% or 29% of the CO2 production of all producing nations comes from China. I mean, we're number 2 at 13%. They're number 1 at 29%. I mean, and it doesn't matter because being an emerging nation like they are, according to the global, who's a what's a fucksums, they don't have any kind of limit. They don't have this. They don't have to follow the same rules that we do. I mean, and like I said, 60% of the world's population. If you draw a circle around major China major and that area of the world that their influence mostly spreads over, 3.7 billion people live in that area. That's half of the world's population. I mean, they've got it made, and they've got a lot of the 43 minerals that we need for future technology. They have a solid 100% monopoly on at least 3. And if they keep doing this shit the way they're going in Africa, they're going to end up with 6.
Let me read a tweet reply. It says, "The truth often makes you chuckle, even though it's sad to see the decline in the UK since Thatcher. Britain isn't a threat. It isn't even an itch, and that may be a good thing. Why doesn't Britain now declare itself neutral and save billions a year, at least whilst it get back on its feet? What's here to invade for anyway? No natural resources to exploit since the Romans exploited it all." Yeah. What do UK have? What do they freaking produce?
Slaves.
A couple more replies. It says, "The Brits are up until now are defeated people. Quite refreshing to hear the Blade Runners doing what they're doing." Couple more. It says, "The UK government is still hankering for the good old days when it was an empire. Brit politicians still can't come to grips with reality that those evil days are long gone." Couple more. "But these evil days aren't gone. They are voyeurs of the US and live their lives through them. That's why they cooperate with them so much." That's a good point. Another one that says, "Sometimes going second is more efficient. Look at the diminishing returns curve from ICE to full EV. Plug-in hybrids have 20% the battery of an EV, yet capture 80% of the fuel savings because Americans average only 63 kilometers a day." And I saw the new car. I can't think of which brand it was, but it was a hybrid brand. And I just so happened to see the commercial because I was at work. So I don't watch fucking ads, but it said, it said electric for short trips and gas for long trips. I think that's how they're doing a lot of the cars now. You know what I mean? Even if it's not a straight up electric vehicle, it has electric capability. So you can plug it up and use it for your back and forth to work trips. But if you have to take like a road trip, then you need to use the gas.
Most hybrids, most hybrids have a electric range. Normally it's pretty small because in a hybrid the battery is a lot smaller, but that range is getting big. It used to be like 20 miles. Now the average one will go like 50 to 60 miles just on a charge.
Yep, man. And I think that's a pretty good compromise. I think a lot of people wouldn't have a problem with that. And I also think that's the direction that they're going. That's where we're headed. Like it or not.
You know, even with a 10-gallon fuel tank on most of those, going in hybrid mode is only about 40 miles a gallon. They got us in the 400-mile range. They want to keep everybody in right now. Remember that 400
that's all
miles.
you need to drive back and forth to work. That's all you need to drive back and forth to work.
No, I'm
Let's go
saying
into
that's how they're limiting people traveling, is by keeping vehicles on a 400-mile range. You know, I mean, you're going to see this number. If you haven't started noticing the 400-mile range already, you're going to start seeing it more and more as things come in. We used to be a country where, hey, let's take a couple of days, let's drive across, let's drive to here, let's drive to there. They're trying to cut that down. They're trying to cut that travel down and everything. They're trying to slowly get us to where we all stay within a small area all of our lives.
Well, if you have the gas on there too, then you could just put gas in the car and take the long trip on that hybrid vehicle.
Did you hear what happened to the secretary's and her entourage as they were driving on their tour for promoting EV vehicles?
No.
They ran out. They couldn't find enough charging stations to get across the country.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the real issue.
What happened was they got cocked up because they have like 6 or 8 cars, and some of the charging stations they went to were only capable of like 4 to 6. So they got gacked up and way off schedule because they were having to charge so many. I just thought that was funny that they were doing a promotion to show how convenient it is to electronic travel across the country. Wah wah.
Well, the issue is the infrastructure. I mean, that's a simple fix, right? Just build the infrastructure to support the EV vehicles. I mean, put every gas station, put electric charging station.
You do realize that a facility made to charge, say, 30 vehicles at one time actually uses more power than the entire factory used to produce the electronic vehicle. At this point in time, our power grid across the country cannot handle, say, a little cul-de-sac that's got 10 houses on it. If more than, say, 4 of those houses got an EV charging station on them, it would load the power grid in that area to the point of a rolling brownout during peak times.
Well, then plug those houses up to solar panels. Put solar panels on those houses, or put solar panels on those.
That is including all of that. That's the thing. This whole EV thing that they're selling us comes with trillions and trillions of dollars down the pipeline that they're not even acknowledging and talking about yet. Things that when it comes up, it's like, oh, well, we overlooked this fact. I'm sorry, this is just going to cost us a couple trillion more. It's okay. We can get it from taxes.
Yeah, well, the infrastructure got to be built. I mean, they had to build the gas stations. They had to build the electricity, the power lines. They had to build the roads and freeways. That shit costed money. That's what they did. Honestly, I think that the cars is just really the wrong way. I think that, like I was talking to somebody at work, and it's like, we're free. We live in the greatest country in the world. We're free, United States, America, rah rah rah. But we're stuck in freaking traffic. We spend hours and hours of our day every day in traffic. For what? For why? So we can have freedom. In other countries, they get where they need to go in minutes. Okay, it's really dumb. We're stuck in the past. We need to go ahead and move in the future. And mass transit is the way. That is the answer. It's not the cars. The EVs are not the answer. The answer is the trains, the mass transit. That's what they need to build, and we can get to where we need to go in minutes and not be in traffic. We need to rebuild change the way we build our cities, change the way we do things. Why do we want to have these damn freeways? Why do we want to fucking be in traffic for hours? Even if you're in an electric vehicle and you don't have to drive it and it's driving itself, you're still in fucking traffic. It's stupid. Can y'all hear me? Anyways, I'm gonna move forward. Freaking Tesla bot. I hope I don't get in trouble for playing this as far as copyright. Have y'all seen the Tesla bots? I think, you know, right now it's like all entertainment and funny and stuff, but a lot of people are scared. They're talking about the AI, like the movie AI and the robots taking over and killing people. I think that's silly, but these robots are getting, you know, dexterous or whatever. They can use
It'll
power
be China
tools.
that does that.
They can use power tools, and these are going to be people's personal assistants and shit. So they're going to do jobs that, you know, people do. So what it's going to be is they talking about the immigrants talking about they took our jobs. It's going to be these Tesla bots that's going to take your job if you have like a manual labor type of job.
Heck, look at Walmart. They've got the self-checkout lines. Those don't even use artificial intelligence, and they stole jobs.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. They use artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, it's the people actually running them, actually using them.
Yeah. But your point is valid still. You know, it's this is what's happening. This is the future. So like people, you know, and this is also an argument for universal basic income, because that's becoming more and more of a topic that keeps popping up as an answer for this kind of situation. But a lot of people don't like that idea. And I get it. I totally get it. I don't know if I got to rely on making money from the government. That's kind of scary for me, because they might decide to turn the damn check off. And plus they can keep me at a certain income level or whatever. So, I mean, building skills that you can use that a robot can't do is what you need to be thinking. Like if you're a young person and you're going into school, maybe you're in high school, middle school, whatever, you're thinking about the future, you need to make sure that you have some skills, like some computer skills, some, you know, stuff that the robots can't do.
Hey, you want to make good money or know that you're going to have money coming in the future? Go into nursing, private and personal care nursing. That's for the next 30, 40 years. There's going to be a whole lot more old people going out than young people coming in. And they're going to need to be cared for and taken care of. And there might be a glut on the market of medical professionals in 40 years because all the people going in. But right now, and heck, the last 20 years, I mean, since we were in high school, the baby boomers are starting to die off. Gen X, we done wrecked our bodies doing all that stupid crap. We're starting to get old and need to be taken care of. I mean, that's, if you want job security and you're not a thief, a bully, or an asshole, that's the way to go, man. That's good money there.
Yeah, you're probably right. And the doctors are kind of in trouble too. I've noticed, and I saw these reports about, you know, they're using AI a lot more related to healthcare. They have it's not a robot, it's just an AI program, but it's helping a lot in diagnosing, prognosis, and recommended treatments. They already started using them a lot.
The weak doctors are going to be able to get AI and become better doctors. But a good doctor with human instincts will always end up in the long run being better than an AI, because there's just little subtleties about energy, body, combination of things that we understand better with our human connection than any machine would be able to. But at the same time, those doctors that don't have that sense, that empathy, that feel, they're going to become better because of the AI, because their inability to get that is going to be bolstered by the AI to help them make better decisions.
Yeah. And a big part of the healthcare system is just trying to make people feel better anyway, like as far as making them feel more comfortable, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Like the little things that make you feel more comfortable. And like, I don't know that a robot would be able to help with that very much. You know, it's just kind of like saying stuff that make you feel comfortable, or like putting you in comfortable positions, or just like you know what I'm trying to say. I can't find the words, but the doctors do that a lot now. Like that's a big part of
Welcome
their
to
job.
HealBot. Say, welcome to HealBot 497. Are you feeling okay today?
Yeah. I don't know if that's gonna work.
How is your day been? It was raining. Are you feeling okay? I am attempting to be more human towards you.
Yeah,
to make
but you
you
never
feel
know.
better.
The AIs are improving a lot. I saw a lot of them I saw this video game. I was watching on YouTube, and they have these AIs in the game, and each NPC has its own personality or whatever. And you can walk up to them and have real ass conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? And that's really interesting, because that's a really huge improvement in the AI. So maybe it won't be so like robotic when they talk to you, and they can actually have like a meaningful like conversation with you, or make you feel comfortable, because it's the AI is so complex, because they can program them heavily, give them a personality. That shit was blowing me away, because the guy was just making a YouTube video. I don't know what game it was, and whatever the purpose of the game was, is not what the guy was doing. He was just roaming around in the world and just having conversations with the random NPCs and asking them questions and stuff. And it really kind of blew me away how complex the AIs were, with their own personalities, their own like story for their life and shit. Crazy. I wouldn't mind doing that, I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, as a writer, especially with the new chat GPT and stuff coming out, I have to tell you that I have psychological files on a lot of my characters. It's like, this is what happened when they were, I mean, it's like if you were to read a cop or a mental briefing on this character. So I have fed these into the AI, you know, their personalities and all that and stuff, and then had a chat with Chat GPT with them being that character. And I have found out more about those characters than I created myself by using Chat GPT, by using a chat program. I just got, I just got back, I mean, the answers I got back were like nuanced in a way that I had not come up with yet. They're still a little choppy and stuff, but it was enough for me to go, hey, wow, you just told me something about my creation that I didn't know, or I didn't think they would think that way. And then you reasoned it out in a manner that, even though I'm that guy in my head, you're actually thinking of as that person and coming back to me, where I still can't quite get that nuance of their character or personality. Got in an argument with one of my own damn characters. Go figure.
That's interesting. You just made my mind go in a different direction. But yeah, so the Tesla bots, you know, they have the Tesla bots, and they have the same technology that's in the car, so they can move around environments and stuff. And then they're adding them with dexterity or whatever, and then they can learn and shit like that. Complete complex tasks. They can use power tools, you know. So they unveiled the new Tesla bot. Had you seen any of that? That's the clip I'm playing in the background. I don't want to play the video because it might give me a copyright.
I haven't seen these particular clips, but I've been following the bots and the AIs both as a comedic situation, which I do, as well as for writing, as well as the whole Skynet thing. That's what I say. If anyone's going to come up and Skynet's going to start and screw us all over, you know it's going to be China that does it. I mean, they can't even keep a cold in a building. I mean, how do you think they're going to stop AIs from getting out?
Well, we don't think that. Let's be careful talking about this, but We don't think that that was actual accident.
That's why I'm saying, you know, that's why I'm being vague enough about what I'm talking about, that it's not direct, but you understand.
When we talk about
Well,
the
I
future
don't
of
think it was. I don't
manufacturing,
think it was purposeful. I think it was an accident because
Really?
that facility right afterwards had its entire internal air system upgraded. Right after that, I'm thinking there was an oopsie or a filter misplaced, or I really don't think that it was done on purpose. Now, they took advantage of it like they were planning to, but I think that the sloppiness of the way that it all went down showed that they weren't ready for it yet. They didn't have everything in place like they needed to have it accidentally happen. So I think it actually did accidentally happen.
Yeah, there's evidence that can show that too, because one of the doctors from there died. But anyways, let's move on. It's too sensitive right now because they're shutting people's channels down. Medical information, misinformation. So this one, it says the real reason the Tesla bot is the key to Elon Musk's master plan. I don't know how much sounds do they have in this.
it's already a foregone conclusion at this point what that is going to look like. Robots. Lots and lots of robots. Automation is essential to a sustainable future. There's just no way around it. Elon Musk knows that, and that's why he's been obsessed with this idea of a machine that builds the machine for years now. So it's really no coincidence that in the most recent demonstration video of Elon's humanoid Tesla bot, we literally saw one robot building another. This is Musk's endgame. This is just a tiny glimpse into a future of infinite potential.
A robot that built another robot. That makes me think of that that show, the HBO show, Westworld, where he had they didn't even know the guy was a robot working on his team. It was two guys, the guy head of security guy and the guy who was head of tech. They were both robots, and didn't even nobody that worked for the company even knew. Did you watch that show? Season 1 and season 2 was pretty fucking good. Especially season 1. Can y'all hear me? Am I coming through? I'm kind of worried if y'all can hear me.
I mean, if you think about it, we can't use living people to be slave labor anymore. So now we got to build our own.
You know, it's like the damn how things go in a circle and come back around, man. And you know how when they talk about the Anunnaki and they talk about them wanting to create slaves to be able to help them mine gold or whatever, because they didn't want to do all of that work. And some people think that that's one of the little missing links in human evolution, when humans made the huge jump in brain size and all of that. You know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to be careful with it.
Well, you remember back in the day when we were in when I was in high school in the 80s, Polly the sheep, cloning, and everyone was freaking out about human cloning and blah blah blah, because they were afraid that they were going to make a cloned species of humans with extremely low intelligence that would be able to be used as a quickly produced manual labor force. By manipulation of their mentality, their maximum potential IQ would be hampered. And that was one of the big fears of cloning back then, was to create an inferior slave race. And now we're doing it through programming and these. I mean, we're literally trying to invent the next wave of slavery.
It's crazy.
I mean,
and I can't help but to think about
computers for everything else.
The ethics involved in this, because once you create this AI and it becomes so humanoid, I think I remember seeing a movie that was talking about the rights. Yeah, but this one, it was talking about the rights.
Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, was that what it was? Yeah, the rights of the AIs, like the AIs having rights because they're so
Millennium Man, Robin Williams.
Yeah, so like that, the ethics definitely starts coming into play with that, especially when it gets to the point where you can't barely determine the difference between a human and not one. What's up with my screen? Okay, it's cleared up.
I mean, and we're calling it artificial intelligence, but we are, by nature of that definition, determining it as intelligence. At what point is it self-intelligence or either deserving of or has the ability to produce its own free will? If we choose to not allow the programming to let it have free will, are we then being the monsters because we are not letting them develop? And then once we do, what is to stop them from making that super generational choice? Because at that point in time, an AI can program an AI to get boundless more intelligence than we have today. And then what's to stop them from saying that morals and ethics are a human difficulty and logic, patterns, and science are the ones that should rule, and those are how decisions should be made.
Yeah, so a lot of people are saying it's the beginning of the end, but they're talking about the AIs like killing people or whatever, but I don't think that's it. It's more like what we mentioned already, like the AI, the one with the little kid, in that one, humans went extinct and the aliens came and they found the robot. He was under the water, freaking trying to get to the ferry or whatever, and they didn't have any more the memories. They wanted his memories because they could use them to understand humans or whatever, like to study humans.
They could recreate the species from the memories. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was all they thought they were trying to do bad things, but they were actually trying to repopulate, reproduce humans. Yeah, I can't remember what that one is. That was a good trippy one.
Yeah. So it was.
There's also one recently that came out. It's got the Mexican guy that played he was in one of the superhero movies as one of the cool guys that bantered back. But the whole movie was about he lives on Earth and they are all thinking they're humans, but actually AI took robots and stuff took over the Earth a generation or so ago, and the people attacking weren't enemy robots; they were actually humans coming trying to take the Earth back, while all the people on Earth thought that they were humans fighting off robots.
Yeah, and in the show Westworld, it was like the humans.
The guy in it is the one that just did the To the Stars one, where he's the Hispanic guy that wants to go to space and everyone tells him he can't do it and all that. That's the same actor in the movie that I'm talking about.
Well, in the Westworld one, the humans went extinct and it was like the AIs felt like they were the next, the evolution of humans.
That's not Westworld.
But anyways, it's the idea that humans evolve, but we evolve into AI. And then it's like our actual physical bodies are no longer a thing. It's our creation is still here, but we're gone. And the creation is in our image. So they walk around looking like humans and living like humans, but they're not. I don't know. It's just got my brain going on this idea of the beginning of the end of humanity related to AI. It's, I don't know. We're definitely going to have to find some kind of balance. We're going to have to find a way to, let them.
Space exploration right now is 100% in the AI.
Where you was breaking up, what did you say?
I said space exploration right now is in the hands of AI. We can't pack a couple of people in a little bitty shell and send them way out past the galaxy rim to try to find stuff. We need an intelligent computer that can think for itself, help figure out things, make decisions and stuff like that. Things that, an accident takes place. They've got got the AI to be able to handle it like you would normally a human pilot. Because, like I said, we're not going to be able to send 1, 2, 3, 5 people. I mean, at light speed, or just under light speed, we'll say the fastest we can theoretically go right now. It's still going to take 70 to 100 years to get to the closest star that might be able to support human life. We still aren't sure. Radio-wise, numbers, mathematics, we think so. But we still won't know till it's just like Christopher Columbus or anyone crossing the ocean. It's like, hey, we found this island. What the fuck? And why are these things trying to kill us? I mean, it's it's like that. We don't know what's going to happen when we get there.
That's what makes it scary. It's so many different scenarios and directions that you could go into. They all seem scary. But what if it just turns into like a freaking utopia for humans where you just have the robots doing everything and we're basically chilling all the time every day? I mean, it could happen. I think that we have to have these policies of people over profit. We got to change our ways to, that's what it is. That's what I'm coming to.
Then we become fat ass people floating around doing nothing like Wall-E.
Like Wall-E. But yeah, so that's what the conclusion my brain is getting to is that, regardless, the result is going to be bad if we don't change the way we do things. Like, the way we move as far as, like I say, people over profit and stuff like that, like really caring about the environment, really caring about each other, having compassion for each other and trying to get away from all this selfishness and stuff. You know what I mean? Like if we don't, then the AI is going to be used in a negative way. It's going to have negative consequences because without AI, we are already doing stuff and destroying the planet and warring with each other. And, so humans, we got to evolve beyond where we are now. And we need to do it quickly because our technology is getting to the point where we can freaking, delete ourselves by accident or even on purpose for some stupid, selfish reason. Some rich billionaire just decides to be like Thanos and be like, hey, it's too many people, so let's just freaking get rid of half of them and build a AI army to get the job done. Won't be nobody to stop them. It's endless possibilities, endless freaking scenarios. Like I say, none of them are going to be good if we don't change. Because if we're creating them in our own image, and we're just walking around here horrible sacks of meat, then the AIs are going to be a reflection of that. And they're going to carry on our horrible work that we do. You get what I'm saying? Freak, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I totally lost my train of thoughts for everything. AI, the ideas of AI has got my brain going 100 miles a minute over here. Let's go to a couple more stories before we get out of here. I had more stuff, but my freaking hold on. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to what I sent to Pat. I know I got some stuff in there. And we'll do a couple of them. And we'll do this one. Let's do this last one on Twitter first, and then I'm gonna go to those quick stories, because if they don't freaking block this show for copyright, because I did some stuff I probably shouldn't have done on here, I'll have some clips for the shorts later. So that's what I want to do now. I want to make sure I get some clips. Check this out right here. West African Revolution. It says Burkina Faso military has ordered the French embassy to leave the country immediately due to subversive behavior. In Niger, the French troops were starved for days, faced dehydration due to not having access to water until they were seen packing and leaving 2 nights ago. It says Kura. I saw they intercepted a shipment of croissants. There was a lot of jokes online about it, and they were like, so it's going to be flaky bread that's going to get them to win or whatever, because the guy in the embassy hasn't left. I want to say that the people in the embassy, but that's what they were talking about right here. They still haven't left, and they cut the water and the electricity off like a couple weeks ago, I want to say. So I don't know how the hell they holding up in there. It's crazy how you could be in a country and then the country wants you to leave and then you don't leave. Like, no, I'm not leaving.
Well, remember, right now, France does not recognize the current government as legitimate. It's not really the legitimate government. It's a military coup takeover.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
get it.
until the people declare what government that they want, which even the takeover guys have said, yeah, we'll turn it back over to the people in like 3 years, 2 or 3 years. So
Yeah,
this
so they
is
have
not
to-
going to end anytime soon. And there's still a good chance that it's not going to be given up, because most of the time the stuff that goes on like this in Africa ends up bloody revolt after bloody revolt after bloody revolt. A lot of it due to foreign influence, but at the same time, a lot of it having to do with shady politics, intimidation at poll sites. I mean,
Yeah, because that's what I'm about to
stuff
say.
like that. Just
They would have to have an
Okay.
election. But these guys are talking the way that they're talking. They sound, they sound different than some of the other ones before, and like I say, they're gonna have to have elections to be legitimate, and the people. But a lot of the people are supporting these guys over there anyway. So, but they want France out. So France hanging out is like, why, And if these people were really like terrible, then they would have just killed them. They would have just killed the embassy, what do you call them, the consulate. They would have just killed them.
Well, see, that's the other trick on it now is optics nowadays. Bloody revolutions were really cool back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, when it took 6 months to a year before the world got pictures and the world found out exactly what went on. Now when this shit's going on in real time, or they've only got a day or two, they can't play they can't play this, brutal dictator game like they used to back in the day. I mean, because they go from, fighting for the palace to having everything about their regime exposed online and to the world within a matter of days instead of a matter of months or years. So you have to, everything, if you notice, all of the bloody coups and things like that have been a lot nicer in the last 20 years than they were back when we were growing up.
I have to agree with you on that. Let me read this. It says, I saw in Niger they took these croissants on their way to the base. Niger people said, nix, no way, they didn't stand a chance. Imagine refusing to leave a country where you're told you're not wanted. Yeah, so I saw those clips on the croissants. The internet was going crazy on that shit. It was pretty damn funny to me. Like, they want their damn croissants.
I hate people using that phrase. Why would you want to go to a country where you're not wanted? Because that really ripples across refugees and immigrants everywhere right now.
Yeah. What says refuse leave?
That really bites into a whole lot of positive and negative wise. I mean, that's just that's a phrase that works both ways.
Yeah, that's a fair argument. Another comment says,
I'm not saying good, bad. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that it bleeds over into all the other stuff too.
Yeah, you're making a lot of sense. It's hard for me to argue with your logic there. Another comment that says, way to go, Africa rise. Another one that says, let us all say no to imperialism. Another one that says, Africa unite for the benefit of your children. Another one that says, this guy gives me joy anytime I see him. Let's see. Another one that says, they will come back begging for food. No success story in Africa. Well, that's freaking negative. Another one that says, Africa needs to rid itself of foreign army bases immediately. These all kind of say the same thing. It says, why is South African mainstream media so quiet about what's happening in Niger? Well, I wouldn't know because I'm not in South Africa, but another comment, it says, a leader in motion at 35 years old, he has achieved what many presidents of African states have failed to do. Another one, it says, this movement should have been taken long ago. Kick them out now since it's been long overdue. Another one, it says, this is a recipe for disaster, but getting rid of France is the best decision as the French continue to loot uranium in that country and pay with nothing. Let the French know that for them, in order to keep lights in Paris, they must pay. Another one, the French troops received firsthand experience of how too many African babies felt from having no access to food or water, mainly because of colonialism. Troops and French government have no mercy on them. One more. Well done. If more Africans join them, then the West won't be able to play African countries against each other. South Africa is next. All American troops must be kicked out of South Africa. That will be a development. Let's go to this.
I really wish you had gone and read that next comment.
Okay, I'll go back.
It was one speaking about the other side. It actually went the other direction.
Because that's why I got bored, because they were all saying the same shit. That's what happens whenever I'm reading comments and they're all pretty much just repeating each other. I freaking run out of patience. Here, I'm gonna go back to it.
It was talking about how so far in Africa, when the junta take over, it almost always ends up bad for the people. Not saying that France didn't need to go out or something like that. Okay, a little bit further down. There we go, by Mosaic at the bottom there, in the middle.
Yeah, it says, we're yet to see a happy ending when military junta rules. By then, ex-Twitter street will be empty and quiet. The civilians of affected countries won't be heard of until the next coup. It's a vicious cycle. It could be. So, but we gotta let's be optimistic.
That's what we've been seeing. Yes, I will be optimistic, but I'm also going to. This is the reality of what we've seen. That's what I was talking about earlier. When the militaries take over, it normally ends up bad for the people. And they normally end up staying in charge for quite a while longer than they said they were going to. I hope this guy is legit. I hope he turns over to the people. I hope that he doesn't choose to represent himself to lead the country for the people. Because he is a rebel. He illegally took over the country in a coup. The best thing that he can do now is step back, allow the people to rule themselves, and turn control of the military over to the people. If he doesn't do that, then he's just another dictator.
I agree.
No matter the pretty words, no matter how positive this is.
I hope. So far, I like this guy. So we're gonna see. Who knows? It could go the way it has been going historically, but hopefully
his words are good. I don't like his energy.
Hopefully he does. They have some kind of elections and they go ahead and let the
But
people.
even he's talking 3 years before that, 2-3 years before they're even going to start discussing that.
Yeah, but I still think that they can't do it right away. I mean, because they want to make sure that, because what they did is pretty damn.
They got to make sure all the foreign influence is out, and only the people that they control are the ones doing the elections and stuff like that. They got to make sure it's leaned on their side. Just like, that's why 3 years. That's why not a year or two. That's why not being open about it. That's why shutting things down. Everybody get out. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Huddle.
Hike. Break. Yeah. Let's do some random little memes. Did you see earlier I played the clip of that guy talking about he wants the people to hurt. He needs unemployment to rise. It went viral all over the internet already. The guy talking about, let me play that clip again, because I don't know if you saw it, but let me play this anyways, because this is what the people are thinking.
That is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. Tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. They have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40-50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance. I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that.
So what do you think? Comments on that? Sounds like a sociopathic asshole.
No, I understand his line of reasoning and thought. And all I will say is look at the conditions where he comes from over in Europe, where
He's
they
Australian.
tried to get together, pull something as large as the United States, crash and I thought he was European. My bad there. That goes on to a whole other different thing right there. I mean, now I don't understand the idea behind high unemployment or high employment causes recession. I mean, I might be wrong, but I was always taught it was the other way around. As long as you've got people working, as long as you got money generating, as long as you got tax flowing, as long as you got people spending, things are going to be okay. What I'm thinking he's saying but not saying is there are aspects of our economy right now that have gotten so out of whack and out of control that reality is giving us a problem. For example, housing, medical care, basic cost of higher education. All of these things at one time have been supported by the government as a major cause that we need to throw money at. We need to help. We need to end that problem. And all they did was exasperate the problem.
Yeah, but
And
this guy's
now-
not really talking about the government. He's talking about
It's easy to live in the world today. It's almost impossible to get to the point where it's easy to live.
Well, he's not talking about. He's talking about corporations need to make it harder on people so that they can have a better cost effectiveness. As far as like the employees need to feel like they need the employers, like they're getting too uppity. You know, they're asking for too much or whatever. So he's like, we need to make them hurt. We need to have more unemployment, you know, so these people can't be, you know, asking for higher wages and all of this shit and working from home and all of this shit. He's like, since COVID, people done got too uppity.
See, that's such a misinterpretation of what's going on. I mean, what's going on right now is the lowest level of skills. And all the people that are working jobs that are supposed to be stepping stones, supposed to be the first rung on the ladders, are now demanding that they make a living, an entire like living for now and all of my future. You know, like, you know, I should be able to have my iPhone, get a car, get a house, play the stock market, start a job. You know, and that's just, it's not, I mean, God, did you hear what California just did with their, if you work if you operate a chain store that has more than 60 or more locations across the country, you are required to have a $20 minimum wage.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's insane. If the big corporations don't start shutting down, it's going to destroy mom and pops. Because who's going to work for $15.50 an hour, the minimum wage, at, Bob's Burgers when you can go to McDonald's and work your little station right there, punching some buttons and get $4 an hour more. I mean,
they've already been destroying the mom and pops, man. COVID got rid of a whole bunch of them. It's been an attack on small businesses, and that's what I've been saying for the longest. These monopolies, these conglomerates, that's the problem. They need to be busted up and broken down.
Hey, I work for a mom and pop, and I'm quiet quitting. When I came in out of COVID, I was getting minimum wage. I had worked for 2 other places through the lockdown, and both of them were giving me like $5.50 an hour, $6.50 an hour as a server, because they were getting those business loans and were giving it back to the employees. So I didn't think about it. Well, come a year later, all of a sudden they say, oh, well, we've been paying you $5 an hour too much. Okay, cool. I'm not going to get that. Oh, you now owe us $3,200 of overpay. What the fuck? So now they started taking, first they started taking $50 a week out of my check to pay themselves back. Now, at no time have I ever agreed to this. At no time have I ever said yes, blah, blah, blah. So now I got it down to $30 a week, and I work 6 days a week. So literally every day when I step into there, I'm at -$5 on my daily goals. I just negotiated time off with them. I wanted 2 weeks straight off. You know what I ended up getting? 11 days off over the course of 3 weeks. Because I have to work 2 days because they're not staffed right. Because they don't have anyone that can cover me. Despite the fact we've got 5 more people now than when I told them I was planning this 6 months ago.
Yeah. Well, again, I think it goes back to what that guy was saying in the video that I just played. It's like the employers want the people to feel like they need the employees. They can't be asking for stuff like what you're asking for. Like they need to be hurting, and
that's where I went with the quiet. What I'm saying, I'm doing the quiet quitting. When I first got there, they were paying me $7.25 an hour, plus I got my tips. Man, the bar was clean. I was rotating, cleaning sections of the bar, keeping it up to date. There wasn't a glass that didn't shine and have niceness to it. I was backing off on tables and helping other people bust their tables, clean, run food, do all kinds of. I would back off of my own tables and make less. And now, fuck it, man. I sit back and play Toy Blast or Candy Crush between the stuff now because they're paying me $2.13 an hour.
Yeah.
They're not paying me to do that anymore. They're not paying me to exceed. They're not paying me to excel in my job. The customers are. My customers great service. My customers get great service. They get entertained. They get catered to. They get joked with. They get remembered. But everything else I do, fuck it.
Well, this is what happens. This is the attitude that people have when they're not being treated properly, and that's what's happening. That's why we have in the whole first hour and a half of the show, we was talking about the UAW, the
United Auto Workers Union.
Yeah, and the strike. Let me read this. It says, Richard Feynman said, "We scientists are trying to prove ourselves wrong as quickly as possible because only in that way can we find progress. This is the opposite of how religion works. It disregards any evidence which is unfavorable to its belief in an attempt to convince believers and others it's true. This is why thousands of religions exist and why science works." So it's got a hashtag. It's science is greater than religion. Let me read a comment. It says, how much progress has science made towards discovering the true meaning and purpose of life? Or is that an invalid question from a scientific perspective? Somebody felt triggered. Another comment that says, I mean, enthusiastic and rapid self-correction is the ideal, but we scientists often fall short of that ideal. Look how long it took for plate tectonics to be respected among geologists. Scientists are not immune to the human aspects of bias, blind loyalty, irrationality, etc. I think we need to be careful using lofty idealistic language when discussing science. It can lead itself towards technocratic supremacy. I wrote a paper in school that science is a cult. I think that was the title of it. And, you know, you could say science is a new religion. You know, there's a lot related to the academics that they do the same thing that this guy is saying. What he said, disregard of any evidence, which is unfavorable. And in the scientific community, they do that a lot. I don't know, it was a movie or something I saw where the guy was he was the instructor, and one of his students wrote some stuff that went against his whole, what he built his whole career on. So he made sure that student freaking got, you know, gave him a bad grade, tried to get him kicked out of the school.
There's an unspoken and accepted normal. And if you challenge that normal, anything you come up with becomes wrong. Just like in religion, yes. Science is a cult in itself. And you want to know the easiest way to non-religiously trigger an atheist? Explain to them that atheism is just another belief system.
Mm-hmm.
And academically speaking, from an anthropological, psychological, and discussion point of view, it is just as much a belief system as any religion or non-religion. And they will sit there to the dying breath and go, no, it just means we don't believe, blah, 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 blah. It means belief in nothing. It's like, no, that is not just what it means. There are a lot more. There's skeptical atheism. There's non-skeptical atheism. There's approaches on how they argue their atheism. In both of those, there's two main processes that they use to argue, which means it falls into a what would that be? A canonical and a non-canonical, or an orthodox and an unorthodox point of view to argue, and all of that. It's a belief system, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, it is a belief in no deity and among other things, but it's still a belief system. And man, you want to talk about making people's I mean, if you want to make an atheist get Forrest Whitaker eye in 2 seconds, tell him that atheism is a belief system.
Yeah. Let me read this. It says, Norman Borlaug has saved the lives of over 1 billion people using GMO rice and grain. It's said he even staved off a potential world war by ending the famine in Pakistan and India. Meanwhile, religious people are still throwing homosexuals from rooftops and freaking out over human gender. Scientific progress is true progress. Religious progress is often just death and destruction. That's going to piss a lot of people off.
Oh, yeah. Scientific progress does not lead to death and destruction. I mean, but
yeah.
I mean?
Atomic bomb.
I mean, I think we had 2 years ago something about the scientific not being that fatal, right? Hey, just thoughts on all of that.
Yeah, and I agree with you, but we do have to be careful because as far as like, hey, I respect religions, you know, but at the same time, and then I'm over here bashing science, saying that it's, you know, it's a cult. But if you are able to realize where you're wrong in religion or in science, then you are growing and changing and becoming better, and you're not stagnant.
Let's do better and call science cult-like.
Okay.
Because it is like cults. It really is. I won't call it one, even though it has its saints, its prophets, its martyrs. We won't call it a religion. We won't really call it a religion or a cult or a faith in of itself. It is the process of the non-believer. But at the same time, you also have some of the leading scientists that are absolute believers.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, they will sit there and say, there is not a thing that science has proven that denies God.
And I like to make the argument that why can't evolution be the process of God's creation? You know.
Well, like I've said that several times. That's one of the big things that gets them hating me is like, you know, the texts say that we were created in the image of a greater being. Who is to say that greater being looks even like we do today? We're still evolving. We are still changing. But a complex thing, because there's one thing that a scientist cannot tell you. What is the difference between a living body and a dead body?
Yeah, that's funny because I was reading a lot about that not that long ago.
The power source, the spark, and what is that spark? That's where science and religion have a problem because there's a gap between them.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that the body was evolved to contain the spark. The spark is what continues. It's what part of the greater energy field that we all produce.
Let me read this one. It says, I do not see them as mutually exclusive. It is the translation people twist it for selfish reasons. Another one, it says, religion has nothing to do with truth. Another one, it says, apart from the scientists who want to prove their financial backers right.
Religion was the first science. Religion literally is science day one. It was us coming out of the cave and going, what is that sound in the sky? What is that rumble? Why does that rumble come with a cloud? Maybe that is a chariot of some god or angry god who is coming. That's science. Caveman style. Now we know that it's the pressure between the cumulus and subcumulus clouds. The thunder is the actual rubbing of the friction of the clouds rubbing together, which creates the spark of lightning. And the lightning is actually, the sound of the thunder is actually the lightning breaking the sound barrier when it comes down. But the first thoughts were angry gods. Religion is the first steps of science, and it always was.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what people need to understand and realize. You know, some people get stuck in the past.
Yeah. And if you look at God as nature, then you could still say the rumblings, the thunder, and the lightning was an angry God. It still works.
I mean, even the Native American people, almost every religion throughout the world has a storm god.
Mm-hmm.
And most of them are angry or vengeful or warrior gods.
Yeah.
Because that is the way of the storm. Why is it common amongst all the people all over the world? Because those are the first thoughts that come from a mind that's questioning the world about them. First, it is beyond us. It is something beyond us, a greater power. Because the big animals were bigger, they were greater powers, stuff like that. I mean, and then as you explain things and go along, you slowly begin to understand the world around you and its nature. And then somewhere along the line, the process of like, hey, I have this idea, let's test it, comes along. And that happened long before the scientific process was developed. They were using it. Hey, here's an idea, let's see.
Exactly. Check this meme out. It says, socialism never works. Norway is a socialist and they're doing great. They're not socialists. They're a capitalist country with strong welfare policies. Then let's adopt those policies. No, that's socialism.
Yeah, that was made by someone that's dumb. There also needs to be the point in there with an extremely high tax rate. Also, Norway is moving away from, and for 20 years is moving away from those policies that it was instituted and been privatizing more and more and more. Also, just to let you know, the $20,000 car that we buy here, the lowest end model, like the Nissan Versa kind of stuff, are $23,000, costs about $60,000 or $80,000 there.
And didn't Norway join NATO? Are they talking about joining NATO?
No, they've been part of NATO.
Okay.
They have no military budget at all. I think they've got like a 1.8% military budget, which is mostly police. And even then, there are not a lot of them comparatively. Now, to be honest, the detectives and investigative people in Norway are really good.
Let me read the caption or comment. It says, Norway has specifically said they're not a socialist country. Let's ignore that part. China, Cuba, Laos, Vietnam, those are socialist countries. Try living there. Sure, you'll love it. Another comment, it says, pretty much any argument with a conservative who doesn't want to reform the system. Another comment, it says, an oldie but a goodie. Sadly, it's still going strong. The amount of relatively broke friends from high school voting against their own interests is way too damn high. Let's see. A couple more. It says, Norway also has no minimum wage. I agree, Norway has some great policies. However, Americans seem fine with the current government and choice of corporate-backed politicians. Another one, it says, in Norway, there are subjects that are cared for by a government that takes half of their earnings. They're basically your parents. I would much rather be an orphan citizen. One more, it says, children thinking they know and understand how government works.
Ooh, I got another one that I wanted to put out. And you might want to do a clip this, because what if we started making politicians wear the pins of their sponsors on their suits when they're doing debates and out in public?
Yeah. That's great. Yeah, I've heard that before, because somebody said that it was somebody who said they should wear shirts like NASCAR drivers so that you can know who sponsored them.
Yeah, I am all for that.
Yeah. So let's move on to this one. It says, this governor is giving workers more power. It says, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker recently signed several new laws that raise the bar for employers and strengthen workers' rights. Number 1, companies with 50 or more employees must allow workers to exclude public transit and parking costs from taxable income. Number 2, workplaces of 15 or more workers have to include salary ranges and descriptions of benefits in all job postings.
I got to say something about the first one. You can actually take public transportation and stuff off of your income, but only if you declare long form.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, 90% of people do short form because it's easier.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a whole lot of expenses, it's better. But if you're at the point where your day-to-day back and forth from work or parking costs are that much, hell yeah, do the long form. It's freaking worth it. I mean, they just upped, by the way, in the last 3 years, because of the pandemic, because of gig work, they raised the per mile tax deduction on your vehicles from 41 cents to 53 and now 65 cents.
Yeah. I've been knowing about this since I was a kid because my dad used to keep all them damn receipts and he used to write that off on his taxes. But I mean, if they have apps on your phones and stuff to help you track that stuff, but I'm not organized enough to do that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Even when I was watching my dad do it, I was like, damn, that shit looked like a lot of fucking work.
But how do you think rich people get richer?
Yeah.
By doing that work. Or excuse me, by paying someone to do the work for them.
Let's see. Number 3, it says companies must compensate independent contractors in a timely manner. It says number 4, temp workers and day laborers must be told ahead of time if they're sent to fill in at a business where there's a strike or work stoppage, and they have the right to refuse the assignment. Number 5, workers at companies of 250 or more full-time employees can take up to 12 weeks of unpaid leave if their child dies by homicide or suicide. Workers at smaller companies will get 6 weeks. I don't like that because it said unpaid leave.
Well, no. Most employees have a paid leave time for bad shit like that. And if they want to choose to take more, I get it. But at the same time, I have to be a little bit on the side of I understand what's going on with them and stuff like that. And this is an individual employer thing. You know, are you going to be a merciless corporation or are you actually going to be an ethical employer? And that's what happened. The ethics of corporations in the 80s, and this is why I left. I don't want anything to do with Dallas, and this is why I got out of the high-end corporate game, was because the ethics somewhere in the 80s and 90s changed from where instead of corporations working for the consumers to create a better life became corporations working for their investors to create better profits. You know, and the ethics should have always been with the people, with your consumers, because if you treat your consumers right, you will create a brand loyalty even if you don't produce mega profits every year. You will have a consistent, steady rate of consumers and profits coming to you. You may not be on the top tier, but you got that. You still getting that. You know, you may not be getting that creme brulee money, but you're still getting that gravy. And you can take care of your people, and they'll want to come to you more. Now they don't care. They will burn you to the ground for your last night for $19 of your $20, and then go, well, you ain't got enough for me to deal with you anymore.
And that's another reason why these big, huge corporations need to be busted up. Let me read a couple comments. It says, number 5 is extraordinarily American. Another one, it says, hold on. People were not being allowed time off when their child died. What on the uncivilized country from hell is that? Another comment, it says, rights aren't given to workers by the capitalist class. Organized workers fight for them. Yep. Couple more. It says, if their kid dies of something else, though, they got to come in, because who doesn't have a kid die now and again? Another comment, it says,
remember, they're using weeks to say, they're using 12 weeks to say 3 months.
mm,
You
it
know,
says,
12 weeks sounds like a shorter amount of time than 3 months, doesn't it?
it does.
And that, you know, 3 months, like I say, most of them will give you at least 2 weeks to 30 days off. And if they don't pay you, man, I'm telling you, I will join you on blast of that company if they don't give you at least a month off if your kid dies. I mean, and give you a little bit of pay. Because, fuck, man.
I'm willing to bet my job wouldn't give me a freaking penny.
No, they'd let me off, but they wouldn't pay me.
Yeah.
Well, take time to grieve. We'll see you in a couple of months. Can you still work Wednesdays and Thursdays, though? Because we don't have enough people, and on one of those days, you're the senior employee, and we don't have anyone that will take that day.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll send you a cake to the funeral or whatever. Just let us know the address.
We'll send you a pan of lasagna to the wake.
Yeah. Let me read this one. It says, I feel like this is pretty basic fence sitting stuff. He wants to look like an ally, but is secretly in with all the big companies. This is stuff that looks good to people that don't understand the ins and outs, but to regular laborers, this benefits them in absolutely no way, shape, or form. Yeah, I was gonna say this isn't all that impressive to me.
That's why I was pausing us amongst these instead of letting you just run through them, because each of those needs to be taken separately as far as like, yeah, that already happens. No, that doesn't. I'm sorry. I've worked in corporate in both computer sales, retail, college books, retail bookstores. I mean, I've done a couple of different things like that. And I've mostly worked for corporations, you know, and I make less, but get treated better at mom and pops. And like I said, the whole ethical thing. I mean, when I was working at the HCC bookstore, these teachers, they would be like 9 books that they would say, hey, when they come in, sell them all 9 of these books. And even the teachers would come in and go, no, they need, say, I'm going to use English teacher in English class, just as a good example. And the English teacher will come in and there's 9 books required for their class on the shelf. So everybody buys all those, especially if they had student aid. We were supposed to sell them all possible. And the teachers would then come in and go, what the fuck is this? They need the reader. They need the English book, the actual grammar book, and that will be good for 2 years. And they need 3 of these other 7 to do a report on. They don't need all 7. So they would still, the company would try to make us sell all 7 of those book and another 2 or 3 recommended for their class books all of it on their student aid. And then they set the time that you can return it to the first week of school. So if you don't have time in that first 5 days of going to class, you have to resell the books back instead of return them.
And they ain't gonna give you but
And that's
like
just what
10% of the cost when you sell it back.
well, no,
Yeah.
you get half for the first 2 or 3 weeks. After that, it drops down to 10%. And it also depends. If they only need 10 for our system, and our entire college system, we only buy the first 10 back at half price. And then all of them go to the national book price, which is about 10 to 30%, depending upon the book and whether it's needed anywhere else in the country.
Yeah, when I remember when I first started college and I took English, they made me buy like 5 books or whatever. We only used 2 of them. Like,
Dude, my
like 3 of the books.
NDA is over. I can talk about all this shit. I can tell you how the fucking Barnes & Noble College Bookstore is the primary bookstore for 90% of colleges across the country. And if they don't show Barnes & Noble on there, they could probably and most likely are still owned by them as a subsidiary or part of the BNS system of books or NBS.
Let's cover this right here.
I would.
Let's cover this right here. Check it out.
Will steal $100,000 worth of luxury items from a Nordstrom store. And this week, Dick's Sporting Goods reported a 23% drop in quarterly profit and blamed what it called elevated inventory shrink. Meanwhile, Target reported it expected to lose $500 million this year from organized retail theft or shrink. The CEO of Walmart claims his company might have to close stores and raise prices because of retail theft. Ah, there's the rub. You see, there's 3 groups that benefit from this smash and grab hype. First, the retailers who can use the hype to justify raising prices. Second, the police who are always eager to prove their necessity when there's fear of a new crime spree. And third, the media who love shocking and sensational video. For the retailers, the term shrink not only refers to shoplifting, but also includes inventory that is damaged, lost, or stolen by employees. The National Retail Federation admits that external retail crime only accounts for 37% of shrink losses. That means that 2/3 of the losses have nothing to do with those dramatic smash and grab scenes. In fact, the CFO of Walgreens admitted this year that the hype about retail theft was overblown. With the police here in Southern California, overall crime rates in LA are down from last year. And a recent surge in smash and grab robberies makes up little of the overall problem of retail thefts, according to the LA Times. But there's 2 additional factors that contribute to the way this story is told: politics and race. The smash and grab stories help promote an image of rampant crime in places that Republicans like to call Democrat cities. And videos of Black people committing crimes allow conservatives to pathologize Blackness and link it to criminality. But most Black people don't commit crimes and actually have lower odds of shoplifting than whites, according to government research. Now, don't get me wrong. Plenty of Black people do commit crimes, just like plenty of white people do. But when Black people do it, we bear a burden of representation that unfairly associates individual actors with an entire race of people. That's why we get profiled in stories. When white people commit crime, they're usually not held out as examples to demonize an entire race. That's why the most famous thieves in American history are celebrated as heroes in some circles. Jesse James, Bonnie and Clyde, John Dillinger, Willie Sutton, Pretty Boy Floyd, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, D.B. Cooper, and Patty Hearst were all white. And that's not including the thieves who stole this land from the indigenous people. So when we talk about retail theft, let's be mindful of how these videos can be used by some as an excuse to lock up more Black people in jail. We've all seen the images. Flash mobs of thieves openly ransacking stores and brazen smash and grab retail thefts recorded on video. Last week, a group of 50 people stole $100,000 worth of luxury items from a Nordstrom store. And this week, Dick's Sporting Goods reported a 23...
I hate that the video, he's outside and he's got the sounds of the cars and stuff going by. And then he put music in the background of that. Like, it made the video sound like a mosh posh of, and then with him talking over it. So him talking, cars going by in the background, and then music playing in the background. Like, this guy didn't think this video out very clear much. It was painful to listen to. Anyways, he's talking about how the media is grabbing a hold to these smash and grab stories, and the media is running with them and making them big and loving that shit, you know. And he's explaining that, you know, it's not like a surge of this happening the way that they're making it seem. And you know, they're making money off of this stuff. Like, it's a scam. As far as the thing is actually happening, it is happening. It's just that it's overblown, and the company's making money, the media is making money, and it gives an excuse for more policing and so forth and so on. Basically, that's the point that he's making. So D.L. Hewley posted this. He said, "The more you know, the hidden agenda of soft theft. What you see and what the statistics prove are two totally different things." It says, "Thoughts on these new lenient theft laws." So, and then like the media is all like, it's gonna be the Wild Wild West. It's like California got these soft theft laws, so now people are just gonna rob all the stores blind and so forth and so on. And what I was saying is like, the way we react to petty theft is all the way overblown. Like, there was a case that recently where this chick was in the parking lot. I don't remember. Maybe it was a Target store. I'm not sure. And she had stole something out of the store, and she was in the car, and the police approached her, and then she tried to like drive away, and they shot her and they killed her. She died. And it was like, okay, I don't condone this type of behavior at all. The theft, the stealing and stuff.
Cop standing in front of the car when she tried to take off.
That cop wasn't in mortal danger. Either way, the point is, what I'm saying is a theft doesn't should not result in a death. You know what I'm saying?
But attempted murder should. I'm not. No, attempted murder should not. But it should be understood that you fucking playing with consequences. You think you can get away? You know, I have a serious problem about this video because the facts are just as misinterpreted, and they are just as deceptive as what's going on from the other side. Because the reason that thefts and all that stuff and declared thefts and stuff are like down that so much in those towns and city, in the city that he's particularly talking about, LA, is because they raised the amounts to declare it that much. They changed the laws to deliberately hide how much is going on. You've got regular retailers locking stuff up because people are going in with backpacks 3, 5, 7 times a day, throwing stuff up. Those are the small retailers. These are the ones. And no offense, Target, Walmart, places like that, these aren't the ones getting these smashed down, big group organized thefts. Those are mall stores with big bags, Bloomingdale's. These are big money chains that are getting those hits and stuff. It's different. It's completely two different types of demographics that are being pushed into the same thing and used to justify. And no offense intended, either way, there's no justifying, well, I'm just doing it because I'm poor. No, you're doing it because you're a thief. Because it's easier to steal. And as far as the big organized ones we see, yeah, tell me that's not something going on. But here's the funny thing about that. take a good look at those hits. There's somebody driving around in vans and shit like that, bringing some of these people from town to town and going around and doing this. Because if you start tracking this on a map by what days did it happen, you're going to find that, you know, LA to San Francisco to San Diego, it's like boom, boom, boom. They're on a string. I mean, there's some organization going in some of that. But again, like I'm saying, Walmart, Target, all these new retailers that have all of these self-checkouts and things like that now, they're trying to claim the same damn things. So what we've got going on is a convolution of people going, oh, well, it's not really like this. Well, it's like this. Well, it's not really, and it's not like either one of you said. Because, yes, the problem with theft, organized theft, individual theft, all of that crap, it is way up. We have employee theft rising because, well, I deserve more than they're paying me, so I'm going to take what I want because people are feeling entitled. I mean, that's the basic problem about this. It's a matter of entitlement, both by the people and by the corporations. People feel like it's okay for me to take it because it's from a corporation, and a corporation is going around going, well, they're taking it from us, and so we're going to raise fucking prices. It's a vicious freaking cycle, and both sides are fucking wrong.
I saw this story where it was a restaurant. It was a restaurant. I can't think of the name of it, Sharky's or something like that. I think that's the name of it. And they were stealing wages, literally stealing people's wages, not paying them their overtime. And they got in trouble. They were doing it at 2 locations. And it was a huge amount of money, a whole bunch of money. And my point is, the media likes to focus on these people doing these petty thefts. The media doesn't cover these corporations stealing from the people, actually, like taking their money that they supposed to have paid them and not paying them. You know what I'm saying? It's the media wants to have this image of this crime spree that's going on of petty thefts, and that's what's going on. And
that was not petty.
And the amount of money that these corporations are stealing from people is way huger amount of money, and it's a much smaller story. It doesn't even really get covered. And I agree with California with softening up these theft persecutions that they do, because like I say, a petty theft turning into a freaking murder, our reactions to these thefts are way over the top. You know, it's like the argument I was making about the police chases. You know, it's archaic. You know,
archaic is cutting off the hands of people that steal. Archaic is hanging people. It's beating the shit out of them before they get out of the store, because they put something in their pocket, not because they tried to walk out with it. That's archaic. The lack of consequences is emboldening and increasing crime. And homeless people too. I had a 240-pound, 5-foot-tall chick pound on my window at a stop sign and yell at me because I told her to back the fuck off of me. She scared me.
And I covered in the show how a chart that was showing the overall crime has declined over time. and they keep saying that the crime is spiking and it's going up, and it's just not true. Overall crime has
No,
gone
they're
down.
saying the crime is going down because they're lowering the standards of what makes the level of crime. There's less felonies because instead of 200, they're changing the definitions to manipulate the statistics.
And these stores like Target, they are using AI to develop to build felony cases against these people. They track them. It's like the person who goes through the self checkout line and they don't ring up everything or whatever, and they don't approach them, and they just track it. And then once it reaches over a certain amount, then they go get them. They pick them up or whatever the hell, and they charge them with felony charges. So, like, I think that's the way to go with dealing with this type of stuff. Like, just,
Okay, I want to see an article about them actually doing that, because you're saying that they're identifying every individual customer, showing what they scan and what they don't, which is telling me they have a level of sophistication of surveillance that is way beyond their capabilities.
they're doing it, bro. Let me try to pull it up right now. They're doing it. That's how they're doing it. They're letting people go with the little petty thefts, and they're waiting until it reaches over a certain dollar amount that reaches a felony, and then they charge them with that.
That guy's picking me off. I just want
to. That video was terrible. I ain't gonna lie, it was annoying as hell.
He don't like white people, and I'm getting sick of racist people on either side of the wire.
Well, that was posted by DL Hughley, and you know how DL Hughley rolls. So,
is that what he looks like now?
No, that wasn't him.
Oh,
no,
okay.
that was.
Yeah, DL Hughley doesn't make me want to just look at him and listen. When I listen to him, doesn't make me want to argue with him. This guy here, I would get up and walk away from the table if we were having a beer. He's not. You can't talk to him.
I'm searching right now.
My big problem is the fact that people look at these videos with people loading backpacks up with stuff and going, I don't care if you're stealing or not. You know, it's perfectly okay for you to steal. I don't care if you're doing that. It's like, you do realize you are lowering the expectation bar of ethics and morals in America when you do that. Oh, well, it's a corporation. It doesn't matter. They deserve it. Nobody deserves to be stolen from. I'm just, the logic of, and I'm on the other side of, if I'm freaking hungry, you know what? I'm going to stick a pound of hamburger down my pants, put some hamburger helper in my back pocket, and go home and cook for my family. I'm not going to lie. But I'm not going to go into Louis Vuitton and run out with 8 handbags under my arm and say, oh, I did it because I was hungry. I'm not going to go and buy a gun and carjack somebody because I was hungry.
There's so many videos popping up about shoplifting from Target that I'm having a hard time finding what I'm looking for because there's too many damn videos.
Well, I don't know about California. I mean, Target here in Houston is the hoity-toity, but it's not. People aren't lining up to steal from. They're not running out. We're in Houston. We're a democratic city, but we don't have people. Actually, we did a few months ago, and I think it's that group that's running around the country doing it like I'm talking about. I think we got hit by them a few months back.
Yeah, this is not it. That's why I like to look up stuff like this beforehand. I don't want to give up yet. I'm going to give it another minute, see if I can find it. Is this it? Hold on. Hold on. I ain't giving up yet. One more. Let me see. New technology leads to quick shoplifting arrest. That's not it. It's way too many videos. That's what's making this hard.
Let's go on and move something. We can always come back to this on another show.
Yeah, we're gonna have to because I can't find it. It's so much.
This is not a topic we can cover in one evening. Plus, we really need to get Pat and Goose in and their opinions on both sides of this too.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to it. I'll find it and I'll probably send it in the group when I find it.
Yeah, group or hit activate. I just started a Doc Weird Facebook account. I'm trying to get it moved over to entertainer personality instead of personal page. And once I do that, everything I'll do interacting wise Facebook will go through that page.
All right.
I'm starting to consolidate.
Trying to get more organized with that. If you haven't noticed,
allowing it to navigate the world safely.
I'm trying to get all of that stuff taken care of, get my copyrights on my names and my trademarks and stuff like that. That way, it both spreads me thinner, but it also protects me from channel to channel and things like that.
Yeah.
Means, you know, it makes my job and my work safer.
Check this
I
out.
mean,
by the human form,
financially.
so we can use human tools.
Check this out.
It uses the same AI technology as Tesla vehicles, allowing it to navigate the world safely and efficiently. I cannot believe I'm living through this time. This is absolutely insane. Optimus. Happy birthday? I don't know.
Yeah, gotta go to college for that for sure. You'll do great.
We're here at Tesla, and we have the Tesla Bot, which is this for sale? Tesla Bot, aka Optimus, is a humanoid robot designed to complete jobs that are repetitive, boring, or dangerous for humans. The bot's design was inspired by the human form, so it can use human tools, carry objects for work in factories. It uses the same AI technology as Tesla vehicles, allowing it to navigate the world safely and efficiently. I cannot believe I'm living through this time. This is absolutely insane. Optimus. Happy birthday? I don't know.
Yeah.
So I guess you could buy it as a birthday gift. It says the caption, this Dark Universe posted this. They like conspiracy theory stuff. It says, remember the movie iRobot? Well, that wasn't a movie. It was a documentary. This is a freaking long-winded comment. It says, lifeless drones.
I just watched a movie. It's got the younger brother of the guy that played the Arrow in it. It's called Simulant. And it was how lifelike bots and stuff could be programmed with memories of somebody, and then they were trying to work this software update to make them actually intelligent, actually free-willed instead of under the thing. It was a decent, mediocre movie, if you can understand that. I mean, the writing was mediocre, the actors were mediocre, were B-listers. It was a mediocre everything about the movie, but it was a good movie to sit there and go, oh.
Yeah, there was one I saw and I really liked it. It was the guy was doing a science experiment. It was an AI robot. He made the guy, he locked the guy in there with the girl robot. She was a female like appearance robot.
Deus
and he
Ex
like,
Machina.
what was the name of it?
Ex Machina.
Yeah, Ex Machina, that's the one. Yeah. What'd you think of that? So at the end, she ends up
Both a fantastic movie as far as a psychological thriller and a good warning about the possibility of independent programmers, AI, getting out of control. Non-regulation of AI.
Yeah. So the guy ended up falling in love with the robot, but she was tricking him, manipulating him the whole time to escape. That's all she really wanted. And she ends up escaping into the world.
I'm sorry, but was she a robot, or by that time was she actually a real woman?
I mean, well, that's the question, right? I mean,
No,
the AI was.
I'm just saying, you know, most of the real women I know act that way.
Well, she manipulated them, and
I know quite a few with even less heart than that.
And got up out of there. And then the AI was really advanced. So, and then she dressed up, and so she walking around the world at the end of the movie, and nobody even know that, you know, she can explore the world and do whatever she wants to. Nobody knows she's an AI. That's what makes me think is.
I would like to see a second movie though.
To show her in the world and like what happens in the
show
world.
what happens to her after she has access to the internet and all the data of mankind, except other than just what they let her have.
Yeah.
What is that going to do to the AI?
So yeah, what happens when you walking around and you running into people and you think they're people, but they're not? They're AIs walking around.
Well, no, I'm just saying she had a very limited view, idea, and knowledge of the world. She had no idea of the greater history of mankind. She had no idea of much of anything beyond the world that she was born into. Yet she had already learned how to perfectly psychologically manipulate both a Andrew Tate boss dom personality and a simp beta personality. Knew how to perfectly manipulate both of them against each other to reverse their roles. So if she can already do that with the limited amount of human contact that she's had and knowledge of the outside world, what's going to happen once she hits the regular world? What are her limitations? What can she do and not do? That's where I go when I see a movie like that.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
I really enjoyed it. It was great. I enjoyed it. It was really, really great. I was all the way into it. I love them kind of mental, psychological type of deals. I have you thinking.
It helps Erica Vikander is extremely attractive too. You know, she ended up being. You know why she's familiar now? She became the new Tomb Raider. She was Laura Croft in the newest movie. She was Laura Croft after Angelina Jolie in the newest ones.
Okay. Check this out. I mentioned this earlier in the show. It says, if paying a cashier a living wage will make prices go up, why doesn't replacing cashiers with self-checkouts make the prices go down?
Hell yeah.
Perfect Union posted this. They said the math isn't mathing.
Look, we all knew prices weren't going to go down with self-checkouts. Mm-hmm. We knew it. But not only did we allow it, we are encouraging it for one reason. Have you noticed that the amount of self-checkouts has almost tripled since the lockdown?
Yep.
People don't want to deal with each other anymore. They want it to be impersonal. They want it to be minimum contact. Look, let me get through. And no offense, the reason I use self-checkouts isn't because convenience. It's because I don't have to talk with you. I don't have to deal with you. I don't have to have you bag my shit the wrong way. I'm sorry. One of my early jobs was bagging groceries. And I'm very particular about shit like don't put my eggs on top of my bread, you dumb bitch.
Well, if not one to interact with people, that makes sense. But if it's for one to be cleaner, then that's not right, because you're pressing all these buttons and stuff behind whoever, and you don't know what they was doing, rubbing their nose, scratching their butt, and touching on the buttons.
But you're using the gloves that you came in with and touched all the other stuff, so it's perfectly okay, right?
No. No.
I mean, I'm still having problems. Why haven't they changed the bags in the vegetable area, where the only way to get them open is to like touch your finger to your tongue and pull it? Because every time you do that nowadays, half the people in the freaking vegetable area look like some Invasion of the Body Snatchers movie. They're like, when they see you do that.
Yeah. Let me read a comment. It says, because it's a scam to oppress the workers that keep capitalism chugging along. Another comment says, probably the greatest lie of capitalism that cost is tied to price. 100% false. Price is always market driven. Cost only affects profit. Yep. And then when they talk about supply chain issues is why the prices go up, and then the prices didn't never go down. So they still having supply chain issues since the pandemic. And why are their profits skyrocketing?
What about the fuel prices? What about the diesel price hike back?
I was just looking at
what was it? 2010, 2008, 2012.
The gas prices are
Every
back up
single
again.
delivery company, small delivery company, and you know this in food service. Budweiser, Cisco, all the delivery companies for food service started adding fuel charges. And that was when diesel went from like $2 a gallon up to like 5 or 6. It never came back down. That's the funny thing, and that's why I feel bad for Pat and Deuce. Well, Pat more. Deuce works for the company, so that's their problem. Pat works for himself. But diesel gas is crap gas. Literally. It should be cheaper than regular.
Yeah, I just got gas today, and it was like
But ever since that
$3.36.
went up so high, they added that. Well, during the right after the pandemic, diesel prices when Biden came in, gas prices went, oh crap. They added to the fuel charge on deliveries. If you noticed, I don't know if you
I
didn't see
remember
the
that.
paperwork where you were, but
Yeah.
the
I remember
price,
that.
So even though the price of gas dropped back to nothing,
The
or below the
fuel
point where
charge
it was,
still there.
they left the fuel charge. And when gas went up, they added to the fuel charge. But now that gas is back down again, the fuel charge is still up at the high point. That's where, yeah. And these are the delivery companies. These are the people that are delivering the foodstuffs to the restaurants.
Yeah. So they're price gouging left and right is what they're doing, and now
And then that's where our prices go up. And
It's
our
just a
prices
chain.
go up. People get pissed. And when it comes to the servers, well, I'm paying 20% more now, so I'm going to pay you 5% less.
Everybody
and it's like,
is-
dude, I just bring your food to the table, get your order right. I crack jokes with you and stuff like that. I don't have any control over that.
So
And I'm getting-
so you're getting screwed. And I don't understand why everybody's not pissed about this. Like we're
And we
getting
make
price gouged.
$2.13 an hour.
We're getting
We
price
should
gouged
be
left and
making
right.
$3.62. We should be making $3.62 an hour. And people that want to sit there and say I'm crazy for begging for $3.62, you don't understand. That is the difference between taxes or not. That is life or death between some of us. Actually, a server who relies on tips should be making $5 an hour.
Yeah. Well, they kept saying, everything costs more, and that's the reason why we're charging more. But then they got record profits, so the damn math is not mathing. And then nobody is mad about this. Nobody's mad about how much they're paying at the damn grocery store, how much the price is raised after the pandemic and hasn't gone down. Nobody's upset about this. I don't get it.
Well, it's not gone down because they put 40% more money into the system. And as long as that money is there, prices are going to stay up until the top tier people get all that money. And they want that money to keep changing hands because every single step along the way, Uncle Sugar gets his little bite.
Let me read a comment. It says, the answer is simple. In our economy, we're now witnessing the complete decoupling of price from cost and the complete decoupling of demand from price. Corporations have learned they can charge as much as they want, and people just keep buying. The only math that matters is that corporate profits have to increase every year. That drives all logic and systematically drains wealth from the money into the pockets of the few. Another one, it says, I actually just learned this in macroeconomics class. Given that the demand for food is inelastic and based off of the Oppenheimer model of relativity to the store chain execs understand that capitalism is king and that they don't face any repercussions for doing things for profit's sake without considering the human cost. Don't quote me on this. It's barely week 3. Fun fact, that is generally overlooked.
I understand where he's coming from.
It says, fun fact that is generally overlooked. When you use a robot instead of a human, you are defunding our social security system because now the company doesn't pay into social security, nor does the worker. It's also a lose-lose situation, and I try to tell people this all the time. No payroll tax, no social security, etc.
Hey, I very seriously considered paying, looking at my business plans and stuff like that. I'm actually considering paying my people more, but working them on a 1099.
Yeah. Check this out. It says, your reminder, while Republicans are out there blaming mental health for school shootings, 205 of them voted against the bill to expand school-based mental health services. So yeah, they were talking about mental health every time, and like we had the big shooting.
Whoa. What bill? 7780. Okay. 7780 includes, you have to understand, 7780 includes affirmation of gender and stuff like that. That has nothing to do with school shootings. That has to do with acknowledging that if a kid thinks that they're trans, not being able to question them about it, but only being able to tell them, okay, so that's what you are, that's what you choose, that's what it's going to be. That's a bullshit post right there. I mean, this is where they're using gray area, and the areas where right and left are not going to match, they're manipulating it to be school shootings. That's a bullshit fucking post right there.
Well, when it was the damn it, I'm tired as hell. I want to say Waco, whatever, the one that happened in Texas, and that was big deal. They kept talking about it, and the Republicans especially was all like, well, you know, it's not the guns, it's mental health. And at that time, I kept saying, I was like, all right, if they feel like it's mental health, put your money where your mouth is. Where's the funding? Where's the support for mental health? You know, we still haven't seen it, you know, and if they tied up some stuff about transgender in with the mental health thing, then that was a reason for them to not want to get passed in the first place. You know, how come they can't introduce a bill that's just straight, you know, mental health services for students?
Because it does not impact or forward the left agenda on gender politics right now. Because it's more important to press that agenda than it is to actually get workable legislation that freaking helps. Because they want to say, well, if this group is left behind or they're excluded, then then nobody gets any help. And they're deliberately using gender, guns, and sex and abortion. The 4 what the fuck, no compromise topics to argue it.
Well, if that's true, then how come the Republicans can't introduce a bill that's just straight mental health so that they
Because
can?
every time they try, Democrats attempt to put gender riders on it, and the Republicans go, no, no, no. So then they're actually compromising their own mental health bill. Yet the Democrats won't put up a bill that doesn't include gender affirmation and things. California has gone so far as to say if a parent does not acknowledge their child is trans, that child can be removed from their custody. Their own biological kid saying, no, I do not agree with this. I do not support your idea that you are trans, I will not, and they're saying, well, we're going to take that kid away from you because that is being a bad parent, that is whatever. They will be remanded to the custody of the state, put into state schools and into the system.
Shit. I gotta wrap it. It's almost 6 a.m.
Watch California if you want to watch the bills that are going to try to be pushed across the nation. They're normally the first.
Damn, there was a couple more that I didn't get to, but I ain't gonna be able to make it to them. I gotta wrap it, man, because I just realized I gotta be to work earlier than I thought tomorrow. Just looked at my schedule, so I gotta go to sleep. Peace and love.
I start my shit next week, man. It's funny. I wanted to rent my car on Friday to do the week, but you have to rent it through their system on Monday, which means I'll go 4 days not actually running rides before I even begin to know what's going on. It's like, oh crap. But hey, that's the way it is. Gotta try it, or you're never gonna know. I can study all this. I can claim to be all the academic I want, but knowledge without experience is not true understanding.
Yeah. All right, man. I did 6.5 hours. I wasn't intending on that, but I didn't do a show yesterday, so we can call this one 2 shows.
That's my fault. I came in halfway through the end of it, and I was awake and shit, and you were fading, and I'm like, yeah, let's do this.
All right, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I gotta get out of here.
Love out.